cannot say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, got my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What up, fools? Today is 9/3/2025. It is 8:05 p.m. Eastern Time. We got the streamathon, or well, I don't know what we're calling it, subathon coming on tomorrow, so make sure you guys are here for that. We got a lot of debates planned. It's going to be pretty big. What up, Twin? It's going to be pretty huge. We got, so in the first panel is on the Wired article. For that, we have Lonerbox. Here, let me make sure I'm reading these off so I've got it all. Okay. So for that one, we have Lonerbox, Mercedes Chandler, and Not So Erudite versus Prime Kai's, Quick Thoughts, and Dispel. So that's going to be a pretty good one. We got a good like 3v3, 3 pro, 3 con. So we got a very, very even mix of positions on this. This one's definitely worked out really well. So that's going to be the first one. The second debate, that one starts at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Then 3.5 hours later at 6:30, we're going to have the Destiny versus Rob Noor debate. So that's at 6:30. That one is on the Obama-Russia scandal. So if you guys don't know about this, the Trump team has been saying that they're going to, I think they're looking for a grand jury indictment right now. The DOJ wants to press charges And so they've been looking to charge Obama and maybe even Lynch for setting up the Russiagate scandal. They believe that the whole Russiagate thing was just a conspiracy theory from the Obama campaign or from the Obama administration to try to lock Trump up or stop him from winning the presidency. So Destiny and Rob Noor are going to debate that. And then right after that, exactly 3 hours, so that one starts at 6:30, Destiny versus Rob Noor. Then at 9:30, we have Andrew Wilson and Jake the Snake versus Counterpoints and Vince Wilson. So that one's going to be pretty huge as well. And that one is on, the question is Trump centralizing power? And is that a good or a bad thing? So, that's going to be pretty awesome. We got a lot of really good debates scheduled for tomorrow, so this is going to be pretty exciting. I am gonna, while I'm going over some of this stuff, we're gonna try to I'm gonna try to like work on thumbnails and stuff in the background. But this is Jake the Snake, Rattlesnake TV, 858,000 subscribers. Looks like he's live right now.
Help! Help! What is that?
So yeah, he's gonna be him and Andrew Wilson.
Generally, this is the attitude when it comes to guys who earn less than 100K. And it's to do with social media, and it's to do with the male influencers as well, who promote having to have, $100 million just to get by. And it's just not the reality of things. Most men are out there working extremely hard, contributing to society and building things. I'm very lucky in the sense that I actually get to have a YouTube channel where I can earn a lot of money. If my YouTube channel goes away tomorrow like that, people will watch some other. It doesn't even matter. But these guys, if they stop building the structure tomorrow, all of a sudden we've got half-built structures everywhere. All of a sudden you can't flush your toilet. All of a sudden you can't have electricity. And all of a sudden we can't have protection from the police. These are the people who literally build the world around you. And it's just like, I absolutely detest that notion of people laughing at people who work with their hands. Generally, this...
So yeah, anyways, that's Jake the Rattlesnake. So he's gonna be on tomorrow with Andrew Wilson, I believe. So that's gonna be fun. The Tim Pool debate, I don't know if I'm doing that. I still haven't gotten like a full confirmation from their producers, and so I'm not positive. Like, we haven't gotten like the plans for flights and everything just yet, so that may not be happening. So I'm gonna have to if that does happen, that's gonna be fucking rough. I'm probably not gonna do a 24-hour stream. So that's the plan right now, is that like, if I end up having to do Tim Pool, I'm just not going to do 24 hours. We're going to do the 3 panels. I'm going to get off. I'm going to fly out. And then I'll do Tim Pool the next day. But because yeah, it's going to be too hard to do 24 hours with that happening the next fucking day. So, but who knows? I don't even know if that's gonna happen. So if people are coming in the chat, I keep getting a bunch of DMs from people saying like, good luck on Tim Pool. Like, I tried to make it very clear, I don't know if I'm actually doing Tim Pool. So if people are coming in the chat today like asking if I'm doing, just tell them, just let them know. Probably not doing Tim Pool, but because yeah, like, okay, so Z King, yesterday when I was in the middle of saying stuff, I saw some of your chats, but I just kept thinking somebody in chat will answer him because I've already addressed it. So somebody in chat will tell him, and And then yeah, I once I saw your chat the last time, I was like, okay, I guess nobody responded to him, so never mind. But yeah, I got these new batteries today, dude. I always have trouble finding AA batteries. I go through a lot of fucking AA batteries. I don't know about everybody else, but I go through a lot of these motherfuckers. I went and got this the other day. This was like $8, and I paid $2 for shipping, and I get all of these fucking batteries in here, and it's so cool. Like it has like lights on top that tells me when they're charged, and I just like once the batteries they die, you just put them back in there and recharge them. Holy moly, bro. I always have so much trouble finding AA batteries, so I'm so glad that I found that. That's so cool. That is gonna be a lifesaver. Yeah, rechargeable. I don't understand why we use disposable batteries at all. Like, why don't we make all batteries rechargeable batteries? I remember when I told some people, they're like, yeah, so? I'm like, what do you mean so? If this is a common thing, why aren't they everywhere, bro? Like, why would anybody ever go buy fucking batteries if they could just get rechargeable batteries all the time? Like, this is so stupid. This is ridiculous. So yeah, I'm excited about my batteries. I'm very excited about these. Huge. This is huge. But alright, yeah, Destiny talked to Taylor Lorenz a little while ago, so we're gonna watch some of that in a little bit. Oh yeah, Not So Arid, I got her channel back. She posted this a little bit ago. She said, I got my channel back today and I have hundreds of people to thank, but specifically wanted to thank Paleocristicon, which is Andrew Wilson, and Doobie. So yeah, she said specifically I wanted to thank Andrew Wilson and Doobie. Below is the only video linked to me with a timestamp and flagged as hate speech. So she posted the other day adding Team YouTube saying, hey guys, it looks like I was mass reported and wanted you guys to check this out because my appeal was turned down. And they replied to her and said, mass reporting doesn't do anything. So you just have to appeal. Like it's not based on mass reporting. Mass reporting does not make it more likely that you're going to get taken down. And so she replied with this and said, below is the only video linked to me with a timestamp and flagged as hate speech. It didn't even receive a strike. At Team YouTube, you insisted this wasn't mass reporting. How is it possible this is the only linked video, and yet I was struck for multiple severe hate speech violations? How is it possible that the only way I got this addressed is by friends in high places and getting Twitter buzz? How is it that how is it that my band didn't even have a single linked video? So just so she knows, like that's not how that works. The Twitter buzz doesn't do anything. I've gotten suspended numerous times and then just added Team YouTube afterwards. Like they rejected my appeal, and then I at Team YouTube and they're like, oh, sorry about that. That was a mistake. It's fixed. Your channel's back. You're unsuspended. Like, I've done it tons of times without a whole lot of hoopla, without a bunch of people making a big deal about it, without a bunch of retweets or anything. Sometimes I got a bunch of those, but sometimes I didn't. Sometimes it was because it happened a lot. So after a while, people were like, oh, fucking shit. It can't be every time Tom gets suspended. He didn't do anything wrong. So, yeah, it was... it's happened to me tons of times where they just turn around and just unsuspend me afterwards. So, but yeah, so that she posted this.
A lot of men find solace in the red pill because it feels like the only space where they'll ever actually be seen and validated. It's good that people seek validation. It's good that people want to be seen and like to be in a space where others empathize with them. The issue is that, yeah, they get like very, very, very low resolution in their analysis of the world and very low resolution how they talk about women. Like they'll just say the crazy shit about women and be like, this is what women are like. And I'm like, that's not really true. Do you mean internet women? There's internet women and then there's women on the internet, okay? These are not the same creatures.
So yeah, that's the whole thing. This is her showing that that's the video that she got a strike for. And it says hate speech policy at 7 seconds.
It's good that people want to be seen and like to be in a space where other.
And the thing that's hate speech is her saying it's good that people want to be seen. At 7 seconds, she says it's good that people want to be seen. So it's very odd. But I've been through similar things where just the weirdest crap got flagged by YouTube and got me suspended. So I've been through it. I know what it's like. But yes, her channel is back up.
I guess it's time to segue into the chorus drama. And Zach, since we went live, maybe a little bit before we went live, but I did want to throw this up here too. We may have to react to it also. But it looks like this bitch ass piece of shit is now threatening to sue Wired. Lawsuit.
This bitch ass piece of shit.
For defamation 1 hour ago. So again, this bitch ass piece of shit, instead of owning the fact that he's a propagandist, instead of just being honest about the actual role that he plays in society, is now out here threatening to sue, threatening to call the manager, just like
him being a propagandist literally has nothing to do with this entire scenario. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Whether or not he's a propagandist is just not relevant to the entire Wired article.
Like Donald Trump, continuing that analogy of what a Trumpian response we have here on our hands. I mean, what's more Trumpian than this bullshit? So we'll take a look in a second. I doubt they actually go through with the lawsuit. It's just a threat. They're just trying to silence journalists. They're just trying to silence reporters and threaten them because people know whoever wants to expose these assholes next, they know they have this fucking gigantic blob of dark money on their side that can fund any sort of legal nightmare they want. So it's really disgusting. It's Trumpian. It's fucking a disgrace to the left.
Yeah, 100%. And it's funny because this is something, and we're all constantly learning, right? And this is something that, people have been talking about on Twitter all morning. I was kind of following along, and my initial response was, hey, fuck it, who cares, right? Bring it on. Like I like this reporting is thorough. Like fucking Wired has all this big bread. Like fucking force this parent company to go to work. Let's hire some attorneys. And people on the internet have pushed back, and they were like, hey, bro, that sounds all well and good in theory until you realize that they were just going to go out here and try and bankrupt Taylor.
Well, I mean, she even just said recently, just while she was talking to Destiny a little while ago, a number of things that are just patently untrue. Like she said numerous things again that were just blatantly untrue.
Lorenz through any means necessary because they're not going to sue.
And Wired, potentially. And again, fuck this piece of shit for threatening to sue a journalist. Come on, bro. That's disgraceful. That's fucking disgraceful. I mean, put out as many bitching videos that you want, fucking whining. And I mean, you can defend yourself all you want. Obviously, you have the right to defend yourself and claim, oh, it's not corruption for me to take 10,000.
I don't know what their issue is. Why wouldn't, if somebody got stuff wrong, why wouldn't you sue the fucking journalist? Like, I think maybe they're like conflating this with the fact that everybody was upset with Trump for trying to sue journalists, but that's very different. When the president of the United States is trying to sue a journalist, that is not the same thing as a content creator trying to sue a journalist. That's fairly normal for individuals to sue journalists if they've been wronged. And there's an entire like thread. There's a woman on Twitter, or sorry, on TikTok, who has been like making a bunch of videos about the fact that she tried suing Taylor Lorenz in the past, and that instead she was suing like the New York Times or something like that. I think this is her.
Taylor Lorenz just posted a TikTok saying that all her court cases get thrown out, and I'm holding the court papers that prove that she's lying. I'm Ari Jacob, and I was one of the first TikTok managers in Hollywood. I found Charlie D'Amelio when she had 100,000 followers. I managed Addison Rae, Brittany Broski, and 85 other creators. Here's what you need to know about what Taylor Lorenz is saying, okay? She's completely gaslighting you because she thinks she's better than you. Huge Hollywood talent agencies like UTA that represent A-list celebrities wanted to take over the TikTok space back then, but I was in their way with all my stars that were about to make millions of dollars. So here's how they got rid of me. UTA had an agent I'll call Suit Man, who started stealing my clients. He took my biggest discovery, then other creators started leaving for UTA. I thought maybe it was just me, but then Taylor Lorenz shows up. She's a tech reporter at the New York Times and who was secretly represented by UTA for her book deal. In August 2020, she's planning a hit piece about me for the New York Times. 3 days before her article goes live, Suit Man calls me and he's like, Taylor really likes you. She just wants to chat. He doesn't mention that Taylor Lorenz is also a UTA client, so it was a total setup. First, Taylor claims that she gets attacked by right-wing influencers, but guess who was literally partying at Trump's inauguration? Taylor Lorenz. You can't claim to be a victim of people you party with, babe. Second lie, all her court cases got thrown out. Wrong. George Edgardo Ramos said in my case that it could move forward. That's not thrown out, besties. That's a federal judge saying I had a real case. And Taylor mentions other people who took her to court. Well, let's talk about that one. Aria Tufanian, Kyle Orifice. He's the president of Quantum Stocks. He gave a sworn statement about being Taylor's source for that story. He said that there was a big difference between what he told Taylor Lorenz and what showed up in the article that she wrote, and that Taylor never asked for any proof, but then she accused Aria of running a pyramid scheme in the New York Times too, so destroyed his business. Kyle, her source, stated under oath, I have no knowledge or evidence of Mr. Tufanian running a pyramid scheme or stealing money from anyone. So even Taylor's own source says she made up the story. This is her pattern, you guys. She just makes stuff up. You want to know what really happened? Why I settled my case?
Follow for part 2.
So yeah, so she's got like a whole series on this on TikTok, and there's a lot there. She goes over a lot of it. Now, I didn't see a whole lot of evidence. I didn't see a whole lot of proof of things, but she went on to, and I don't know if she mentioned it here, but she does mention in a couple of videos that she went on to Tucker Carlson and talked about her case. And that a lot of people were upset that she went on Tucker Carlson and started saying that she was like a right-wing grifter and blah, blah, blah. But she says that the only reason that she went on the Tucker Carlson is because literally nobody else would like give her a voice. Nobody else would let her talk about this. Nobody else would let her talk about what happened. And so she's got a whole series about this on her TikTok channel. So, yeah, her name is Little Miss Jacob. So yeah, if you guys want to check out her series, it's right here. Katmere with the 10 gifted memberships. Let's freaking go, boy. Thank you, Katmere.
$1,000 in Democratic dark money. It's not corruption.
Get some fucking W's in chat, guys. Let's get some W's.
And anyone that says that just loves MAGA. Like, yeah, you can do that all day long. You have the right to be a fucking stupid, intellectually dishonest piece of shit. You have the right to be corrupt and defend yourself. But fuck you, bros. You claim to be a progressive and you claim to be anti-Trump. Meanwhile, you're going to embody his tactics to the fucking T, threatening to sue every time someone uncovers the truth about your fucking corrupt bullshit. Come on.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Can't say I'm surprised, but it pretty on brand for dark money Packman.
What a disgrace. As I said, David Packman just came out with this video. Lawsuit for defamation. Time to sue. Let's find out, Zach, if it's in fact time to sue.
Well, I hate to start a show like this, but I do have to talk today about a defamation lawsuit. After Wired published a piece last week that made a number of untrue allegations and implications about me and other creators, claiming I'm taking money in exchange for letting someone dictate the content of this show or restrict what I'm talking about.
Straw man, caricature.
And many other claims and implications. A whole bunch of you wrote to me and said, David, are you going to sue for defamation? Suing for defamation and winning is really the way to take control back and to prove that you didn't do the things you're accused of. Now, it's a fair question, and I want to talk about that today. I didn't even plan on mentioning this entire fiasco again, but it really has taken on a life of its own. So I'm going to get to the am I suing for defamation question in a moment, but I also want to lay out a few other things. You know, the saddest part for me in all of this is that even though, you know, after the first 48 hours, the overwhelming majority of my audience members and fellow creators and others realize there's really no story here. Like it's not even just the allegations and implications are untrue. It's just,
and why even freaking out and fucking contorting yourselves into a vicious panic? Like the most insane dirt ever was just exposed. Like they're acting like this is the greatest fucking, you know, defamations ever occurred or something. But like you're the ones that are fucking freaking out. It's just an article, bro. It's literally an article. You could have ignored it. You're the one fucking freaking out and panicking.
And not only that, if it was debunked or untrue, why don't you come out here and show the contract and be like, see, this is the entire contract. It doesn't say that at all. Why do you not come out here and do that then? Why does Brian Tyler Cohen not come out here and do that then? Why, when people on TikTok who aren't very bright are reacting to their contract, trying to justify it, does it expose the fact that Taylor Lorenz was correct?
Yeah, exactly.
There's not even really a story here. Most people realize that. Way more people always see the original allegations and they never see the corrections. And that's something we're going to deal with in a moment as well.
There were
the
no
hardest
corrections
part
issued.
is that some people who have trusted me for years have now canceled their memberships on my website because they wrongly believe the DNC tells me what to say or that Chorus makes me get permission before I cover.
You do have to get permission before you interview somebody, you fucking crazy person. It's in the contract.
Yeah, 100%.
Again, it seems as though it seems as though in the contract, and it's not clear. It could be that that's the case, that they have to do that. That could be the case, but it's not. That it leaves the room. It leaves room open in it where it's under a specific aspect of the contract where it's talking about using their facilities and booking arrangements. And so it seems as though it's saying, like, if you use us for booking arrangements, then you have to use our facilities and blah, blah, blah. That it could be like, it's not clear on what exactly that it's saying. So for them to be like super fucking staunch on this, where they're like, oh no, it does say that. I don't know that it does say that. Like my interpretation of this would be that it is saying that they just have to use their facilities and go through them if they're using the Chorus newsroom.
Over a topic, or that my opinions 2 years ago were shaped by Chorus despite Chorus being spun up like 2 months ago.
Oh my God.
There are people who will not be satisfied unless I file and win a defamation suit. And otherwise they have just said, this must be true, and haven't even come in.
He's only going to sue them to get back those subscribers that left, those fucking wayward subscribers. Got to get them back.
Asked me about it. Now, I don't know that a lot of people I'm hearing from were really my core supporters anyway, and we're going to get to that a little bit later in the show. But I want to again say, Chorus is not involved in content creation. They're not involved in content creation. They don't direct content. They don't pay for content. They don't subsidize content. They don't sponsor content. They don't restrict content. They don't require anything in terms of content of creators. They've never suggested.
And post the contract.
Yeah, and also like, what, you really think people are stupid enough to believe that some generous benefactor out there is just giving $8,000 away a month with no strings attached? Like, who the fuck is stupid enough to believe that? Oh no, it's just some group that, it's not about content creation. It's not about getting people on the same page. They're just, here's $8,000 a month, no strings attached, nothing to see here. Don't investigate further. And if you do, we'll fucking sue you.
Yeah.
David, why don't you do the story? Or David, why don't you stay away from the story? That it just doesn't exist. It's a scholarship and support incubator for creators. There are very small channels. There are larger creators like Aaron Parnas and I The idea here is grow the left-wing ecosystem. Now, because of a misleading article and even more confused commentary from other creators who simply read the article, in some cases misunderstood it, went on and did stories about it, some people...
He did this exact same line of bullshit when people started mass unsubscribing and deleting their memberships and their Patreons after October 7th, when he started to give the most like deranged Hasbro talking points and blame Palestinians for their own suffering implied and call everybody that was trying to fundraise for, you know, Palestinians, people supporting terrorism. He really doubled and tripled down on that. And he had a mass exodus of people who were like, dude, I don't come to you for this kind of commentary. Like, I'm actually an anti-war person. I'm a humanitarian. I can't believe that the United States is sponsoring this atrocity. I don't care that it's a Democrat. That's the president. We can't abide by this. And he came out and was like, these people aren't real supporters. They're not real progressives. They're not they're not interested in hearing the real truth. They're just interested in supporting terrorism. So he does these kind of tantrums like whenever he gets caught with his pants down. He really is susceptible to getting butthurt by his audience leaving him.
People have decided to cancel the David Packman show. I don't know how to fix that part yet. What we have here is Brian Tyler Cohen coming out and raising money for a project he doesn't take a penny from. It's not nefarious subterfuge of any kind.
Yes,
Brian, of course I supported it because I know Brian and I know his intentions, and it's a great thing. Now, maybe the worst part of this is that other creators, some
again, it's so Trumpian. You guys, I can't overstate this. I cannot wait to talk to Taylor about this tomorrow. It is the embodiment of how MAGA would handle this situation right here. Okay, he's going to he's like, I know this person is my friend. This guy's one of us, dude. Do you really want me to come out here and attack one of us? You want to believe this other person who's not one of us when they published fake news? It's fake news. We all both, me and Tyler, both came out and told you it was fake. It's fake, bro. Why would you read all of the fake, hateful journalists who want to smear us, right? Instead of actually dealing line by line with the accusations, which they never do. They just say they're fake, right? They do not refute them. They don't bring out any evidence to suggest that they're wrong, right? They just say, oh, that's fake news over and over and over again. And then they rely on your personal sentiments, right? Like, oh, Brian, you have a parasocial relationship with Brian. I also have a relationship with Brian. Brian and me, we're just like you. We're all one of each other, right? This is our group, and we wouldn't be susceptible to an outsider critiquing us.
Yeah.
Although most now are kind of like, there's no story here, but some creators in the first 48 hours took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's APAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced.
Does typing loudly count as reacting? Yes, it is. It is transforming the content. Because the audio is now especially different with me typing over it, to where computer algorithms might not even be able to recognize the audio if I'm typing over it the entire time, you know?
Pronounced APAC, IPAC. That is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true.
Fucking
the DNC involved. Not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled memberships. It takes years to build.
Well, what he's talking about is that comment section that we showed off, which gloriously fucking destroyed his bullshit talking points, and was basically the consensus was like, bro, we're not fucking stupid. We're not fucking stupid. Corruption is corruption. You're not independent media if you're taking $8 grand a month in dark money from some shady fucking firm. So that's who he's talking about being, what do you say, confusedly furious.
And not only that, he said he didn't even know how to pronounce APAC. That is such an obvious lie. You are lying to your audience. You cover the news every single day. APAC is a huge part of the fucking United States political landscape, particularly since October 7th, 2023, right? We're all talking about this all the time. You're talking about this all the time. To come out here and pretend you don't know how to pronounce it, again, just gives away how guilty you are.
Especially when that's literally your last name. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? David A. Packman.
We're like, supposed to. They think that he said IPAC because he's trying to pretend that he doesn't know how to pronounce it?
This shit? Come on, bro. I know you're not very bright, but you can write your own name.
Yeah.
IPAC. That is funding this show or other creators. PAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. APAC.
I don't
IPAC.
even know what Israel
That is funding.
Oh, he does. He literally does say he doesn't even know how it's pronounced. Okay.
Israel? What even is Israel? I've never heard of it, bro.
Oh, wow. I mean, what is that? A little anti-Semitic? Or should you even say that, bro? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, what are you implying by that?
Go or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. The result is that a lot of people in my audience have become confusedly furious with me, and some have canceled membership.
Again, those are all the people that were like, we're not dumb. And now he's calling them confusedly furious. Oh, you're not dumb. It's okay. You're just confusedly furious because you don't know, how to fucking interpret information that has been made available to you by someone that's not me or someone who's being paid $8,000 a month by Brian Tyler Cohen's dark money group.
It takes years to build enough trust with someone that they say, I'm going to pay for this. And it takes seconds for them to cancel it. Others have unsubscribed from YouTube and other platforms. There are people now, not just hoping for us to fail, but monitoring to see if we do have the failure. I don't want to let those people have the satisfaction.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, when they're literally admitting it, they're like, there's not much you could say about it. What's the name of the channel that tracks everybody's YouTube subscriptions? David's the only one I've heard say that he's lost like memberships and subscriptions over this. So, I wanted the social blade. Monthly gain subscribers. Yeah, he hasn't gone into the negatives on any of this. Monthly gained views. He's up a bit on views. Because this came out at the end of April, right? I think the article came out on like the 28th or the 30th. And so if he replied to it on that day, then that would make sense why he had like a big jump. Oh no, wait, sorry. Not April. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's August. At the end of August. Okay. So yeah, so it doesn't look like he's actually lost subscribers. Like maybe some people unsubscribed, sure, but that happens all the time with anything. Like every single fucking video he's been putting out all has like positives for every single day in views and subscribers. He hasn't gone into the negatives across, like at all for subscribers. So yeah, he's not in the negatives at all.
So we estimate about 6,000 YouTube subscribers out of 3.3 something million. About 6,000 YouTube subscribers have canceled. Now, during the same period of time, 5,000 have signed up, but 6,000.
How is this not Trumpian, Gavin? How is this not Donald Trump? Like, this is exactly what Donald Trump would do in this situation. Talking, we've lost a lot of subscribers, folks, but we've gained a lot of subscribers too. And those losers and weepers, those idiots.
No, he's fucking stupid. So David Packman is saying that if you go look at our stats, like I just did, that you're not going to see a big drop off because we gained about the same amount in that time that we lost. So you're not going to see this huge dip because we still gained around the same amount that unsubscribed. And that is true, is when you look at the numbers, it just sits at 0 right here. Like, it's at 0. So he's not wrong. Like, it kind of evens out there where like almost everywhere else is in the plus across the board. But here it's just a 0. So it does seem as though he kind of evened out.
Folks, they tried to do us wrong, but we're gonna show them, folks. They're not gonna keep us down. You know, we're already winning bigly. We're already back.
It's amazing watching these guys because it shows just how much they misunderstand the issues with Trump. The fact that even earlier they were acting like it's so weird that you would sue a journalist. It seems as though, like I said, they're taking the fact that like everybody had an issue with Trump suing a journalist and now acting like, yeah, nobody's ever allowed to sue journalists. That's not how that works. Like, you're allowed to sue journalists. You're allowed to sue journalists, and you're allowed to like contest things, especially if people are putting out like malicious misinformation about you. But not like if you're the president, you're held to a different standard.
Back to winning. They tried to keep us down. We were down. We went right back up. What did we do? We went right back up, folks.
And that's why I have to sue people, specifically members of the press.
Exactly. It just sounds like it's coming out of Donald Trump's mouth. This is the definition, textbook blue MAGA.
Yup.
And have canceled. I'm not asking them to come back. Many of them have made their decision. If they decide to come back, great. What I am asking is, if you're a regular watcher on YouTube and you're not subscribed, there's about 4 million of you, consider subscribing. If you listen to the audio podcast, you don't watch on YouTube, but you have a Google account, consider subscribing. If you watch on TikTok, consider subscribing on YouTube. There's no downside, there's no cost. And of course, remember that this show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpackman.com.
No,
now let's get to
not
the defamation.
primary. Look at this shit, everyone.
Over the
really
last
quickly.
few days, I've consulted
Gotta
with some of the
remind all of you folks. I got it right here. 17 different sponsors of the David Packman Show, okay?
Why are we listening to these guys? They sound butthurt because they sound butthurt. That's why. Because they sound butthurt. Yeah, I put out a tweet just a couple of days ago where
Zed King tip $2. Why is Israel/Palestine the issue for the left in your opinion? I see a mix of left/right wingers having a massive overlap of Zog posting, but for the left they insert this into everything. It's important to discuss, but I wonder why it ties to everything.
because for them, if the United States is engaging in a genocide, and genocide has been the worst thing that a country could do to a group of people for the longest period of time. Like, we think of Hitler as the worst person of all time because of the, like, knowing genocide that he was engaging in against the group of people. That the United States supporting and paying for a genocide, that this is like the worst thing that they could possibly do. And so the fact that they believe that Israel is engaging in a genocide against Gaza, that, like, that's all that matters. Like, that's it. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters. Only that. And so if any politician is even slightly participating in, pro-Israel rhetoric, taking money from AIPAC, saying that Israel has a right to exist, anything, they are immediately against that person, like, full stop. Nothing else. Like, they are just, that tons of content creators are literally saying nonstop, Israel Gaza is the one issue. I have become a single issue voter, and Gaza is that one issue. Palestine is that one issue. So it's not that just by chance they happen to just autistically insert this into everything, not realizing that they're doing it. But no, that's literally the game plan. They want to insert this into everything because this is the one issue for them. Did Tom just say it's okay for journalists to lie without repercussions towards the president? Really? No. I said that the president shouldn't sue them.
Over here, let's take a look. Some of these I've never even fucking heard of. Zoom in. We gotta open in a new tab because Twitter is fucking deranged now. Here we go. 3-day blinds, Smalls, ground.
But yeah, I was showing on my Twitter. They just tweeted out. This dude has a truly insane number of sponsors. And that's all they just took a screenshot of his website showing all of the sponsors on his website. That's it. That's all they did. They just, oh, look at that. A lot of sponsors. That's it. So weird.
News, Lumen, Magic Spoon, the fucking cereal that they make keto for some reason and pretend it's healthier for you by putting in a bunch of preservatives and weird artificial shit to me. Oh, it's not sugar. It's not sugar. It's not going to make your carbs go up for the day. Start Mail, Naked, MD Hearing, Paired, Incogni, Babble, Athletic Greens, Helix Sleep, Fume, all kinds of ridiculous shit.
Also, these aren't even good.
Well, and on top of that, they're acting like the only thing that they really care about is that people disclose their sponsors. He discloses all of his sponsors. They still give him shit for it. Doesn't make any difference. They're still giving him a whole lot of shit. Even when he discloses all of his sponsors, they're still going to give him shit for it.
Deals. You get 6 bottles of Naked Juice for $39.99 if you fucking use the code Packman. That's a dog shit deal. Are we just talking about Naked Juice? Like the
I think it's Naked Wines.
Wines. Okay.
Naked Jews. These guys are obsessed with the fucking Jews, bro.
That's a low-key good deal. Then never mind. Everyone go hit it. I was thinking. Remember Naked Juice?
Oh yeah,
Is that not
that still exists.
That sounds like a fucking a lawsuit in the making.
Well, they're selling wine, not
True, but still. Either way, hit up Naked Wines, guys. David Packman get you 6 whole bottles for $39.99. I might have to do that myself.
Yeah, it's crazy like that. I'm like, Sheath, comfortable ergonomic underwear. Use code Packman for 20% off. Like,
hell yeah.
This is a real fan-funded small dollar show. Like, no, it's not, dude. Stop lying. You're corporate as fuck.
Yeah, and all that money, and you still can't pay real artists to do the illustrations in his dog shit kids books that he hawks on.
You're corporate as fuck? That these are not like major companies that they have listed here. These are not huge fucking companies that they have listed here, first off. Secondly, these are that he's getting like he's giving them discounts for their shit, and then he likely gets like a small percentage. Normally, if you give somebody a code and say, when you get it, like, you know, use this code, normally that makes it to where you just get a percentage of whatever it is that they bought. But here, he actually has coupons, like 50% off, 50% off, 40% off, 50% off, 50% off. Like, that's fucking huge. I have no idea how much money he's getting when they're literally giving them half off on all of this stuff. It's probably not an absurd amount of money that he gets off this when they're already giving his viewers half off on this crap.
Like, no, it's not, dude. Stop lying. You're corporate as fuck.
Yeah, and all that money, and he still can't pay real artists to do the illustrations in his dog shit kids books that he hawks on Amazon.com, which again feature generative AI illustrations. Complete fucking insanity. But yeah, let's watch this. He's about to get into, you know, he's been consulting with his lawyers, Zach. He's his legal.
Did they disclose that they were going to do an ad reading for his book today? Did they disclose that he was a sponsor of this?
Legal team is at the ready. He's well funded. He has all the dark money on his side. He's ready to enter the legal arena.
This show primarily is funded by direct memberships at joinpackman.com. Now let's get to the defamation issue. Over the last few days, I've consulted with some of the top defamation attorneys in the country, lawyers who have won some of the largest verdicts, I think, in U.S. history. And one thing I appreciate about good lawyers is they give you the full story up front. And most lawyers I've dealt with discourage litigation. They give you all the downsides. If you go to a lawyer and they go, oh, this is a slam dunk, let's start litigation tomorrow, I've learned to be skeptical of those lawyers. And most lawyers try to talk you out of litigation unless you, number one, really understand what you're getting into, and number two, you really want to do it. Now, I have not decided as of this moment whether to file a lawsuit. I'm not even going to name potential defendants in this segment. There's no reason to, but there would be multiple. if I were,
which tells me that he's a fucking bitch and he's just trying to threaten shit and throw his money around and be like, well, I'm getting all this dark money, so you probably can't stand up to a legal challenge for me, and I could bankrupt you as a result of how many well-funded fucking dark money people I'm surrounded with. You know what I'm saying? Like that, he's trying to threaten the press. That's what is going on here. He's trying to threaten journalists. He's trying to threaten the press, and not just Taylor Lorenz. He doesn't want people to keep digging. He doesn't want any of us out here to keep fucking digging. Because as I mentioned earlier, Taylor Lorenz only scratched the surface. There's a lot more to find out, and he doesn't want anyone going on that mission.
Bro, if you're like these sorts of claims, this is the type of stuff that's just really fucked up, that they're going to keep saying there's a lot more to find. Okay, then find it. Find it. Show it to us. If you're saying there's a lot more to find, then find it. What the hell? How are you going to sit there and say that he's trying to scare everybody from doing this while you're literally sitting there, no problem, saying there's a lot more to find with no evidence of that? This is ridiculous, dude.
100%. Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yep.
We're successful, the upside in theory would be I've cleared my name, at least in some generic sense, and that would be great. But there are some significant downsides to getting involved in that. Number one is the cost. Unless you're in a highly public situation like the Sandy Hook parents suing Alex Jones or some of these other scenarios, you're not going to get a lawyer to take the case on contingency, meaning you start paying legal fees immediately. And I've been advised this could take 6 figures in legal fees just to get to the end without even a guarantee of getting the money back, right? I mean, hopefully you win, but winning can depend even on technicalities like what states are these lawsuits filed in. So that's the first consideration. Secondly, a case like this probably takes 12 to 18 months. And I'll admit, it would be extraordinarily stressful. I am not litigious by nature. I think all of you know that. I've never sued anybody. It would be stressful. It would be time consuming. Remember, I have a newborn at home. And it also likely would take me away.
For you, it'd be stressful to you to fucking go after some powerless fucking journalist with all your army of money and fucking lawyers and dark money and shit. Oh, I'm sure that'd be really stressful for you as you try to ruin someone's career for reporting fucking facts, for literally just exposing something that we all have a right to know about.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
From the show. And so part of it is a conversation with my audience. Is it best for the show? Is the audience best served by 12 to 18 months of litigation instead of just focusing on the show and for focusing on the baby? And then number 3 is the reality of the outcome. Imagine that it takes 15 months and I win, right? Imagine I win. Maybe there's a financial settlement, maybe not. But even then, the damage, to the extent that there will be damage, is mostly going to be done. Am I really going to go 15 months from now and show the people that did abandon the show right now the victory? And are they then going to come back? And, you know, most defamation cases don't even go to trial. They end in a settlement. The settlement often includes that no one can talk about the settlement. So it's also like,
you know all
at
about
the end
that.
of all of that, 6 figures in legal fees and all of this, if there is a settlement, okay, I get some money, but is it even really the public victory that might help from a publicity standpoint, especially if it's a settlement no one's allowed to talk about? So that's what I'm contending with.
Yeah, this is obviously just empty threats. I mean, obviously, I hope for the sake of Wired and for journalists out there that he doesn't actually go through with this. Obviously, I'm not trying to like dare him into doing it or whatever, because that would be horrible and just a nightmare for, you know, the people involved. But I think it's pretty obvious he's trying to threaten.
There's a video of Taylor Lorenz talking about the fact that she's been sued so many times and that everybody has... that the judge has thrown out all of the lawsuits. That's what she says, which isn't true. That, like, I just showed you a woman a little bit ago who says that they settled, and that, like, she didn't have much of a choice but to settle. But on top of that, she says in one of them, in one case, they even had to pay all of my lawyer's fees because of how bad it was. That's not normally how that works. Like, it's not just like, that's how bad it was. The judge was so blown away at how bad this was that he was like, You have to pay their lawyers' fees as a punishment for filing such a ridiculous lawsuit. Like, that's it. It's not how that goes.
The press. He's trying to intimidate reporters from doing their fucking job, from digging into his corruption and the corruption of his whole fucking friend group, all of these fucking idiot collaborators of his, right? That's what this is about. But no, he wouldn't. I personally do not think he would have an actual case here. I don't think there's any fucking case here. And also, like, to actually prove defamation, it's pretty hard. You have to prove that the person went in there and was trying to take you down a peg, that they were...
Yeah, that it was malicious. Like, it has to be that they knew that they were spreading misinformation. They knew that they were wrong about this. And, yeah, it's almost impossible to actually prove these things.
Trying to negatively affect you or your company, that they were trying to hurt you. There has to be some level of intent proven. And for you to say, oh, well, I lost 5,000 subscribers out of almost 2 million, like that's not really going to prove that she did anything to you. For one, they're going to be like, okay, so you don't like this article, you think it implies things about you that you don't agree with. Well, that's her fucking right as a writer. That's her free speech. She has a journalistic First Amendment, yada, yada, yada. And she didn't inflict enough damage on you for it to actually equate to any serious damages. Like I said, as far as your career reputation is concerned, there's no way to prove that she went into this with any bad intent either. She was, I mean, even if you think she was wrong or disagree with her conclusion or whatever, there's no proof that she went in here to try to smear you or defame you. You just don't like what was exposed.
I mean, we had that conversation as it relates to Bridget Macron, right? And Candace Owens. There's a massive lawsuit coming from Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, against Candace Owens for defaming his wife.
Let's take a look, Zach, real quick at some of the comments on David Packman's video, because it looks like some people in his audience found it equally as funny that he's pretending to not know how to pronounce APAC, and that is just hilarious. The more I think about it, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's just a blatant lie, and to me, it's an admission of guilt. It's an admission of guilt. Do you know how you were making the point earlier that the way they're behaving makes them look guilty as fuck, like they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar, and I don't even like cookies. It's like, we all know you fucking like cookies, dude. Like, here you are with your hand in the cookie jar. You know what I mean? I don't even know how to pronounce APAC. What a brazen lie. And to be honest, everybody, it shows how little he thinks of his audience. It shows how dumb and gullible and captivated he thinks you guys are. And that's why he just can come out here and lie to you like Donald Trump. You're not going to scrutinize the things he said. You're just, oh, don't you know David denied that? Brian denied that. No shit, they denied that. They were accused of doing something wrong. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? They said they didn't do it. Of course they said they didn't do it. What the fuck? Like, they're not going to come out here, oh, yep, we did that. Like, of course they're going to either let it brush it or they're going to lie. But what you have to look for is the receipts. Did they come out here and say, this is the contract I signed? The things that are redacted right here are your personal information that we can't let out. But other than that, this is the whole ass contract. This is all I signed. Right? It just said, hey, we're going to give you $8,000 a month because, you know, we think you're a real swell guy. We don't have any other strings attached, though. Thank you. Please use some of this money to improve your thumbnails. We hate them. That's all. If that was all it said, he would have published that shit immediately. He would have put it up on screen. He would have read it out to his entire audience. But he thinks you guys are so audience captured. He thinks you're so parasocially warm to him that you don't care what he says to you. You're just going to keep cheering blue team good, Packman good.
Yeah, they're too, what do you say, confusedly outraged or something.
Yeah.
But this one's interesting. And to be fair, I'm not cherry picking these. Some of them are positive. This one says, not worried about it. I trust you guys because you all tell a verifiable truth and cover whatever is current. Okay, well, that's AI. So never mind. This is a clear bot. That's been
Utah
fucking...
Jag.
Yeah, literally, look at this shit. I trust you guys because you all tell a verifiable truth and cover whatever is current. That's literally a bot. Are you kidding me, bro? Literally, that is a fucking AI bot.
Do you think he's botting his own chat
Yes.
to give like
Yes.
positive commentary?
That's probably why his view count is so high too.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Like, at least click on the fucking channel, bro. At least click on the channel. If this guy literally has a picture of a real person in the fucking photo, he could actually have videos of himself on his channel doing shit. Like, just click on the fucking channel before you start saying that this guy's just a bot. What the fuck?
If we're being real, I mean, I'm not trying to get sued. This is all just a satire, or I'm not.
Yeah, I was about to say this guy's gonna fucking sue them for saying he's a bot.
Actually saying that, but yeah, that's clearly
playing a character.
We're all playing characters. Yeah.
I'm Billy, and that's silly. Okay, we cannot be litigated for anything we say.
So yeah, so this is literally they're pulling the like Steven Crowder bullshit where they can just like, oh, we're just fucking around, like we don't mean anything we say so that we can't get sued for this. Like, it's all just satire, guys. It's all just satire. We don't actually think that like there's any problems with Israel in Palestine. That's all just a joke. We actually are paid by AIPAC. Like, that's what's funny about this. It's just irony. Yeah.
Well, in character.
Exactly. But back to the real human being commenters, best reaction would be to go on Breaking Points to give an interview. You seem to be putting up with straw men rather than dealing seriously with these allegations, which I think is a good point. I think that, yeah, if David Packman really wants to challenge these accusations or allegations or whatever, then yeah, go in the fucking lion's den, defend yourself, talk to...
I don't think that David Packman's response was all that bad. I did feel like, we talked about this yesterday. I keep wanting to call him Brian Taylor Thomas, but that's not his fucking name. But Brian, I think was his name. I think that he was a little bad faith in like some of the stuff that he said. Like, he was just kind of attacking her character. He starts off by saying, at the risk of giving a troll attention. Brian Tyler Cohen, yeah, thank you. But yes, he starts off by saying, at risk of giving a troll attention. Then he said, later says that, I wouldn't want to associate myself with somebody who's getting compliments from Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, or somebody who's friends with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, which pretty obvious. Like, there's no reason to believe that they're friends. They were literally making fun of her in that clip. They were actually making fun of her in that clip. We watched the full thing. They were sitting there saying, like, she's somebody who's actually dumb enough to believe this stuff. Like, so I think she's actually being honest. I think most Democrats are lying because they're not that dumb to believe the fucking stupid shit that comes out of their mouth. But she is dumb enough to believe that stuff. I think she's actually telling the truth, that she really believes this shit. So, like, they were making fun of her for, like, always wanting to wear a mask and everybody should be vaccinated and like that. They were just making fun of her the whole time, and they tried to use it as though she was like friends with them. So it was definitely bad faith in the way that Brian responded in that way. But I don't know. We'll get to some of that stuff when we get to Destiny's conversation with them.
Someone like Crystal or Sagar, try to fucking invite Taylor Lorenz on. See if, she would be interested in hearing your pushback to her own article, instead of just dealing with straw men like this comment says.
100%, and I would just like to publicly put out to Taylor and David Packman, we'd be happy to host that debate here on the Vanguard. We'll rent a space for it. You guys can fly out. We'll dress up as referees. Be a good time.
And then here's a good one to finish things
up.
Oh,
that's a good idea. I wouldn't mind dressing up as a referee for hosting debates tomorrow. That's actually not a bad idea. I used to referee for like little community leagues around here back in the day, and I'm pretty sure I still have my ref shirts. So I might go grab my fucking ref shirt and wear that while I moderate all of these debates tomorrow. That would be fucking funny. I feel a little bad that I took it from them, considering it's these guys, but it's not a bad idea. I think I might do that.
David, you need to actually speak out about the genocide in Gaza. And that's a good point, because it returns to the substance. It's like, again, whatever you think about this money, or whether or not he should be taking it, or whether or not it's defensible, you know what I actually care about? This man's content, and the fact that he does not speak out about the genocide in Gaza. The very few times he's talked about it, he's run cover for the genocidal regime that's responsible for these crimes against humanity. as Zach is showing you guys right now. It's
Hamas
crazy.
appears to bomb their own hospital. Israel blamed. And there's a bunch of examples of this, guys. Bunch of examples of this. And yeah, he has 3.31 million subscribers, and he's out here pissing and moaning about 5,000 or 5,000 subscribers that, you know, pieced out. And the reality is, because those were 5,000 that he wasn't paying for.
Yeah, 100%. So it's pretty pathetic to watch him panic as his audience turns on him.
And now, bro, now they're saying that he's paying for subscribers. What the fuck, dude? These guys literally just make shit up as they go. I don't get these motherfuckers. Like, what substance do you get from people who just sit there talking shit the whole time with no substance?
Again, even though his view count is fine, he seemingly has enough bots to weather the storm. The comment section tells a more honest picture. It really does. You know, there's only so much bots can do when it comes to, you know, creating this facade of like, oh, my community is totally on board with me and they're all 100% on my side, bro. There's no issue here. Nope. The comment section tells a different fucking story, as does the panic in his voice when he talks about, oh, all these people leaving, all these people fucking unsubscribing. Maybe I'll have to sue. Maybe I'll have to sue to get them back. Who knows?
It's so MAGA. David Packman is the definition of blue MAGA.
He's a lot more boring than Trump is when he threatens to sue people.
True. Oh god, I know. But isn't that just the perfect like foil of a milquetoast liberal Trump?
Yeah.
Just like fucking Squidward sounding, droning on. I mean, it's crazy. It's like he learned cadence from listening to Joe Biden in 2023. You know, this is how there's things going through, and it's crazy. I saw somebody in chat say he talk, or maybe it was Gavin. I can never remember. I get source amnesia when I'm on the show for too long. But somebody compared it to how you would talk to a kindergartner. Was that you, or was that chat that I was reading?
I think I said that. He's like coming out here and condescending everyone. Yeah.
Literally, it reminds. So when I was a kid growing up, right, my mom was a preschool teacher, and that is what this dude sounds like to me. He sounds like he's lecturing a preschool audience. And it again, I don't mean to keep beating the same drum, but it really is revealing how he thinks of his own audience, right? He doesn't respect them at all. He doesn't respect your ability to think critically or disagree with him.
Oh, because these are the ones who think critically. Okay.
Pushback or anything. And that's because he has 17 fucking sponsors and $8,000 a month in dark money. He doesn't depend on you guys, right? Which is why we get so incensed about this and why Gavin and I respond to every super chat. We're in the comment section. We're talking to people on Twitter. We're reacting to the things you guys say live on chat. I'm watching this, feed go by, even though it's really fast now. It's hard to focus on all the time. You know what I mean? We are in community with you guys. We're not on a pedestal talking down to you. We're all on the ground floor having a conversation.
As you're sitting here just making shit up and misleading your viewers and just saying whatever comes to your mind. Don't worry, guys. We respect you guys. As we sit here and just fill your heads with whatever bullshit we feel like telling you, regardless of the truth. It's because we respect you.
And that is because we're an actual independent community, right? You get this like idea of you're being insulated. You don't have to listen to the people who you're actually making content for, right? And I'm not saying you should become audience captured. You have to sometimes know, hey, this is my value. I have to draw a line in the sand just because a bunch of people are telling me that the COVID vaccine is scary. Like, I'm not going to change my mind. I listened to the doctor. The doctor went to medical school, not me, just to give one example, right? But when I don't know. When you have all this money that's coming guaranteed to you, you can just fucking piss off and tell your audience to go fuck themselves and keep saying the party line and buy bots.
And you don't care.
Like your views aren't going down.
Yeah, and you don't care because those aren't actually the people you're making content for. You're making content so you can prostitute yourself out to the highest corporate bidder, and then throw your audience in the trash, betray them, and say, "Oh, I don't give a fuck. I'll sell them anything." They're just a number to me. They're just a number to me that I can then use as leverage to get.
This is so cringe. This is so fucking cringe. Like, these guys, they probably want to get big. They probably want their channels to get bigger. They probably want to be able to make more money. They probably want to have more capabilities and be able to bring on more politicians and be able to engage in, more top tier, upper tier types of politics and content. This is so weird. If these guys ever get that big and actually have like a lot of sponsors and a lot of people who want to support them, to have these clips sitting there afterwards of them like crapping on anybody who's big enough to actually get that sort of money, and we could all just pull these up later and be like, oh, sorry guys, you guys have 1 million subscribers now, so we can't listen to anything you have to say anymore. Sorry about it, but you gave us this advice. We don't want to listen to people who are that big.
Get paid more from you, Mr. Corporate Moneybags. That's what it is. They treat their audience like a bargaining chip.
What up, Tally?
I mean, life expectancy, if you make it to 65 and you're a dude, is now
Crap.
83. So the real question...
No. I want the full thing. Apparently Ben Shapiro and Anna Kasparian were both on this. I just tweeted out about Anna Kasparian yesterday because she tweeted this out. Or I guess she was on a show yesterday doing this.
But why did Trump pull out? He pulled out because Bibi doesn't want the JCPOA. Bibi wanted to go to war with Iran. He's wanted regime change in Iran for
So you're saying that Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump?
Trump's the most honest person
You're saying
in the
that
world.
Bibi Netanyahu controls Trump. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I think the Israeli government controls our government.
All right,
Yes.
well, that's your
I do believe
opinion,
that. No, it's
and
not an
you're
opinion.
wrong, but that's
It's based
entitled
on
to your
evidence.
opinion.
It's based
so
on
you're saying,
impact.
So you're saying that Trump...
It's based on money and politics. It's based on the fact that Netanyahu go to the U.S. to invade Iraq and then didn't even send IDF soldiers. He had 4,000 of our soldiers die in Iraq based on a false premise of weapons of mass destruction.
Like you care about American soldiers.
I do care about American soldiers, and I care about American taxpayers who spend trillions of dollars on this trash when we are dealing with $37 trillion in debt.
So now you're a fiscal conservative.
Yeah, I am a fiscal conservative.
Welcome
When
to
it
my
comes
world.
to spending our resources on wars that we shouldn't be fighting on behalf of a foreign country.
Let me understand this. You're saying that Trump is so weak and such a pussy that he just listens to whatever Bibi does? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think he's weak or a pussy. I think he's
just said Bibi controls
transactional.
him.
I think he's transactional. Wait, and I think that he buys this ridiculous narrative that Iran was behind the 2 assassination attempts when there isn't even a shred of evidence other than Netanyahu declaring it.
So I posted, I said, I can't believe this loser has the nerve to complain about Trump like this in public when she didn't even vote for Kamala Harris. Anna Kasparian has gone full schizo. And then I posted the clip right here.
This is something that I personally felt. Now, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris either. This is something that I personally felt. Now, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Kamala Harris either.
She didn't vote for either one of them. Like, she didn't vote for either Trump nor Harris. So I'm sorry, but like for you to sit here and complain about Trump afterwards and the fact that he's controlled by Israel, that's on you, motherfucker. That's on you. If you actually voted against him, if you actually voted for Kamala Harris, then you would actually have a horse in the race. But the fact that you're sitting here afterwards complaining about Trump when it was pretty obvious that Kamala would not be nearly as bad as Trump. She would not, like, you can still feel as though she was going to bow down to Israel a bit more than you want her to, but not nearly as much as Trump. She was never going to sit there and say that she was going to clear out Gaza and turn it into the next Las Vegas or turn it into a Riviera and put up gold statues of herself over there. She would never say that they have no right of return. She would never do any of that crap. Never. She would never do any of that crap. Bibi Netanyahu never would have sat there giving her a nomination for the Nobel Peace Prize. That never would have happened. So the fact that this fucking cunt sits here now whining and complaining about this shit is so embarrassing, dude. It's just infuriating listening to her whine and complain about him when, like, obviously he's got just an endless amount of negative traits. He's got an endless amount of like problems. He is endlessly ruining our country currently, but she didn't get to say anything about that. She had a chance to say something. She had a chance to have her say, and she chose to sit out. She might have gone and voted for Jill Stein or something. I have no idea. Maybe she voted for RFK. But when it actually counts, when it actually matters, and she'll probably make some excuse like, oh, actually, I live in a state where, you know, it was going to vote blue anyways, so it didn't matter who I voted for. It wasn't going to make a difference. But that is a full cop-out. I do not accept that excuse. When you go and vote, you are putting your name behind something. You are saying what it is that you stand for, and especially as somebody who is a political content creator who should be helping people find one direction or the other. And don't steal my excuse. I do not accept that fucking excuse. I don't accept it. I do not accept it, and I can't like if especially, as I said, especially for somebody who's a political content creator, one of the biggest political content creators, you having no backbone, having no like person that you're willing to vote for, having nobody that like no way to like guide your audience in one direction or the other, you're just a waste of life now. You are literally just a waste of life. You exist in a two-party system. Act like it. It's so fucking stupid, dude. So anyway, so this is the stuff that like I just posted yesterday about her, but apparently her and Ben Shapiro were just on CNN, and so I'm trying to find the full clip. Also, if somebody can find me that debate, I would love to watch this debate later if we have a chance. If somebody can put this in content suggestions. It was posted by Adam. I don't know who Adam is, but he posted this clip, and then it says in the corner, download Minect. I don't know if that's just like a sponsor or something. I have no idea. Okay, so that one's 3 minutes. What's the lady's name who hosts that show? Abigail or something like that? So I think if I look up CNN, like in her name, it'll show me the panel. It was on her take. It kind of looked like it, but I wasn't sure. Abby Phillips, okay. So yeah, so somebody else put it out. Couch Politics put this out with 16 minutes of it. But yeah, this clip is only 3 minutes. I don't want that. The Rubin report has a fucking, what the hell? All right, thank you, ZK. All right, yeah, I guess we only have the Couch Politics one that we can do.
Hold on. When you're talking about the government paying, you're talking about Social Security, which is people's money.
Well, it is not the money you paid in.
It's the system that they pay into.
Well, no,
you're calling.
Yes, but believe me, I pay a lot.
I don't know about
I promise you, the amount that people are taking out is not the amount that is going in, which is why we are going bankrupt.
Okay, but it's not
to do with that.
It is not even
our
remotely a
national debt.
percentage of what we
No,
spend in Social
our
Security.
national debt shot up significantly after 9/11. After we started invading countries in the Middle East.
You should look at a chart.
Now
like
we're
that.
at 30.
In
We're
2008.
spending hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel. I think we
Medicaid.
spend way too much money
I'm
on
just asking as a
military
mathematical
aid
number
for foreign countries.
You think
Absolutely.
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security?
that Social Security is more of an issue compared to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
Hello, everybody.
Oh,
Guys, we got
no.
the alpha male.
Oh no! Where did you get it from, bro? How did you get this? It says Ben Shapiro, the squeaky bigot himself, is on the panel and was ready on all cylinders to make a fool of himself. What the hell? It's not fair. Maybe it was live? Yeah, but that's really hard to get live footage like that as well. Especially if you're gonna publish it on your YouTube channel. Like, what the fuck? I don't want to have to keep skipping through this guy's commentary. But also now I'm wondering if he got the 3-minute clip and the rest of it's him talking.
Reporting millions of immigrants who were paying into Social Security, which, by the way, 176
Yeah, it looks like he got the fucking 3-minute clip and the rest of it's him talking. Okay. Go the fuck home, idiot. I bet that actually happened. You know what? I bet that actually happened in that debate. I'm sure this one time Chris on Culture actually had that in the fucking debate. I'm sure it's not, you are a stupid asshole. You're so full of shit. Go the fuck home, idiot. You MAGA piece of shit. You're dumb, asshole. What a load of bullshit. Get the fuck off my show. Are you fucking dumb? Get the fuck off my show. Are you stupid as fuck? Huge fucking meltdown. What the fuck is going on? What a load of bullshit. You fucking sellout. You're stupid as fuck. Go the fuck home, idiot. I'm sure. Get the hell off my show. I'm sure this is the one time where it actually happened. He replied to me one time where I commented on one of his things and I was like, bro, this is the worst fucking clickbait of all time. And he replied to my comment and said, hey man, appreciate you commenting on my video. You're doing real special things over there on your channel. Like, don't fucking suck up to me, bitch. Like, that's some fucking bullshit. That's some fucking bullshit clickbait on your fucking thumbnail. I'm not falling for this shit.
Is when should the life expectancy, if you make it to 65 and you're a dude, is now 83. So the real question that I was asking is, when should the government pay you to retire? Which is a sort of different question than when should you retire. When you should retire is sort of a personal question, and also depends on your definition of retirement. I don't think that, if your goal is to be 65 and sitting on a beach for the rest of your life doing nothing, that the social science tends to say that's not very good for you. You actually should be involved in your community and get involved and still have a side job and all the rest of that. But if we really believe that we can't raise the retirement age and we're never going to change that, we will go bankrupt. And all the talk about cutting at the margins, whatever Doge is doing, that's not going to touch the real driver of the systemic debt in the United States. Women are living to 85 if you make it to 65. Men are living to 83 if you make it to 65. That's 20 years on the public dime.
When you're talking about, when you're talking about the government paying, you're talking about Social Security,
Yes.
which is people's money.
Well, it is.
That's-
Well, it is not the money you paid in. It's
the system that they pay into.
Well, no,
you're
you-
calling.
Yes, but believe me, I pay a lot.
I know I'm paying into Social Security. I don't know about
I promise you,
but-
the amount that people are taking out is not the amount that is going in, which is why we are going bankrupt.
Okay, but
well, kind of, because in reality, Democrat states and Democrat cities pay way more into federal taxes than Republican cities. And so it is true that Republican cities actually use more and pay less in government subsidies. And so it is Republican cities. If we're gonna say, you know, somebody's making us go bankrupt, it is Republican cities that are gonna be at fault for this more than anybody. Republican cities, Republican states.
It's not the government just handing out a blank check.
No, it's the government
people
borrowing money to
into
pay.
the Social
Well,
Security
you pay in X dollars, and then you get multiple times X dollars when you retire. That is how the system works. It is not a lockbox. This is what Al Gore was arguing about in 2000.
The other part of this, though, is at 65, right? I mean, yeah, you might be in great health, but many people are working hard jobs. They're on their feet.
It depends on what job.
I think if you're working back-breaking labor
Sure.
and your leg is
Right.
falling off, that you should be.
I mean, by the way, I just totally reject what you just said about how we're going bankrupt due to Social Security. Really, you don't think like the trillions of dollars we've spent on wars in the Middle East might have something to do with that?
It's not even
Our
remotely a
national debt,
percentage of what we spend on Social
our national debt shot up significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
You should look at a chart.
Now
on
we're
that.
at 30.
In
We're
2008,
spending
it went.
hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel, on Ukraine. I mean, honestly, these foreign conflicts have a lot more to do with our national debt as
hell
opposed
they do
to
by the
us
numbers.
paying
That is just
into
untrue.
the
You think
security system.
Israel is a bigger portion of our budget than Social Security, Medicare,
I think we
Medicaid?
spend way too much money
I'm
on
just asking as a
military
mathematical
aid for
numbers
foreign
thing.
countries.
You think
Absolutely.
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security?
that Social Security is more of an issue compared to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
matter of
Look,
expenditures and math,
that
yes.
both entitlements and defense are a big issue. I actually think Ben has a point here. I think that the nature of aging has changed. I think retirement is evolving. I mean, you know, my husband is 71 years old. He's still writing books. I'm 55. I hope to work for another 15 years at least. But I do think it depends on the kind of job you do. And it starts to get into the devil's in the details here, because if I'm working with my hands and I'm 65, you know, that's a problem. Maybe technology can help, et cetera. But there's got to be some understanding of what people are doing. There's got to be probably some means testing, which gets to this point about the growing wealth divide, because there really are two Americas here.
Wow. Whoa. All right. Is this the same?
Billions of dollars we've spent on wars in the Middle East might have something to do with that.
It is not even.
Social Security, Medicare,
I think we
Medicaid.
spend way too much money.
Okay, yeah, it's just literally the same thing. All right. Fuck everybody. I hate all of you. Some bullshit.
Look like kind of great. Well, I'm excited to chat about my story.
Yeah, do you want to introduce yourself?
Bro, the way that he just laughed right there, like that's got, you can see her face where she's like smiling and she's like trying to like test the waters to see how combative this is about to be. And so she's like, yeah, I'm really excited to be able to chat about my story. And he's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, I was so excited. Yeah. You can see her facial expression just immediately change. Like, oh shit. What did I just walk into? Ah, fuck. Look at her face, dude.
I don't know how to fix it.
I think it's
sorry.
clear
I
for
look
us.
like
We're
kind
good.
of great. Well, I'm excited to chat about my story.
Yeah, do you want to
Why did he laugh like that, dude? That is so weird. This is so weird. He just laughs and she's like, shit.
Introduce yourself or anything, or do you want to hop right into it, or?
Yeah, people probably know who I am. I'm Taylor Lorenz. I'm a journalist. I cover the content creator industry and online influence. I write about basically online culture and like the influencer economy. So a lot of it's like entertainment adjacent.
She's not wrong about the military budget, but she's just saying it because Israel. Well, she's not just talking about the military budget though, because she keeps bringing up specifically Israel. And that's the problem, is that Israel, the amount of money that we send to Israel is not more than we spend on Social Security and crap like that. So the problem is that she does keep like hyper focusing on Israel. If she didn't make it just Israel and made it our defense budget, then yes, now there's going to be a lot more there, especially once you start including how much money we send to Ukraine, how much money we send to a bunch of other countries, and like, you know, NATO, United Nations, R&D, like all of this other shit is going to be a lot more. But yeah, when she just makes it about Israel, like the biggest employer in the world is the United States military. That is the biggest employer in the world. So there's nobody with more employees than the United States military. I believe. It might just be America, but I believe it's in the world. But yeah, like, so when you start making it about just Israel, like, yeah, it's not nearly as much as it would be if you made it about, like, because I think when it comes to like the amount of money that we spend on stuff, I think it's like 900, fuck, what is it? Is it 900? Okay, Google. How much money did the United States...
Something went wrong. Try again in a few seconds.
I think what went wrong is that you fucking interrupted me. Okay, Google. How much money did the United States put into the military in 2024?
According to Wikipedia, budget for FY 2024. As of the 10th of March 2023, the fiscal year 2024, FY 2024, presidential budget request was $842 billion.
Okay. So it's $900 billion went into our defense fund, and about 200 billion went into second place, like our second place thing. I don't remember exactly what it was. It might have been like Social Security or something. I'm not sure, but yes, second place was 200 billion. Whereas first place is defense spending, which is 900 billion. So it is it's a pretty massive fucking difference. Pretty massive difference.
And then I also cover like sort of the politics and business and culture related to like influencer stuff.
Gotcha.
Influencer stuff.
Okay. So obviously you've written an article that's blown up quite a bit on the internet, caused a lot of people some grief, me included. Okay, who are upset. And then obviously we got a lot of favorable coverage from.
You weren't in the program though, right? You weren't in the program.
I don't know. Was I in any of the documents? Maybe I was one of the dark money recipients. You know. No, I wasn't personally, but I'm on the. I would say I'm on the same team as a lot of those people. So, I guess one of the things that I'm kind of curious about, I guess the first question before we dive into it is, one of the questions that's been posed a lot by me and other people is, why not ever publish any of the contracts themselves? Because it feels like obviously there have been a lot of creators now that have come out and responded saying that a lot of the claims weren't true. I think you've replied to them that the replies aren't necessarily rebuking anything you've said, but I'm curious, why not just publish like parts of the contract?
It's such a good question. Oh, it's such a good question. And it's something that I get all the time. You know, when I reported, for instance, on Mr. Beast's years ago, before all the Mr. Beast stuff came out publicly, I wrote a big cover story for the New York Times about Mr. Beast's labor practices and these really restrictive NDAs he was signing people to, and some of the other stuff. And you heard the same thing from like, publish the receipts, like publish the contracts. and this is something like I think people have gotten used to because of social media and because most of the sort of content that they're consuming.
So throughout this, people keep saying, well, she has an editor, therefore. She has, you know, they go through editors, therefore. I think generally that is true. Generally, that is a thing that we accept. But the problem is like when Donald Trump comes out and says, that's not true, they're lying about me. Well, he says that about literally everything. Like everything that ever comes out about him, it's a fucking lie. So you don't like at that point, sure, like it's probably on Donald Trump to kind of produce something at some point because he never does. Whereas, but even with that being the case, when it came to the article about all of the text messages that were like where they had actual information about military targets and shit in real time, and all of the, you know, Tulsi Gabbard and everybody in the group text all said that they weren't actually spreading real-time military information that was secret. The Atlantic put out the actual text messages. They showed their receipts. They proved that everybody was lying. They didn't put it in the original article. But then once everybody lied about it, and they lied about it under oath in front of Congress, then yes, they put out the actual screenshots of all of the receipts proving that they all lied about this. So it is a thing that journalists do. They do put out receipts. They do show proof of things sometimes. They like, it's not just this weird internet, like, you know, oh, Twitter expects receipts. Like, we go through editorial processes so that we don't have to do that. I think that makes sense in some cases, but only if it's necessary. So with the Atlantic, they didn't put the receipts in their original article because they were afraid that it might release like top secret military information that could harm people in the future. So they didn't want to put out any information that would actually get soldiers into dangerous situations. But then once they found out that that was not the case, then they were able to release the receipts. When I go and I confirm somebody's age and I don't want to dox that person, I don't want to put out their private information or anything, yes, I will go through other people who are trusted and have them verify the information, and then they come out and say, yes, Tom does have all the receipts, Tom did verify all this, this is true, blah, blah, blah. So that we don't have, but the reason we're not putting all this out is because we don't want to dox this person. We don't want to put out their public or their private information. We don't want to make it to where like they lose all of their privacy over this situation. So there, in that case, there was a reason for not posting it. In the Atlantic article situation, once all that stuff was made, I forget what they call it, but where it wasn't secret anymore, they published it because they had no reason not to publish it. In this case, she has no reason not to publish it. She has no reason not to publish contracts.
Is maybe through YouTube or through like social media content where there's this like receipts culture, right? Which is great in a lot of ways, where people are sort of showing evidence on screen as they're talking about things. So I wish I could publish like 100% of our reporting material. I feel that way about all of my stories. But we have sources. So in order to report this story out, and how I originally found out about the story is actually from people in the program themselves. So people in the program reaching out and being like, hey, I feel weird about this. I think you should write about it. Like, I'm part of this program, but I want to essentially like be a whistleblower and kind of like draw attention to some things that I have problems with in the program. So we have to protect these people's identities. And one thing that we heard from one of our sources is that the contracts themselves might be watermarked with weird spacing. And so there might be some identifiable things like that, which is something that's totally common, by the way. Like, companies do this all the time. They actually do this with internal emails as well. So, whereas we used to get these things, especially in tech journalism, you'd like get these emails like, ooh, internal email from Meta, like here it is, screenshot. Now companies have gotten smart to that. Obviously, if you're a company, you want to know who's leaking your stuff. And so they'll put these weird little things in, like an extra space here or something here, that sort of differentiates each thing, each sort of like person's contract or person's email or whatever, to make it identifiable. So we just want to be really careful and protect our sources. That said, Many people at Wired reviewed the contract. We had a lawyer go through it, of course. Like, you know, no one's disputing what's in this contract, and nobody has been able to disprove what we've reported on. So, you know, for instance, these creators that are like, well, that's a lie. You know, our contract doesn't say that. They also have not published the contract publicly, but what they could do, even if they didn't want to publish the contract publicly, is they could go to Wired and say, here's the real contract. It doesn't say what Taylor's claiming. And of course they haven't done that because the contracts actually do say, you know, our story is factually correct. So I know that there's lots of misinformation about the story, and I do think people have taken, I think a lot of people also.
That's true. Maybe they didn't know that that was an option, but generally she's the one who's making the claim. And so if a lot of these people aren't allowed to show their contracts to other people. And so they're like probably literally part of the contract is that they don't expose their contracts. They don't show their contracts to anybody else. Whereas she's not under contract. So she can leak whatever contract she wants. She's able to do that. And she's the one making the claim. So it would make a lot of sense if she puts out the contract, considering the fact that she has no reason not to.
Also because it's paywalled, are making a lot of like wild assumptions, like based on the story, you know, to sort of speculate on a lot of things. But I would encourage people to actually read the story, because it is pretty straightforward, where we're just reporting on sort of like what the contract says, if that makes sense. But that's why we can't just come on and not just by the way, our reporting wasn't just based on the contract, right? We also had recording of an entire Zoom call where all of this was discussed. We have screen recordings of all of the group chats where all of these influencers were discussing the contract and discussing the program and discussing the nature of the program. We have internal emails from the company about the contract and about the program. We have negotiation. We have copies of receipts of you know, emails and text messages during the negotiation process. So we have a lot more than just the contract. And of course, we have the testimony of the people that are in the program themselves who have spoken to us. So we have a lot of reporting. But yeah, unfortunately, that's how a lot of journalistic institutions are where we are not like operating by the same principles as I think like the way the rest of the internet does. But I wish we could, because I totally understand people wanting to see the contract, and that's why I've encouraged these creators to share the contract. I think it would dispel a lot of misinformation on their part on everything.
Gotcha. Okay, so here are a few questions. So the first question is, if you had to guess, how many of these contracts do you think you saw or got to read through?
A few. Yeah, a few. I mean, there's a few tiers of the program, right? So, and we talk about this. So and we have contracts for multiple tiers. So most of our story is focused around the highest tier paid, you know, version.
Yeah, the 8,000 a month, whatever one. Yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen all the contracts, you know, for the different tiers and compared them as well.
Is it not trivial to just like open up two contracts and look at them side by side, or overlay them to see if there's like weird spacing or watermarking that happens?
So there are slight differences, and and also there's identifying info in some of them. So yeah, that is what sort of originally made us a little bit nervous.
Because for the identifying info or for slight differences, so oftentimes for journalistic outlets, rather than showing you an actual thing, they'll show you like a reconstruction. So this is really common when people are reporting on text messages, for instance. You're not actually seeing a picture or a screenshot, but they can reconstruct the text in a program and then show you like what it would look like. Yeah. So I guess I feel like a lot of things that would be put to bed for people's questions about some of the claims in this story is like just a reproduction basically of some of the clauses.
I would love to do that. I actually have advocated this for a long time, and it's so funny because this is something that people got really mad at me for previously when I said, like, I had a previous story about text messages, and I was saying, why don't we just write the text messages? And we do in the story, right? We do reproduce the text messages in the sense that we're quoting directly.
I've done that before, is where I had to like put out text messages and stuff, but I couldn't just like copy and paste everything in the way that it was like formatted originally, because there was like a lot of private information in there, and I felt like just like blanking out the private information in some of the cases would have looked like really sketch. So I just did like a recreation of the text messages in a video format, so that it would just it would just look like the text messages, but where it's blatantly obvious that this is not the actual text messages. These are just like a recreation of it.
from the text messages in our story.
Mhm.
So there is that. But I agree. I think it would be great. Unfortunately, we're not able to do that for whatever, this is ultimately editorial judgments. There's reasons why they don't show source material. But I agree. I would love that. I think for honestly, the burden of proof is on the content creators. Like, they have not been able to provide a single copy of any contract that refutes our reporting. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for transparency. I don't know if you remember my
Well, I feel
interview
like
with.
I was just as a real quick thing. So I feel like in terms of burden of proof, assuming that there's a standard NDA clause on any of these, you're not going to get in trouble personally if you publish any of these contracts. But the content creator themselves would probably have to be released from an NDA if they signed a contract. So they
Well,
would be
Brian
in trouble,
Tyler
right?
Cohen is in charge of it. Like, Brian Tyler Cohen and these other creators, some of them are all stakeholders in chorus. So and they continue to say that this is a public program. So, they're free if they feel that we are not representing the content.
She's just repeating herself. Destiny just replied to this. Destiny literally just finished replying to this, and now she's just repeating herself again. After why is she just repeating herself now? Like, why is she ignoring everything he just said? She just said this. This just came out of her mouth. You're confused. Yeah, I'm okay. My bad.
Contracts correctly, put them online and let people decide. But so far, they have not been able to disprove that.
Would that be the standard, though, that like if anybody writes a story or makes a claim about a particular company's contract, then that company is always forced to publish their contract to disprove
No,
the
they
claims?
could just reach out. No, they could just reach out to Wired and say, hey, you guys misrepresented this, XYZ, and Wired obviously has the contracts, right? So they don't have to do it publicly. They can do it behind the scenes. But they haven't done that either. And so I think that's the thing, is that they have just been unable to refute any of the facts of our story. And I understand, it's frustrating for them, but the few, the bits of information that have come out have confirmed our reporting. But yeah, I mean, if they aren't going to do it privately and they aren't going to do it publicly, I don't know what else to tell them. But
Also, when you say they aren't going to do it publicly, I feel like a lot of creators have come out and have there have been several claims, I think, that have been explicitly refuted by Brian Tyler Cohen, by David Packman.
Well, they can refute them, but they have no proof to refute. So they can go online every day and say that the sky is purple, or whatever they want to say. But we deal in facts here, and so we are dealing with the facts of our reporting and the facts of our source material. And so if they provide counter, if they can debunk something, or they could say, hey, that's not what this says. Here's what it says. Of course,
Sure, but
Wired
let's say,
is happy to look at that, but
if I say
have not been able to do that.
Let's say that I say that you wrote, I don't know if you're formally hired by Wired or if you do freelance, but if I were to make the claim, oh, Taylor has a contract with Wired and they have a clause saying that anytime Taylor publishes, she has to use the word "and" 47 times in her story. Now you need to disprove that. How would you even disprove that claim? Would you just have to publish your entire employment contract? How would you disprove the claim?
Right, that is the problem, is that they would have to publish the entire thing. Now, again, she's going to repeat that they can just give it to Wired, and Wired can confirm this, but it's likely that they're not allowed to hand over their contracts. They're not allowed to show it to anybody, so that's it. They're still probably not allowed to do that.
There's not a secrecy clause, or disprove a claim that there's not content direction given by the company. I don't even know how you would begin to disprove that claim beyond publishing the entire contract.
What are you talking about? Wired has lawyers. They have people that reviewed the contract. And if these content creators want to dispute anything in our story, they can reach out and they can say, hey, here's the proof that shows that this is false. But so far, they have not provided any proof that shows that our reporting is false. So I welcome them reaching out and showing proof that our reporting is false, but they have not done that. They have not done that publicly, and they have not done that directly, in the sense that they have not proven anything false. And so I just don't know what to tell these people, other than this is months of reporting. We have, in addition to the contract, all of these other documents that back up the facts of the contract. And that's why ultimately there are no corrections on the story. Now, is there a lot of false stuff around?
So technically there are no corrections. She is correct. They do have added information, though. We went over this in detail yesterday, where we saw that there were updates to the story, And so we were trying to find out like everything that was updated and trying to figure out like exactly like what changed in the article. And we eventually, I think, went through ChatGPT and had that, like we gave it the original version. So we went through the what do you call it? The archive. We went through the archive and like went and got the original version, and then we got the latest version, and then we gave them both to ChatGPT and asked ChatGPT to like tell us what's what, and it did have a number of differences between the two. The main difference though was that there was somebody who was part of Chorus, like one of their lawyers, who reached out to them and clarified a bunch of like new information and gave them a bunch of quotes about it. And so there were some important differences in there, but I don't think that they weren't necessarily corrections. They just updated and added more information that gave a more well-rounded perspective. Because when we read it, those were not in there. When we read it, there were not quotes from anybody else, and they didn't have like more information. And the only time she said that she reached out to Chorus was in like March of this year. Like, she's coming out with a story in like right before September, but the last time she reached out to them was in March for a quote. And so yeah, it was and she was reaching out to them for something different as well. Like, she reached out to ask them about something specifically different than what she ended up writing about. So
the story where that people have taken our story and sort of speculated on things, certainly, and I hope that we can get into sort of debunking some of that. But in terms of the facts of the story remain. And I think you'll note too. I don't know if you go by Destiny or Stephen on stream, but Stephen. Okay, sorry. You know, one thing that they've attempted to do, you know, since this has come out, a bunch of nonsense, right? Of course, they're going to make it all like they're going to start conspiracy theories about me and stuff. But one thing that they've done repeatedly is make this claim, well, Chorus is public. Chorus is public. So we've always been able to talk about Chorus. Here's the website. Here's whatever. No one is disputing that, right? Chorus, I myself have written about Chorus publicly before. There's an entire New York Times story by Ken Bensinger about Chorus that's public. So no one's disputing that Chorus is public.
Again, just some people are. She isn't. Some people are. Like, there's a video on my Twitter showing that, like, yes, some people are disputing that.
Like, the unreported part and the stuff that our story focuses on is this funding system. And so that was the non-public part. And I think that is something to focus on. I think, look, if you want to debate the ethics of dark money, there is a debate around that. Some liberals feel that we should use dark money. Some liberals argue against it. Like, that, you know, that is a debate. But I think what most people would agree on, if you ask the public, and certainly this is what I think like, you know, any sort of ethical expert would say as well, is that disclosure is really important. And if you are presenting yourself as a journalist online, which several of these content creators are presenting themselves as news sources or journalists, that you should be public about being part of a politically driven funding program.
Journalists or news sources. Those are two drastically different things. Those are two drastically different things. Journalists or news sources. Like, a journalist, I highly doubt any of these people are representing themselves as, like, TikTokers and shit like that are representing themselves as journalists. News sources, okay, sure, I could buy that, but news sources for, like, for them just like rereading somebody else's news or somebody else's article, you know, something that another journalist put out, not comparable to an actual journalist
program, because that's just valuable for your audience to know. Just the way that, you know, Stephen, if you were taking tens of thousands of dollars from some, I don't know, political effort or something. Like, even if you say, look, they never gave us talking points, I don't have to disclose. You're right. You don't have to disclose legally. There's no legal reason that you have to disclose. But, you know, is it good for transparency to have this sort of non-public money like flowing around our political media environment? I don't think it is. And so that is how some of these content creators felt as well. And that is part of why they reached out to us, is because they didn't feel comfortable. They signed the contract, but they didn't feel comfortable with certain things within it. And so anyway, and I'm very surprised, by the way, total side note, that they didn't preempt my story and just do some puff piece about, we're excited to announce some funding program, because it would have completely thwarted our story.
So a number of people have made this criticism where they said, they're like, wait, they seem to know that this was coming out. So I don't know why they didn't say something ahead of time and try to like preempt this with some bullshit, you know, with some like, you know, hey guys, just wanted to let everybody know we're paying all these content creators and we're doing something special here, and just wanted to give you guys an update on how special this thing is that we're paying all these content creators for, and like that they like keep mentioning a lot of shit in there that's going to come out in the article, so that like before the article comes out, they have a lot of that information out there already. A lot of people have said this numerous times, but they, again, like Brian Tyler Cohen and a bunch of them did mention numerous times that they were paying these content creators. So,
but they didn't do that. I don't know why.
Sure. So, I mean, there's a separate discussion to be had about disclosure. I think my biggest issue is I feel like selective disclosure is worse than no disclosure, as in if only some people are forced to disclose then and others aren't. I think that's not good. So I feel like the push should be towards changing the legal framework around what the reporting requirements are. Otherwise, you're just like basically playing from behind, because obviously like conservatives or other movements don't have to do any of this. But
100%. Yeah, of course.
Circling back on the I guess like a couple questions just to nail down something. So the first thing is, you said nobody from Chorus or from the 1630 Fund or anybody associated with this, nobody has reached out to you or Wired personally to have a conversation.
Oh, they've
about
reached out. Oh, not to me personally. They've reached out to Wired, but they've been unable to provide any facts that dispute our story. They've been unable to provide any evidence that disputes the fact of our story. But they've certainly responded. We incorporated their request for comment. I tried to reach them for weeks, right? And so as soon as we published the story, they gave us comment finally, and we incorporated that comment into the story, which is obviously something we would always want to do. We tried to do that before publication.
Gotcha. And then for the second part of that, so before this story went live, you're saying that you provided like full copies of the contracts to Wired's, I guess, legal team in order for them to go through to make sure that the claims in the articles comported with what they saw in the contracts?
Of course. Yes, of course.
Okay. So I guess like a couple clauses, because some people have released like parts of the contracts publicly that they've gone over, and maybe
I saw it's like some on Instagram or some video a girl had
on
it
TikTok
behind her.
and Reels and everything else. Yeah. So obviously I'm not privy to the entire thing at this point. So I can't speak to any particular clauses. So I'm curious if there are other things that you saw, because there were some things that just didn't seem to be based on the things that I was reading. One of the big claims I think that was made in the article was the idea that you had to funnel all of your independent contacts through Chorus if you're going to arrange for like a meeting.
You had to loop them in. So you have to loop them in. So I think one thing that's interesting in that video that girl made, sort of disproving thing, number one, the email that she shows where she's reaching out to someone directly is from June 2nd, before the program even began. So it doesn't disprove anything. Now, you don't like it. According to the contract, you were supposed to use Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. Chorus Newsroom is this like internal tool or whatever. That just means that you're supposed to use that for booking things with lawmakers. Basically, they want you to loop them in on things. That doesn't mean that that they have like approval or disapproval or whatever. It just means that you're looping them in. And
so wait, why not? Because I'm curious, because I've signed a lot of these contracts. My background is in pro gaming, and I've signed a lot of influencer contracts. I've seen a lot of contracts. The language in the article was that creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. That doesn't sound like looped in. That sounds like you're basically handing over your political contacts to Chorus for them to
You
do.
are handing over your contacts, and that's what I think some creators were concerned about.
Well, but
where
then
they
you're
were
also
like,
not just handing them over, but that like they have to then set up all of the meetings and arrangements. Like if you're funneling something through somebody, you're not just
right,
looping them
you're
in on an
doing it
email.
through Chorus Newsroom, right?
Mhm.
You're doing it through their systems. And I just want to state, we don't, we're not making the claim that they blocked anyone from interviewing anyone, but I think this
Well,
became
but they
a
would have the
concern.
ability to, based on the article, right? They could block you from doing it.
We don't know if they would or wouldn't do that, but I think the issue that creators expressed
Wait,
to,
just real quick, I'm
us,
trying to clarify because it's a big claim in the article.
Yeah.
It's not would, but they could. If you have to funnel it through them, it seems to imply that they could block you from doing some content if you independently organized it. No.
I mean, I don't know their systems, and I don't know if they would do that. I don't know. We didn't talk to anybody that had that problem. But the problem that the reason I think
Wait, but that's almost definitely what the article is saying. It didn't just say loop them in. It said that they quoted somebody saying that they had to do everything through them. It did not just say loop them in. The contract said loop them in. They said do everything through them, or something like that. I think she said loop them in, and then she quoted somebody else saying that they had to tell all of them. So it kind of gives the idea that it's both.
I think you're missing why creators had a problem with that clause, and creators that we spoke to had a problem with that clause, Stephen, because
yes, Stephen,
there's increasingly this problem really since the Democrats lost, but even through the election last year, where there's these sort of middleman type organizations that hoover up a lot of contact details and kind of insert themselves as middleman and get in between creators establishing these more direct relationships with these lawmakers' offices. And so I think some creators bristled, given what previously happened with Chorus one time, where they did this event. I can't remember, it was for some Trump address in Congress or something. They had a bunch of creators come. The creators created the content, and then creators felt like, well, Chorus is kind of taking credit for this content because they helped facilitate part of it, but I really want credit for the content. And so creators, at least in terms of like that funneling, the booking stuff, I think creators felt like, I don't want to have to use Chorus Newsroom for booking. I don't want to have to share information with the Chorus network. Like, I just want to maintain, my own relationships, and I want to have this one-on-one relationship with the lawmaker. And now I have to be part of this bigger.
There's two things to this. Like, one is that obviously, like we've talked about this numerous times now, is that the fact that, like, if you're getting paid, they're giving these creators a lot of money. Some of them are making $8,000 a month. Okay. So if you're getting a lot of money like this, it's not ridiculous that they would have to go through them, and that, like, there might be some stipulations within the contracts that say, hey, we're giving you a lot of money, and when we give you this money, this isn't just to benefit you, but this is to benefit everybody. And so we want to give you resources and help you. But if you end up getting some resources as well, good. We want to support you in that. But also, we want to use your resources to continue helping everybody else as well. This is an incubator. This is a thing to kind of help everybody. And so if one person is able to gain, we want to try to help everybody gain. And so that's one thing. That wouldn't be like a weird thing if that was the case. That wouldn't be odd. But the other thing is that reading the contract, it just didn't seem as though that was the case. Reading the contract, it seemed as though they were saying that they only had to loop them in if they were using their resources. They say, like, for booking engagements, X, Y, and Z. Well, okay, if you're using their booking engagements, now you have to go through them. That's what it seems like. That's what, like, from reading the contract, that's what it comes off as. It leaves room to where she could be correct, but I just don't think that's the assumption that you would make reading that. I think that for her, that I would expect her to debunk the other ideas. I would expect her to, like, do her due diligence and make sure that what I'm saying is not the case. But it doesn't sound like she did. So,
you know, this bigger ecosystem where suddenly, for instance, a smaller creator gets a big interview. I think their fear, at least what they told us, is like, well, what if some other bigger person in the program then, once Chorus is looped in, does the interview and that person gets more views than me or whatever. So I think it's, they sort of just, they felt like they, you know, they wanted to maintain, they didn't want to have to book through, you know, these systems. And
Yeah, I can
again,
understand.
we don't
I guess
have,
the thing
yeah.
was just based on the clause that I had seen released from that, the 3 parts of it, that idea of them being able to be a blocker or that you'd have to funnel anything through them. I didn't see that unless there was another part of the contract that didn't get released.
Well,
I didn't see it at all.
it says, right. And I think we can feel comfortable talking about exactly this specific language because one of the creators did post just this specific paragraph. So we can discuss the specific paragraph. But, you know, it says book engagements. Chorus will provide contractors with access to the Chorus newsroom, which coordinates booking engagements, right?
Yep.
Contractor agrees to 1, use Chorus Newsroom to book engagements. 2, disclose to Chorus Newsroom personnel any engagements with government officials or other topics related to Chorus's policy agenda. Very broad. I asked Chorus what their policy agenda is. We still don't know. That contractor arranges through other means. 3, collaborate fully with Chorus regarding all such separately arranged agreements. So, you know, that to a lot of creators that spoke to us felt unnecessarily restrictive. They felt like, hey, I'm my own person. I'm fine being part of this incubator program, but why do I have to use their system to book all these things with lawmakers? Why do I have to loop them in on things?
Sure, but that makes sense that you would just say no then. Like, that makes sense that you would just say no. But when you're doing like an article that comes off as a fucking hit piece, you're mentioning these things as though they're like some devious shit. Like, as though this is something weird. This is malicious. They're taking advantage of them. Like, that's what it comes off as. So it's a little odd that she mentions it in the way that she does when, sure, like, there might be some things where it's normally in a contract, there's going to be somewhat of a give and take. That's the point in a contract. If all it is, hey, we're giving you money. Like, okay, well, then maybe the creator's going to go get a contract and have you sign it. You're not going to give them a contract. They're going to give you a contract and be like, okay, you got to make sure that you're giving me money. But, like, there's a contract because there's going to be some give and take. There's going to be some restrictions. There's going to be some, like, there's going to be some differences in what it is that you can or can't do. And so that's just a normal part of like signing a contract.
And sort of funnel my contact stuff through them. I don't want to give them my contact info. I don't want to have to loop them in because I'm worried that someone else from the network is going to big dog me and, you know, take my interview or do something else. So
Sure.
I think it's just,
so there are 2 things going on here. So one is from somebody that's been part of organizations and part of agencies and part of a bunch of other things. I think it sounds like the goal of the newsroom basically was to connect creators in the program to, I guess, like
lawmakers and things like
lawmakers,
that.
policy wonks, whoever else, right? So I feel like it makes sense that if I'm going to, let's say that I host an org and I have like 20 smaller creators and I bring them, you know, and I have them introduced to Bernie Sanders or whatever, if I have an arrangement set up to where after that meeting, Bernie Sanders' staff is going to get 17 emails from creators saying like, hey, we just met you. Can we also do our own one-on-one thing? That nobody would ever want to be a part of the newsroom stuff. Like, you would never have access to any of that information because now every single time somebody's brought in. So it would make sense for newsroom related stuff that you would have to at the very least loop in or clue in Chorus with what's going on there, especially if they're the ones that have like reached out and made the contacts. I guess the
and
issue
that's
that
the argument.
the only issue I have just on the paragraph is that like that funnel like heavily implies that the way that the article is written is that Chorus can block you from doing your own independent media. I guess
we
stuff.
don't make that claim in this story, and I'm sorry if the word funnel sort of implied that to you, but we don't make that claim. So Stephen, you brought something up that I think is actually a really
to just say, oh, we don't make that claim. Sorry that you felt that way. Moving on. Like, what the fuck? That's it. Like, no, that's a pretty like obvious thing that seems to be said in the article. I think most reasonable people reading the article were coming to that conclusion.
One more quick question on that. I'm sorry. And then you said, okay, because I don't know why, because you use loop Chorus in on the next sentence? Why not just say loop in? Because I've never in my life heard funnel. Funnel always means you're handing the reins over to somebody else, right? Like,
well, you are using their program to book it, but sure, I
Well, but
guess
you could also book it on your own, right? Because the next sentence you have is that you can loop chorus in on any independently
but you have to
organized
loop them
engagements.
in,
Yeah,
right?
but loop in is not funnel. Those are two really different things, right?
Okay. So
Wait, do you
one thing
acknowledge
that you
those are two really different things? To loop somebody in
I
versus
mean,
to funnel
I
it through?
personally don't interpret it that way, but if you want to interpret it that way, you're welcome to interpret it that way. I think, again, this is another reason why.
You're welcome, Destiny. You're welcome, by the way, that she is giving you permission to interpret it that way. That was really nice of her. I don't think he realizes how nice it is that she's allowing him to interpret it that way. The fact that she's giving him that permission shows a lot of good faith here.
It would be really helpful for these creators that feel that maybe, hey, that word wasn't 100% right or something, that, you know, they can release the contracts and people can litigate the specific language. But I think what you brought up, which is the bigger point in all of this.
No, whoa, that is very different. What she just said there is totally different than what she was saying before. Before she's saying, that's not at all what I was trying to say. But now she's saying, well, if they want to release the contracts and show that the contracts say something different, well, wait, you're currently saying that the contracts say something different. You're already making the claim that the contracts say something different. You are making that claim right now. You said this whole time. That's not what you intended to say. That is not what you were trying to communicate with this at all. So why would they release the contract to prove something that you say you're not even saying? That's weird. Why would you tell them to release a contract to prove something that you never even fucking said? What do you mean? You would just keep saying, that's not what I said. That's not what that means. There's no reason to take that interpretation of this. Like, that's what you would say. What the fuck? That was a wild fucking, like, just like slip that in there as I move on to the next part of this. That was that was wild. Okay.
This is exactly the experience or the situation that you described, right? You have 17 creators. Oh, now these lawmakers are going to get 17 different emails, whatever. Maybe Chorus is providing this service where they're going to loop everyone in, or they're going to, you know, everyone's going to use this sort of one cohesive system and put it all sort of through one thing. So you're right? Like that there is an argument to be made for that type of system. And I've talked to a lot of lawmakers, especially on the Senate side, but also in the House, because the House has had a bunch of, you know, the comms group there has like been doing a bunch more with influencers. And they like working with these intermediary groups because they're like, oh, our lawmakers' offices are inundated with all these people. We want to hand it off to a gatekeeper who's a middleman who can figure it out. Because we just learned that the YouTuber world existed yesterday.
Yeah.
So we can't evaluate all this stuff. We don't have the staff. So we like working with these third-party groups. So I think like
that's not, she's acting like she's giving some huge concession here. And that's not some big like confession or concession or anything. Like that's not even, yeah, they like having intermediaries. Like, yeah, you're like the idea that you're kind of giving to people is that this is them getting over on them. This is them like being able to take advantage of these people. So yeah, of course, if you're giving the idea that they're able to use this to take advantage of them, and you're like, yeah, these organizations, they really like being able to take advantage of these people and get over on them in this way. Yeah, no duh. That's kind of the point of getting over on somebody.
Chorus especially has kind of become this like intermediary, again, helping these lawmakers. Like some of these lawmakers have spoken very positively of that service. But to content creators, it feels to some of these content creators that spoke to us that they feel like, oh, well, now we have this new middleman to get through, where I used to just be able to go directly to the lawmakers. And now I have to go through this middleman. And so there's been resentment towards not just Chorus. There's other groups that are seeking to, this is like a big new thing that all these groups are sort of seeking to do, is like establish themselves as middlemen.
I'm curious, why do you think those creators then signed that contract?
Well, they signed the contract because they all have different reasons for signing the contract, but some of them disagree with things in the contract and tried to get out of different things in the contract. But
Well, sure, but if you're signing a contract, there's going to be a give and take on any contract, right?
Sure.
Like if I get hired by a company to do some amount of work for $10,000 a month, I'm going to hate having to
You're
work,
going
but I'm
to
gonna
do
like
some
getting the money,
trade-offs.
right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, you'd have to, ask them. But I think it's interesting. I think what's interesting and like what interests me about that, like this clause that you're bringing up, is that especially if we want to like zoom out a little bit and look at the Democrats' media strategy, they've consistently relied on these kind of middleman groups. We had Village Marketing, of course, during the campaign, basically serving this very same purpose, where they're sort of filtering creators, determining who gets access to lawmakers, et cetera, et cetera. And I totally understand from the lawmakers, feeling that that's valuable. But more recently, and I talked to one lawmaker actually it's been a couple months ago, it was the White House Correspondents' Weekend. And this representative was telling me, you know what? I'm beginning to be suspect about some of these groups because I've been hearing from these other content creators that I actually would have loved to work with that they haven't been able to get through the gates of these groups. And I feel like maybe now I'm cutting myself off from other opportunities. And so some lawmakers...
Like I said, I don't understand that because anybody can email. I'm pretty sure all these comms people are... I know this because I've talked to some of these people. The comms people
anybody
are on
can
Twitter.
email.
Anybody
of
can email.
Course,
So I don't know how you could
but
ever
they're
get cut off.
inundated, and so they're not. What they mean is that these lawmakers, and especially the House, which has established a lot more like, because there's so many of them, more of these sort of like middlemen. They just rely on the middlemen. So they're just like, you know what, we don't really take inbound. Now a lot more lawmakers are more open, especially people like Ro Khanna and others. They are becoming more open, where they're like, you know what, I might rely on this middleman for some stuff, but I'm also going to try to ensure that I hire staff that actually can evaluate these opportunities and even do more proactive opportunities to kind of develop our own direct relationship. And on the Senate side, Cory Booker has really done this, where Cory Booker himself has become the kind of middleman. And Cory's office has done a lot, actually, to help educate other members on the Democrat side on the Senate of who content creators are, how to work with them, how to evaluate these opportunities. And Cory's office has created a lot of shared resources to try to help empower them so that they don't just have to rely on these like third-party companies, which also are making money, right? And they don't have to like worry about that. So I think it's just interesting.
One of the things, I guess
how
when I look
those
at this,
strategies evolve.
We keep using the word middleman, but like there's a value that these types of
course
organizations are
there
providing
is.
to both the lawmakers and to the streamers themselves. But it feels like when we talk about whether you want to say loop in or funnel or whatever, like it seems like we're talking about this as though it's almost like predatory or it's preventing people from doing some things. But the reality is that Chorus is just protecting the business that it's in of being able to form valuable connections.
Totally, from a business standpoint, I understand that. And from a business standpoint, they want to also capture, like what they also want to do is make sure that people aren't going off, that people are in this program, right? And that they're off capturing, like, say you're in this program and you have these people making this content that ends up really successful, the Chorus wants to capture that and be able to put that in reports and stuff. So I understand it. I think what I found so interesting about this specific thing is that there are all of these discussions right now happening on the House and Senate side about, because again, they've all sort of just discovered influencers like in the last 6 months of like, how should we handle this? Should we rely on these outside agencies? How much power should we give them? How, who can we hire internally? Is it the digital team? Is it the comms people who, a lot of requests come through the comms people, but the comms people really only deal with traditional media. And so that's what like Cory's team especially has really on the Senate side tried to kind of like educate people about. And I think on the House side, it's a little bit more of a free for all.
Yeah. So
but
I understand all of that, I guess. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think that when you read the article is almost completely or overwhelmingly negative in regards to Chorus and its place and the connection they have between the influencer and Congress. But Chorus in this way is just functioning as like the same type of talent agency or rep that exists in ubiquitously across every single agency.
It's interesting you bring up talent agencies and reps, Stephen.
Yeah.
Because these content creators, many of them also have talent agencies and reps. And so one drama that Chorus got involved in months ago was actually relation to exactly what you're just describing, which I think is what you're going to say is like, this is what talent agencies and reps are doing. Like they have social good departments at WME or whatever, right, that can help set these things up. So Chorus, and not just Chorus, and we can use Chorus as Chorus is an example of, there's also there's lots of other sort of like Chorus copycat type agencies that have cropped up.
Sure.
These talent agents and managers have become so livid with these middleman agencies because the middleman and I just say middleman because they are, I should just say agencies, the managers and agents are also middlemen. Okay. It's middlemen against middlemen.
Sure.
But we have like these political groups where Stewart, Brian, Tyler, Cohen, they're very much from the political world, the people that started Chorus. And then we have the entertainment world, and the entertainment world, they for a long time have already been in this space. And suddenly the political world is like, oh, this doesn't exist. We're going to set this thing up, right? We're going to serve this thing. And we already have these relationships with Congress people. So you're seeing a lot of clashing where the management companies and the talent agencies feel like, hey, how dare you go off and represent our creators? Only we represent our creators. And then also confusion on the booking side where they're like, well, I reached out to Chorus, but should I reach out to UTA? Should I reach out to what? It's just absolute chaos. And I think
hold on. I feel like this is dramatically over exaggerated. There should be no chaos here whatsoever. So I literally have signed with UTA in the past. Exactly when you're signing with agencies like this, the contract they're giving you generally gives them, if you're serious talent, they have the exclusive right to organize any type of paid sponsor activation, whatever type of event like that.
Right.
Stuff that Chorus or these other political organizations cover. There might be some ambiguity there onto whether or not that would come under my UTA contract. But if I'm big talent or if I'm medium-sized talent, of course I'm just going to ask my UTA rep, right? I'm just going to shoot him an email or message him on whatever platform to say, hey, does this conflict with this contract? I don't know how this could be massive chaos.
So
that's what I said. Because when we see some of the text messages from people saying, we don't like these parts of the contract, blah, 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 and some of them are like, well, it looks like it's just take it or leave it. Well, that it sounds like some of them had to have had conversations with Chorus and saying that hey, we don't like this. I'm not sure about this. Hey, what's this wording mean? Can you explain this to me? And that they would get responses that they would be able to say yes, I actually asked them about this. They did say, I do have to go through them for everything, right? You would think that they would ask them about these things before just saying oh, I'm upset about this, but I guess I'll sign it anyways. Or, this is bullshit. If I get Mamdani, then they're going to take him away from me. So I'm just saying no. It feels like they had to have had numerous people asking about these contracts if they were that confusing. But we haven't heard any of that. We haven't heard that anybody was asking questions to Chorus that they were getting answers for.
What's chaos? So first of all, you're talking about a talent agent contract, which is different, of course, than a management contract. What the chaos is that's happening is that many of these creators, especially if they're big creators, are signing up. They want to do political work. Some of these big creators, they're like, oh man, I do want to get more involved in politics. I hate that Trump won, right? I do want to get more involved in politics. So they'll sign up with one of these third-party things, sometimes not even getting paid, right? They're not even part of the paid Chorus program. Maybe they just signed up for Chorus because they want to do more stuff. And then the talent agents are coming in and being like, well, wait a minute. We're the one to negotiate deals. We're the ones that have the exclusive right to sort of represent you and negotiate opportunities for you and things like that. And so there's just this tension, which has, by the way, it's funny. We can talk about how the right has resolved. The right had a version of this also that they dealt with. But I think that it just shows that there's just a lot of sort of kinks to work out in terms of streamlining this process. And as the Democrats work to leverage more content creators, I think that it's interesting for me as a journalist to write about these different strategies and the way that these things are evolving. And so that's why I'm interested in Chorus, and not just Chorus. I've reported on the other groups too. And I have another story coming out soon about a whole other similar group. But they're all sort of jockeying for they're all jockeying for their own businesses and their own business interests, but also the lawmakers and the Democratic lawmakers that I've spoken to are also trying to figure it out. And they are sort of getting their sea legs. And so I think that covering this stuff is interesting. And if we want to look at the right, by example,
it's just interesting. Before I guess move on to that. So I agree with what you're saying there. But the article, in my mind, it just basically reads like a hit piece against Chorus. I don't see any of the redeeming or positive qualities.
Yes, this isn't just interesting. She's not just pointing out that this stuff's happening and just wants to let people know. That's not what that article was at all. That this article was a hit piece. This article was to let you know that this horrible thing was going on. And it's literally just listing off all of these negatives about this. So it just, like I said, they did have updates. So some of the updates did have like responses from them that is like makes it to where they do have a bit more. It's a bit more well-rounded now to where you actually hear about like you hear some of their responses to some of these things. But the initial article was just a hit piece. Like it was just them telling us how horrible this was and how predatory it was, and for her to now sit there and be like, oh yeah, I just want people to know that this is happening and how interesting it is. But that's not at all what was happening in that fucking article, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Qualities. I think the only prescription I saw in the article when you quoted the V sub whatever that person's name was basically that this group just shouldn't exist at all. Like no types of group like this should
a lot
exist
of these
at all.
creators don't want any middlemen, so they don't want any.
But those creators don't need to have middlemen. They just don't sign with these groups, right? That's
well,
super
that
easy.
creator has other. They do have other middlemen. I mean,
Well,
but
then why
again,
are they
this
signing?
is
Well,
just
wait, but they
debating,
have
yeah.
them. But I mean, then why are they signing with them? They don't have to.
Okay. Some creators don't want to have any middlemen. Okay, well then they just don't have middlemen. But they do have other middlemen. Okay, so then they don't. Their issue isn't that they don't want to have any middlemen, because as you just said, they have other middlemen. So that's what you just said the first time about them having a problem with ever having any sort of middleman whatsoever, obviously is not the actual truth, because as you just said, they have other middlemen. They also have middlemen in other scenarios. So this is getting ridiculous, dude.
Unless they're being held at gunpoint to sign the contracts, right?
Yeah. I think the thing that struck to me, and this is not really what we're talking about here, but I think like the main crux of the article is not any of this stuff. Like the main sort of thesis of the article is that they took undisclosed money, and to me that is something that people have a right to be concerned about, because Chorus is not unique in the sense that they are not the only ones, running these sort of influence campaigns, right? This has happened on the far right for years, although less so. They've gotten a lot more transparent. But like there's a lot of influence campaigns because of the lack of rules around this, like you said earlier, because the FEC is like out to lunch and there's no regulation basically in the influencer world. We are seeing just like a lot of these influence campaigns happening, and consumers aren't aware of it. And so consumers consume this content and they don't know what people are being paid. And that is very different from how traditional media worked, because to all the problems with traditional media, there is a lot more disclosure.
Is there? Do I know like every single source of funding for like podcaster people or for like Fox News?
No. We're not talking about podcasts.
Yeah, well, no. But even for like anchors, even for like Tucker Carlson, we didn't know all the people that he was getting paid by when he was with Fox News. For all of these people on CNN, like we don't know all the organizations that they work with, all of the groups that they're a part of. We don't have any idea. We don't know that crap. Like we know that they're part of CNN. We know that they work for CNN, but we don't know that they don't have other associations outside of CNN. So that's just not true at all. Like even she saying, "Hey, I just wrote this article for Wired," and then when it comes to the fact that she makes money outside of just writing articles for people, that she's part of fellowships and she's part of programs where she gets stipends and crap. This is very different. This is like shit that is, there's not some like standard that she has to be out and open with all of the fucking people that she makes money from.
We're talking about journalists. So for instance, if you're a journalist at a mainstream media organization, you absolutely could never take outside political funding. You
Well,
could
not political
work
funding, but like they could take sponsorships or whatever from other people.
No. If you work at a mainstream news organization, you cannot do any of that. And by the way, I'm sympathetic to the fact that like that might be too extreme. Like I do think that there's probably a happy middle ground where like maybe you can do stuff that's not directly related to your beat.
These aren't, when she says political funding though, these groups aren't considered political funding. Like they're considered nonpartisan 501c4s. That's the whole point, so that they can give money to people like her.
Etc. Condé Nast specifically on their fashion brands and women's fashion brands, women's media has evolved to the point that women's media organizations are actually negotiating contracts, SponCon contracts for their own.
Wait, can I just
reporters?
so I can be clear? So somebody who works at, say, who's like a host or talent at like Fox News couldn't be paid $5,000 to give a speech somewhere or something like that, they would have to disclose all of that. That's a legal thing,
Well,
or is that
Fox, I don't know. Fox News does not have the same editorial standards as a lot of other mainstream media places.
sure?
But
But when you say editorial
certainly-
standards, that implies it's not a legal thing. You're just talking about like some standard or accepted practice at some companies. But there's no
Exactly.
legal
Yes.
enforcement
So we're talking about mainstream traditional reporting, and I mean maybe I should say reputable reporting because I don't think that Fox News has a great track record on reputable reporting. But if you look at the mainstream media places, even like CNN, I hate CNN, right? But CNN, New York Times, where I worked, and other places, the Wall Street Journal, all these other mainstream media outlets, Wired, they do have these clauses where no, you cannot take outside money. You cannot do undisclosed things. You cannot do sponsorship deals on the side, or certainly not take money from a political group. You would be fired immediately and never hired again if you took undisclosed money from a political group and didn't talk about that. So I think that that's a level of transparency that actually most news consumers aren't aware of. They never realized often that was even something that that there were these editorial standards sort of behind the scenes. And I think as we move towards a more content creator driven ecosystem, it's good to have these conversations of what should be disclosed and when,
Yeah,
right?
I think I could agree with that. Actually, I think there should be hardcore disclosure standards enforced, and anybody that calls themselves media alternative or otherwise. But I didn't see any recommendations for that. It seemed like I think coming away from the article, the takeaway is just that this Chorus and 1630 fund are operating in some like especially nefarious or bad way, especially because I think you had at least 2 quoted people who were claiming that they were illegally murky at best or were being used to evade FEC restrictions. The Dubois quote.
That's what their lawyer said. Yeah, their lawyer said that. I think.
Well,
but I think
wait,
the
no, wait. The lawyer just was explaining the law. That's different
exactly.
than. But wait, no,
sure,
wait, not exactly.
Sure. He's not saying,
the thing that the Dubois.
He's saying there is no lack of disclosure. He's not saying like, hey guys, the rules exist and we're thwarting them. He's saying, guys, you don't have to worry about these rules because we're a nonprofit. We're structured in this way where don't worry, you don't have to worry about blah 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 disclosure. So I think this goes back to the crux of the problem, which is that we have an FEC that's asleep at the wheel. And I think no matter where you are on the political spectrum, although actually no, if you're on the right, you don't give a shit about disclosure. But if you are
I understand
not
the
on
FEC,
the right,
I think that we can definitely fight over how C4s
we
are
want
the
them to at
disclosures
least acknowledge it, right? We want at least,
But
and
again,
we should push these companies.
the article
we
seemed
should push
to
these companies to acknowledge it.
the article seemed to
Sorry.
explicitly target Chorus as being exceptionally bad here. So like for the Elizabeth Dubois quote you had, you were saying that the legal aspects were murky. Well, the legal aspects aren't murky. They're pretty clear. It's just that the legal aspects right now suck, right? The FEC guidelines that we have on this and the IRS guidelines kind of suck for this. So it's not that if you were to read that the legal aspect is murky at best, it makes it sound like Chorus is the one who's
So when I
been
reached out to the
murky.
FTC, yes. Well, I think what is murky is what crosses over to sponsored content, what crosses over to some of this. So I reached out to the FEC and the FTC about this, and I actually spoke to the former FTC person at length about this exact topic, because the FTC doesn't really cover political content, but people were there's some commercial activity where they feel like it can maybe some disclosure requirements can apply and all this stuff. The point is that like I don't fault, or rather, I think a lot of creators in this program are well-meaning. And I've said from the beginning, I don't think it's necessarily helpful to go around doing a witch hunt of, hey, you took the money, you didn't take the money, you did this, just goes, whatever. The reason that we have this story is because creators in the program themselves were uncomfortable with this. I think what we need to
why is it then like because you painstakingly go out to like name creators and their platforms that are associated with it?
Sure, we included the ones that are relevant, right? That we think people should know, and I wish that we could include more. If it were up to me, it would publish the whole thing.
Yeah, but what's the
because
point
I think
of, like,
people
people
deserve
knowing?
to know. Well, I think people deserve to know who's getting money without disclosure, right? We want people to know who's getting money without disclosure.
Sure. The disclosure is
But
not legally required though, and
it's not. That's the problem. It's not legally required.
But there's no argument to make it legally required. There's just a targeting of this particular organization acting like they're like in
so
some
what
special
this
bad
organization
territory.
did,
Yeah.
well, what this organization did is not value transparency. So there are other organizations similar to Chorus that do value transparency, that are nonprofits in the space that value transparency, and they say, listen, we're running, ironically, we're running this this paid thing for this political, we're running this like political effort for whatever, I don't know, whatever sort of political message they're pushing. We value disclosure. We want to make sure that you make it clear that you're, that you have a relationship with us or whatever. So a paid relationship. So I think what I would
So then
hope
it is
that
kind of a witch hunt then though, right? Like if the goal is to out every creator involved in this particular thing, the goal
Well,
is to witch
we
hunt them out of this
certainly-
program, right?
not out of the program. What we want is we want these companies like Chorus to prioritize and center disclosure. And in fact, Stephen, what they have shown is that they continue to double down on lack of disclosure. They still will not publish the full list of creators. They still won't.
Aram Sound tipped $10. Your mother. Everybody needs to stop being poor and send Tom loot. He's PBS up in Dispish, publicly funded.
True. We got $12 in 25 minutes left on the clock. Appreciate it, Aaron, for the $10 donos. We got 12 out of $25 for round one. If you would like the stream to continue, consider sending a donation. I will post the link in chat so that people can donate through Stream Elements. That makes it to where big tech does not take your money, and more of it gets to go where you want it to. So I will post it in chat and pin it to the top for anybody who wants to donate. You can use PayPal, or you can use a debit or credit card through Stream Elements. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for the $10 dono.
Release these creators from their NDA. There are creators right now that want to speak publicly but are not able to, and there are creators desperate.
I feel like so many people have gone live and spoken publicly about this. That seems hard.
No, they haven't. They've gone live and they've spoken only in the way that they're allowed to about Chorus specifically, but they're not speaking publicly about the sort of the nature of these other programs, or sorry, I can't speak. The paid nature of the program. And so what I think that Chorus should do,
just to be clear, there have been
Chorus.
people who have literally made videos saying they get paid by Chorus, they're in Chorus.
Now they have, yes, now they have, yes. But they're not talking about the aspects of the sort of non-disclosure. And that what I think would be valuable is for Chorus to say, listen, we value transparency. We realize that this program was not maybe as transparent as it should have been starting out. We want
should have been according to you, right?
Well, according to every ethics expert that we asked in media, and I think according to what the public expects from creators, which is a level of transparency where if you're going to take money from a political group for political purposes, you should disclose that. And so I think what Chorus could do to set a good example and to help build a more transparent political media ecosystem, which I think we all want. If we're somewhat on the left, we want more transparent, ecosystem in political media. Say like, hey guys, you are free to talk about this. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I was surprised that they didn't announce the program, because even now they still
they have announced, right? Like, I think Brian Tyler Cohen and I think David Packman months ago announced that they were starting this program, right?
No, they didn't announce anything about the 1630 fund or any of the funding stuff. They announced that they were doing the public facing program. Sure, that's never been a secret. That's on the website. But this private paid program was not announced. Of course, now it's all
the private paid program. First off, it says on the website that 1630 was paying for it, but they do say that they're paying content creators.
But this private paid program was not announced. So of course, now it's all public since I've reported on it. But
didn't they have like the application thing like on the website? You could apply to join Chorus if you wanted to.
You could apply to join the public thing, but that wasn't the same as this like paid thing, which is private. So of course they're soliciting creators for it.
Again, she says it's private, that like they're getting paid. That's not true. That's not true. They said they were paying them. This is the first video that Brian Tyler Cohen put out on November 19th, 2024. November of 2024. This is a week, maybe a week and a half after the election. I guess 2 weeks after the election. He says in here, watch.
I've been beating the drum about growing the progressive media ecosystem for years now.
Oh, hold on. Okay, I've got this messed up. Let me...
We finally got an exciting update. I'm part of a team of creators that's created Chorus Media. Chorus is a creator-led group of voices from the left coming together to scale up, drive the conversation online, and try and rebalance the massive disparity at play on the left and the right. So here's the deal. Chorus is going to support left-wing creators in a bunch of tangible ways.
They're going to support them in a bunch of tangible ways, and then...
funding editors and researchers and
They're going to fund editors and researchers.
Bookers, helping creators who are established on one platform make sure they've got a presence on the others, and coordinating our messaging. Now, for me specifically, I'm not going to accept any funding. That money needs to go to new creators and the folks.
He's not going to accept funding. That money needs to go to creators. What? Wait, what? Did he just say money is going to go to creators? What is that? What was that?
Coordinating our messaging. Now, for me specifically, I'm not going to accept any funding. That money needs to go to new creators and the folks who can help them grow, but I'll be...
Oh, okay. All right, so he did say. He did say that they're going to give creators money. Interesting.
For it. I talked to, there's one creator in the story, right, who's quoted, who applied for it, who heard about it. It was spreading around, like creators themselves were sort of talking about it. But I think we need a lot more transparency. Another thing that we don't...
If the maximum transparency was like the goal, I feel like the easiest thing would then just to be the publish the contract, which if you've gotten several of them, you can compare them, you can see, well, but why don't you go? You're the one who wrote the story.
I work at Wired. I work for Wired, and unfortunately they, that is their stance of not publishing the source material because they are concerned about, potentially identifying stuff. I'm with you,
Wired
Stephen.
Tell you explicitly on this story that you were not allowed to publish? That was Wired's decision and not yours, that you weren't allowed to publish the contract for this?
We've made the decision that we're not going to publish the source material.
Well, of course, I know you've made that decision because it isn't published, but I'm asking, was it Wired that prohibited you from publishing it?
I'm willing to go back and have a conversation with the lawyer about it again. But what I would say, Stephen, is that Brian Tyler Cohen is a stakeholder in Chorus. If he feels that this story is false, he could, we don't even have to do it publicly, right? He could go to Wired and say, here's the actual contract. Here's the proof that shows that your story is wrong. And Wired would correct it. And Wired has not received any proof from any of these creators privately that it's wrong. And so Wired doesn't need to post like receipts or whatever to stand by their reporting. And what I would say to these creators is if you are going to continue to say that it's a lie publicly, then at least provide proof to, the company privately to get a correction on the story. There's not a single correction on the story. And trust me, they would put a correction on the story. If we had proof myself, I hold myself to standards. Like I would love to see proof, that they like, hey guys, like all those contracts, everything else you got, all the Zoom meeting, that's all fake, whatever, like this, something else refutes it. Like, sure. But they haven't provided any of that proof privately or publicly. And I think that's because they don't actually care. I'm speculating here, but it seems to me that it's easier for them to respond to a story like this instead of, making it about discussions around transparency. It seems to me that what they instead want to do is, or what they have done is do all of these silly personal attacks accusing me of being friends with Tucker Carlson or other nonsense like this. I don't know if you've seen this online, but this is what Brian Tyler Cohen responded doing. And they've also been saying things that aren't in the article.
I think he released a 5-minute video, and I think like 3 seconds of that was related to that. But the rest of that video was responding with substance.
3 seconds.
Well, no, the rest of the thing was him refuting a whole bunch of the claims that were made in the article. He didn't show the contract on screen, which I guess is what he
show
would
any
have to
proof of what it. Yeah, he didn't show any proof of anything that he claimed.
True,
he also
but you also haven't
claimed,
shown any proof of anything that you're claiming either, other than
I'm a journalist that published it in Wired magazine. If he wants to go,
but you also chose not to publish the contract. That was your individual decision.
But again, it is published. My reporting is published in Wired. You're right. I could have gone on Twitter months ago and said, hey guys, scoop twitter.com. I'm going to publish receipts. Like this is what a lot of people are used to.
Sure, you keep saying receipts like it's a social media term, but that's not true, right? If you've been a writer, no, absolutely. There are absolutely stories that are published where tons of information is released publicly.
Sometimes the source material is released publicly, sometimes in certain instances. And there is a whole...
In certain instances where anonymity can't be guaranteed, but in an instance where you've received multiple contracts, where you can compare the contracts from one to another to verify that the language is unique from one to the other, you very easily can publish the entire contract without damaging any of the individual creators, right?
No. So what we can't confirm, Stephen, and this might be what you're getting stuck up on and confused on, is that we can't confirm.
You're confused, bro.
We just can't confirm. We haven't seen the rest. Like we can't confirm what is identifying and what is not unless we saw all the contracts, right? We just don't know. And there's no reason for us to do that when our reporting has not been challenged. If our reporting was being challenged,
the reporting, they just haven't published their contract
without any
yet.
facts,
Well, yeah,
don't
but I
have
mean,
to
like, if
publish it. They
somebody
could
says a
provide it
thing,
to
somebody can refute
Wired.
a thing without publishing a thing either, right?
I mean, Stephen, what you're arguing is something that a lot of people on the right argue, which is that unless you publish this source material in the way that I like it, why should I believe anything on Wired.com has any editorial standards? Why should I believe the Wired lawyers, the Wired fact checkers, the Wired editors, the Wired reporters? Why should I believe any of that? I'm not going to trust any of that. I'm only going to trust sort of direct source material.
Yeah, but I think that's a great thing to some extent in that there are a lot of companies that do publish a lot of the source material, right? I'm pretty sure Wired even changed. I think Wired even changed their standards to that where they don't do conversations on background anymore. They assume that everything is on the record when they're interviewing people, and I think they make that explicitly clear when Wired is communicating with people.
With spokespeople, that might be. I don't know.
Not with spokespeople, with everybody. I think Wired has an editorial standard now where they don't do on background anymore because they want to be able to source people's names directly. They don't want to just have anonymous sources. They don't want to rely on just a journalist claims for things.
I don't know if that is true, Stephen, and I would have to ask. But what I would say is the on-background stuff. I'm generally also sympathetic to the idea. I don't give comms people the benefit of on-background conversations. Like there are reasons to do things on background versus not on background. All I will say is, Stephen, if you don't trust Wired's reporting, and if you don't trust their fact-checking process, and you don't trust the fact, at that point, there's nothing that then I can't help you because
well, there's a
Wired
really
does
easy
have
thing. All you have to do is publish the contract, and that makes everything abundantly clear. And it's like, oh, okay.
Well, again, Wired stood by their reporting. They could provide any evidence
Well, I know
privately
they've
to
stood by their
Wired.
reporting.
They
You
don't
keep
have
talking
to
around
do
this.
it.
It's very clever. I understand, but like it was your choice ultimately to not publish the contract.
Yes, because I don't, you know why? Because I don't want to jeopardize my sources. And we had a lot of conversations and I shared even a portion of the contract. And even my source reached out and was like, hey, I'm just not comfortable with this. And we ultimately want to respect our sources' right to, not be discovered, right to privacy. They're very scared right now because there's a lot of legal threats that are going around. These sources
How could
terrified.
one single source even know if you have multiple people who've shown you contracts?
One single source know what?
How could one single source reach out to you saying they were uncomfortable about some provision of the contract that was shared if multiple contracts have been shared with you guys? How would they even know?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You said that you published something in your article and somebody reached out to you saying they were worried about what you'd published.
No, not in the article. I posted a small sliver of a screenshot of a clause in the contract. And I heard from one of my sources that was like, hey, I'm really scared because they're doing this legal, we're scared of getting sued. I just want to make sure that you're not going to share the contract because again, the conditions that they shared it under is that it would not be posted all publicly on the internet, that we would report on it and we would use it for reporting material, but we would not post it on twitter.com, which is the agreement that I made when I reported on this story or when I initially, now could I revisit it with them? Maybe I will try. I've actually, like I said, I have fought so hard. It's ironic that you're pushing me on this because Stephen, trust me, I have fought in every institution that I'm at to share more source material. I don't know if you remember my interview with Libs of TikTok. That interview was actually in the context of a 3,500 word story that I wrote totally separately that I think a lot of people didn't read. But I knew that actually publishing the source, the actual direct interview, would be the only way that people could sort of like truly understand what this woman had to say and that where these quotes wouldn't be taken out of context and such. So I'm with you. I am totally with you on the transparency there.
You're saying this, but on this particular case, it sounds like Wired would be okay with you publishing the contract, but you decided not to.
I'm with you. We're on the same
first
team
of all,
here.
I don't think they are okay with me publishing source material. As far as I understand, that's not something that we agreed to at all.
I didn't say you agreed to it, but you keep talking around this. But you chose not to publish the contract. If you went back to your editor right now and you said, I usually think I want to publish portions of this, you're telling me they would say no.
I already signed an agreement saying that I wouldn't. I signed an agreement saying that I wouldn't do that.
Wait,
so
with who?
I'm with Wired, that I agreed to report this stuff exclusively for Wired.
That's agreeing to report it exclusively for Wired, that you would give them the scoop on something. It's not the same as agreeing that you wouldn't publish any of the source material.
No. Stephen, please. I know that you haven't freelanced very much, but no, the point is that
Hold on, I'm sorry. Just to be extremely clear, you're telling me that you have a clause in your exclusive reporting on this with Wired, a clause in your contract that says I will not publish any of the source material in my article that I write for this.
Yeah, what I signed on to, which is totally standard in a lot of freelance contracts, is that I wouldn't publish it, that I wouldn't publish, that I would...
So she has literally an entire YouTube video on this. We watched it here on the stream. On her YouTube channel, she posted an entire YouTube video on this entire thing. And for like 1/3 to half of it, she's just quoting her article. like, for 1/3 to half of it, she's just reading through her article. And then, so that's saying that for part of it, she's reading her article, meaning she's publishing the article. And then she's also adding a ton of other context and information to it around the edges. And then she's also responding to tons of people on Twitter about this, and adding more information about like Omidyar and crap like that. And then she's also done numerous, like 10, 15 different, like, I don't know if it's that many, maybe 5 to 10 TikTok videos, like replying to people on there, putting out more information on there. Like, this is just, there's no way that this is true. That, like, if what I could totally find what she's saying to be plausibly true, where she says, like, I'm not allowed to publish anything. That would make sense to me. Sure, you're not allowed to publish anything else, and that, like, if you give them the story, they have exclusive rights to it, so you can't go and publish receipts somewhere else. The problem is, you've already been doing that the entire time. So, while I find that totally plausible, that can't be the case with what she's been doing since this came out.
Reserve all of my exclusive reporting material for them. That means I'm not using it for a podcast. That means I'm not using it for social media.
Taylor, listen,
Steven, don't interrupt.
Well,
Excuse me.
I've signed a lot of these contracts, and you're doing this game. You're doing the game.
If you keep interrupting me, we're not going to have a conversation.
Okay.
Are you going to let me finish speaking, or are you going to keep interrupting me?
Okay, go ahead.
Please let me finish my thought before you interrupt me again.
Go for it.
There are many reasons why we're not publishing this material directly. All I can tell you, you don't agree with many of them, and you can litigate them with me all day and do debate stream, whatever. It is ultimately unproductive because the result is the same, which is that I am not publishing the direct source material. Now, people can choose, before you interrupt and freak out, okay?
Dude.
People can choose to say, listen, I don't trust Wired. I don't trust their fact checkers. I don't trust their legal team. I don't trust whatever. I'm sympathetic to that because people don't trust the mainstream media. But what I would say to those people is that Wired does abide by standard journalistic practices. And if Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other people had provided information, not publicly, but reached out to Wired with information that counteracted the facts of the story, or reached out to me with information that disproved the facts of the story, there would be a correction on the story. And so I welcome them even still to provide any information privately. If they don't want to do it publicly, they could still get corrections on the story. They would just have to provide evidence that what we reported was false. So far, they have not done that. Now, listen, you can disagree with this decision not to publish the contract directly, but that is a decision that I made with the sources, and that I made with Wired when I agreed to give this reporting to them instead of doing it online. And please, you can critique me and disagree with me on that, but it is completely counterproductive to go around in circles and litigate this over and over again when the end result is the same.
Here.
And it sounds like you disagree with that. And I'm sympathetic to that disagreement because I have also been in these newsrooms where I've advocated repeatedly for us to put more things on the internet. But that is what it is. And so I guess
her concern is with productivity. That's why she's saying this, is because her issue is whether or not this is productive. She wants productivity. So that's, makes sense. She wants to be a productive person. I get it. We're at 7 minutes left in the stream, guys. We got 12 out of $25. We got $13 to go to hit the goal before I leave your broke asses. I am walking out. You ain't paying my bills. You ain't paying my telephone bill. You ain't paying for my automobile. Then we cannot chill.
Yes, we will just have to agree to disagree on that point. There are a lot of other things related to this article that I think are a lot more pertinent that we could be debunking, that we could be discussing, and instead you just want to do this, litigate this thing that is ultimately unproductive. We are just going to fundamentally disagree, and the result is the same.
And I understand, and that's fine. We can disagree on this particular thing, but it's just in an article where it seems like you're advocating for a maximalist approach to transparency that transcends even what the law requires, right? Which is that you want every single content creator, influencer, talent agency, whatever, to be doing these maximal disclosures about money going around, things that exceed what you yourselves, even Fox News would wouldn't make these types of disclosures. It's just interesting that in that same article, you on your own made the choice not to publish the contract that would easily resolve every
Not on my
single
own.
claim.
Not on my
Just
own.
to be clear, that when I say on your own, I let you go. You have to let me finish, okay?
Yes.
Because every
yes,
time I
finish,
ask you
Stephen.
if you would
Yes.
have published this, if you would publish the contract, you keep saying we. I understand that you made decisions in conjunction with your editor or whoever you signed with to release this article for. And then when I asked you about publishing the contract, you said you went on to describe parts of your contract, and then you implied that I haven't seen these contracts. It sounds like I've seen just as many, if not more than you, because I know exactly what you're describing when you talk about not publish it anywhere else. And you're just talking about the exclusivity agreement that you had with Wired. You're not talking at all about what you were allowed to publish or the source material being published or not. You were just explaining that you weren't allowed to publish that source material on your Twitter or in any other place. That's just a standard exclusive contract. I understand that, but it has nothing to do with the substance of the question I asked.
Stephen, again, this is just completely unproductive. I have gotten in trouble at news organizations for publishing.
Why can't he just be productive, dude? I don't get it. Like he refuses to be productive here. We need to up our productivity, bro.
Source material.
It's a hardcore capitalist. We need to get back into our capitalistic mindset, Steven. Okay? Steven? Motherfucking Steven. We're all about productivity, motherfucker.
Directly. I've gotten in trouble many times over. I'm not about to
The easy question is, like, would
that
Wired
whole
block you from
rabbit hole.
publishing the contract? Would Wired say, no, you cannot do that?
Wired, I have no idea. I'd have to talk to them again, and I'd have to have.
So she keeps saying, I was about to say, how do you not know? You keep saying you have to talk to them again. But now she just said, I'd have to talk to them again. It's like, wait, you keep saying again, as though you've already had this conversation about, like just saying, oh, I've spoken to Wired people before. I've spoken to the lawyers before. Yeah, sure. We believe that you've spoken to them before. To keep saying, I'll have to talk to them again. So, well, okay, that makes it sound like you're having the same conversation with them numerous times. But now she's, I don't know. I'll have to talk to them again. So, okay, if you don't know, then how are you adding the term again?
Have conversations with my sources about
fine.
it.
That's
It
fair,
is
and
not
that's
so. So again, the end result is the same. But not publishing. Not talking about publicly. Once again, these creators could
Once again,
disprove
dude.
this by reaching out directly, and they have been unable to refute the facts of our story. So,
And I think they should do that. I don't know why they haven't done that. They should do that. Yeah.
And
Sure.
next time, you know what? I take your point. Next time that I report a scoop, maybe I will spend a little extra time negotiating and saying, by the way, I'm going to release this amount online and I'm going to do this and this. Or maybe I'll just post it on Twitter. I have done that myself with stories sometimes before where I'm like, you know what? I'm actually not even going to do this for a news org. I'm just going to go ahead and post some stuff publicly, because I think that this is a better way to communicate the story. So feedback accepted. And I understand what
Thank
you're
you for
saying
your
because
feedback.
I am on the same side. I think we all want more transparency. What I would say is that I'm a journalist, and what we are asking for in terms of the subjects of our article, this is a political effort. And I think transparency in terms of communication about who's getting paid is so important in politics. I keep calling you Destiny. Stephen, wouldn't you agree that it's important for people to disclose when they're getting political funding? That's important, right?
I think it's essential, but that's why I advocate for changing
Okay.
the laws. I would never push just one group or one side or one thing to do that because it just puts you at a disadvantage because now you're disclosing stuff and nobody else is, and now people are just going to attack your disclosures, and now nobody else has to make the same types of disclosures. But I do agree with you in terms of I think that I listen, as much as I disagree with a lot of your stuff,
Leader_TV tipped $5. Yo, we need another 7 for the timer.
Yo, we got 2 minutes left. We got 2 minutes. We're at $17. So we got, $8 left? I can do math. $8 left on the on the goal. We got less than 2 minutes left. Less than 2 minutes, guys.
glad that you unmasked the Libs of TikTok account, okay? I think it's really weird that there's a lot of people in alternative media that have a huge sway over our political conversations, and we don't even know who they are, what country they're from, or who they might be paid for, or who they work for. So I think there is a great value in that. I guess.
What the fuck? You've got to be kidding me. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Focused on sole issues, right? They're going to take any announcement of any program. I've reported on other programs, by the way, that they've done the same thing too, right? Where they're like, well, who in this program is pro-Palestine? Who in this program has said what? With the
Felix 954 tipped $5. Yo, here is another $5.
Let's go. Thank you, Felix. All right. So we got $3 left with 45 seconds. Oh man, this is getting tense. This is getting tense. Are we gonna make it? 35 seconds. Oh shit.
Chorus cohort, they told
Wait, to be
creators.
clear, we don't know everybody that's in it. We know the PR statement that they've put out, but we don't have like tax filings or anything. We don't see all of their payroll. We don't see all of the disbursements that the company's made, right?
On Chorus? What are you talking about?
No.
With the Chorus cohort, they told content creators in this program that have spoken about Palestine, and I think obligation to do it, to launch Chorus, because the Democratic Party has been so slow in adapting to the media environment we're in.
I can't tell if I'm like ahead or behind. Fuck. The fact that this just reset on me is totally fucking me. So it's an hour and 30 where it started. Okay, so maybe we're around here.
I'm being funded by the 1630 fund or whatever, because they understood that they would be kicked. On that point, there are a lot of other things related to this article that I think are a lot more pertinent that we could be debunking, that we could be discussing. What I would say to those people is that Wired does abide by standard journalistic practices.
Okay, I guess this is close enough. I believe we were around here. So.
And if Brian Tyler Cohen or any of these other people had provided information, not publicly, but reached out to Wired with information that counted to provide any information. But that is a decision that I made with the sources, and that I made in these newsrooms where I've advocated repeatedly for us to put more things on the internet. But that is what it is. And so I guess that I think are a lot more pertinent that we could be debunking, that we could be discussing, and instead you just want to do this, litigate this thing that is ultimately unproductive. We are just going to fundamentally disagree, and the result is the same.
And I understand, and that's fine. We can disagree on this particular thing, but it's just in an article where it seems like you're advocating for a maximalist approach to transparency that transcends even what the law requires, right? Which is that you want every single content creator, influencer, talent agency, whatever, to be doing these.
It's basically the end anyways. No, it's not. We're like halfway through. So this started at an hour and 30 into his stream. We're at 2:23. This conversation ends at 3:10. So we still have 50 minutes left in the conversation. This is not basically the end. We still have to talk about the Israel-Palestine part. We still have to talk about Omidyar. There's numerous things that we haven't even gotten to yet. So
here's my dark money. Tried elements, but it failed many times. She claimed many contracts, but said only one was scared of a lawsuit. Contract violations.
Let's go. Let's go, baby. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, everybody, for the donation. I appreciate it so much. You guys just decide to give me this money. Just because you want me to have it. That's awesome. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Let's reset. All right. I am going to reset the clock, but I don't think I'm going to do a whole other round, because I got to make sure that I get to bed early for tomorrow's stream. So, because yes, we will be starting much earlier tomorrow than we normally do. With the first debate starting at 3 p.m. It's obviously going to be much earlier than we normally start stream. So yeah, we'll get through the next 3 hours of stream.
Maximal disclosures about money going around, things that exceed what you yourself, even Fox News wouldn't make these types of disclosures. It's just interesting that in that same article, you on your own made the choice not to publish the contract that would easily resolve every
Not on my
single
own.
claim.
Not on my
Just
own.
to be clear, that when I say
This
on your
is-
own, I let you go. You have to let me finish, okay?
Yes.
Because every time I ask you if you would publish
we
this,
we are a little bit
and you're
past
just
it.
talking about the exclusivity agreement that you had with Wired. You're not talking at all about what you were allowed to publish or the source material being published or not. You were just explaining that you weren't allowed to publish that source material on your Twitter or in any other place.
Stephen,
That's just
one
a
of the
standard
biggest-
exclusive contract. I understand that, but
Come on,
there's nothing to
Stephen.
do with the substance of the question I asked.
Stephen, again, this is just completely unproductive. I have gotten in trouble at news organizations for publishing source material directly. I have gotten in trouble many times over. I'm not about to
The easy
go
question is like,
down
would
that
Wired
whole
block you
rabbit
from
hole.
publishing the contract? Would Wired say no, you cannot do that?
Wired, I have no idea. I'd have to talk to them again,
Okay.
and I'd have to have conversations with my sources about
fine.
it.
That's
It
fair,
is
and
not
that's
so. So again, the end result is the same. But not publishing. Not talking about publicly. Once again, these creators could disprove this by reaching out directly, and they have been unable to refute the facts of our story. So,
And I think they
I'm
should
with
do
you.
that. I don't know why they haven't done that.
maybe-
They should do that. Yeah.
And
Sure.
next time, you know what? I take your point. Next time that I report a scoop, maybe I will spend a little extra time negotiating and saying, by the way, I'm going to release this amount online and I'm going to do this and this. Or maybe I'll just post it on Twitter. I have done that myself with stories sometimes before where I'm like, you know what? I'm actually not even going to do this for a news org. I'm just going to go ahead and post some stuff publicly, because I think that this is a better way to communicate the story. So feedback accepted. And I understand what you're saying because I am on the same side. I think we all want more transparency. What I would say is that I'm a journalist, and what we are asking for in terms of the subjects of our article, this is a political effort. And I think transparency in terms of communication about who's getting paid is so important in politics. I keep calling you Destiny. Stephen, wouldn't you agree that it's important for people to disclose when they're getting political funding? That's important, right?
I think it's essential,
trust.
but that's why I advocate for
Okay.
changing the laws. I would never push just one group or one side or one thing to do that because it just puts you at a disadvantage because now you're disclosing stuff and nobody else is, and now people are just going to attack your disclosures, and now nobody else has to make the same types of disclosures. But I do agree with you in terms of I think that I listen, as much as I disagree with a lot of your stuff, I'm glad that you unmasked the Libs of TikTok account. Okay, I think it's really weird that there's a lot of people in alternative media that have a huge sway over our political conversations, and we don't even know who they are, what country they're from, or who they might be paid for, or who they work for. So I think there is a great value in that. I guess just curious, the only other the biggest, strongest claim that I had seen was that people who would even reference being in the program would be that the contract said that they'd be kicked out. Was that a clause in the contract written too, that if people acknowledged that they were in chorus or that they were getting paid, that they could be cut from or kicked out of the program?
Yeah, creators told us that if they had violated any terms of the contract, they could be kicked out. And I think that is part of violating the contract would have been to go public. There are these these agreements, or there is this language in the contract that says this is not public and you cannot disclose basically that you're in this program or disclose the identity of the funder. And that is something, again, that these creators, some of them, wanted to do. And they did not want to just get online and say, hey guys, I'm being funded by the 1630 fund or whatever, because they understood that they would be kicked out because that would be one of many things that they could do to violate the terms of the contract. And if you violated the terms of the contract, of course.
Fuck, my ADHD. My ADHD is taking over. What is it? My brain just totally went empty. Okay. The stuff with Obama and Obamagate, they're accusing him of engaging in lawfare? Is that what it is? I guess lawfare? Okay.
He would suffer the consequences of that.
Sure. Okay. I mean, that also sounds kind of standard. If you violate terms of a contract, they'll probably kick you out. But the disclosure part, I guess, also depends on how it's being disclosed. I feel like there's probably reason for some caution there, right? In that, there was one part of your article that mentioned they needed permission first. I can kind of understand that to maintain the FEC standing, right? You wouldn't want somebody doing some event and saying oh, hey, I'm part of Chorus, and that's why I'm here doing this thing. If Chorus has nothing to do with it, and then Chorus could get roped into a whole FEC debacle where it's wait, this was for they were with an AOC event, and now they said that Chorus helped them, so there's a huge issue here, and they shouldn't have said that. I feel like some of those things are kind of fair. Yeah.
I totally, I mean, I get it. But one thing that I would say, Stephen, and I think actually Tina Nguyen and Mia Sato at The Verge had a really great piece. They did publish this discussion on The Verge, which has also been doing amazing reporting on the influencer industry and politics, about kind of like.
I'm surprised she even agreed to talk with Destiny. Yeah, me too. Me too. I was definitely surprised. But we got a lot of surprises lately. I mean, you know, Destiny's had Rob Noor on the blacklist for a long time. Because I'm just such a good negotiator, I made sure that was not the case anymore. You know, I took him off, hooked him up. I'm just kidding. Destiny said a while ago apparently that he didn't have a blacklist anymore, so it's not the case. But I will pretend to take credit for it anyway.
This strategy of non-disclosure, and they compared it to the Koch network, which is something that the 1630 fund is compared very frequently to the Koch network, in the sense that they're both these big dark money groups. And in many ways, according to Politico at least, like the 1630 fund is sort of this liberal response to the Koch network. And what Tina herself was a Koch fellow, like
Destiny's VODs all go unlisted, so when you go to his channel you have to go to playlists and then go to stream VODs. And once, and then yes, under stream VODs, all of the streams should be there. So,
like she was in the right-wing media herself. Now she reports on it. I thought what she said was so smart in that piece, where she was talking about like kind of why the Koch network actually has become less relevant over recent years, and in part it was because it had this. It had this air about it where it was these sort of like shadowy billionaires like funding things, and people sort of didn't like, especially around the Tea Party times, that they were sort of like funding this, fake grassroots movement. Like people didn't like the idea that this was all happening. And
yeah, that's how I'm watching it now. But even sometimes, so there's sometimes where this gets privated, or it'll end up getting like a copyright or something like that, and they take the whole stream down. Anytime that happens, you can go over to Kick and the full VODs will still be over there. So there's been like a couple of times about a year ago or so where I was in the middle of reviewing something, and then all of a sudden the whole VOD was just privated. And I was like, what the fuck? I had like, 200, 300 people sitting there watching, and I'm like, no, dude, this can't fucking happen right now. And so I messaged, what's his editor's name again? I forget, but yeah, August. I messaged August and I was like, bro, what the fuck? And he's like, go to Kick. It's still on Kick. Don't worry. I'm like, oh. All right. Thank you.
in secret, and people don't like to feel like their political or media ecosystem is polluted by these like weird dark money forces like on the right or the left. And so I think what's interesting about what 1630 is doing now is, and what Tina argues in her piece with Mia, is that like they're sort of pursuing this strategy that ultimately failed. Whereas like something like Turning Point USA, which is a lot more public, the Turning Point, kids like those influencers like literally have at Turning Point like in their bio. It's this like public thing that actually has been like that sort of more public program has actually been more successful on the right. And so yes, the right still does a ton of like shady, dark influence stuff. But if you look at these big programs like Turning Point, which I've reported on a bunch myself, it is very like public in this way. And I wonder, and my question would be to 1630 and to Chorus, which they're not talking to me, but my question to them would be, why not just do it publicly? Why not just, why have these weird things where if it gets disclosed, it makes you seem untrustworthy? Like, why not just make this a public program? Wouldn't that get more people involved? It seems like a lot of these people, like the fans of these people, would be excited for their favorite liberal creators to get funding, as long as they don't feel duped about it. So
what is
I don't know.
I'm just kind of curious because I've heard this term thrown around a lot. When you say that, like, or if somebody says that, like, so Chorus exists and then they are funded by the 1630 fund. What when we say dark money, I guess, what is your definition of dark money, or how much?
Yes.
Yeah, how far back do you have to go for it to not be dark money? Yeah.
Definitely. So, so
Definitely.
actually, I had Anna Mascagolia, who is one of the, and I definitely butchered her last name, but she was managing editor at Open Secrets for like 7 years. She publishes a newsletter called Influence Watch. She is one of the foremost journalists in the country talking about dark money, and I just made a video with her that's out today, actually answering this question. So I'll try to summarize what she told me. But basically dark money just means that you don't know where you sort of don't know who it's from. And it's usually, and it's a political, like when people talk about dark money groups, they're not just talking about every 501c4 or whatever, nonprofit or whatever. They're talking about like a entity that has a certain, structure that is meant to evade that is for political purposes. That also you don't have to, oh my God, I'm butchering it, but like you don't have to know who funds it. So the big issue with 1630 Fund or some of these other big dark money groups, do they do a lot of great work? Yeah. I mean, 1630's funded a ton of like reproductive justice stuff. Like, I'm not saying like they're evil in some way, just the way that a lot of conservatives wouldn't say Koch network is evil. They believe that they're doing good. But we don't know who funds them. And the only way we find out who funds them is if people self-disclose. So sometimes public organizations disclose, like public Fortune 500 companies will donate to these funds, and sometimes they'll disclose. But lots of billionaires and foreign, billionaires and stuff will donate to these things, and we don't know. And so, this is why one creator, I don't know if you saw him, I forgot his name, but his TikTok went kind of viral. He was actually asked to be part of this 1630 funding program with Chorus, and Chorus is described as a project of the 1630 fund in the contracts. He said, listen, I have security clearance. I have security clearance in whatever the government, and to maintain that security clearance, I have to be able to prove that I have never accepted money from any sort of foreign adversary. If I take money from a dark money group, because it's just don't know where that money ultimately originated from. And so
I don't think that's what he said. If I could be wrong, but I talked to him. That was Cam Morris, I believe. Let's see. Shane Morris. Because he was one of the people I invited on the panel. I could have sworn, fuck, this is really fucking me up, that I set up the screen this way. Let me just... Yeah, I could have sworn he just said, if he takes money from like any political organization because he has like military ties and stuff like that, yeah, he would get in trouble for that. I thought that's what he said, so I'm gonna double check this.
A lot of y'all are sending me that Wired article because you realized that it was just a few weeks or months ago that I basically told y'all exactly what's happening. Let's do that little screenshot for a minute. You may remember when I made this video and I said, hey, there have been 2 companies that have been reaching out and telling us to go make political leaning content. And I was aware of other content creators who'd been reached out to. And for 2 reasons, I elected not to engage or take their money. The first was I didn't think they were paying enough. And the second is it wasn't enough for me because of my situation as a defense contractor and a federal contractor. There's some ethical guidelines that I really shouldn't be taking political money. I think you guys can understand, like it put me in weird.
He says political money. See? He said political money. He didn't say dark money. He said political money.
Position. Anyway, my big message was 1, it's not enough. And 2, I didn't think the messaging was actually cohesive enough, but that was kind of it. Shout out, by the way, to Taylor Lorenz. This is still worthwhile reporting. And I think it's worthwhile that maybe we should just be more honest about how we're being paid as content creators. And I make money here. I think, look, should you be surprised that a larger content creator like me or anybody else is making money doing this? No, don't be surprised. I don't do this for free. So I think the quote unquote outrage here is that they didn't tell people they were making $8,000 a month, but are you holding the other side to the same standards? My question, because Where do you think that like Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens, but Tim Pool, all these people, where do you think they get their money? How do you think they're getting sponsored? How do you think all these like little vitamin companies come about? Who do you think they're funded by? Right-wing special interest groups. That's it. How do you think the Turning Point USA funds themselves? How do you think Tenet Media was a literal Russian intelligence organization that was funding Tim Pool? That was a...
So yeah, so he doesn't say he can't take foreign money. He didn't say I can't take dark money. He said I can't take political money. This is so different than what she said.
Sorry, in the contracts, he said, listen, I have security clearance. I have security clearance in whatever the government, and to maintain that security clearance, I have to be able to prove that I have never accepted money from any sort of foreign adversary. If I take money from a dark money group, you don't know where that money ultimately...
Foreign adversary and dark money. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. This is wild.
originated from, and so he couldn't join the program.
I don't know if that sounds not accurate to me, because if you don't know where the money's coming from, how can the foreign money be a corrupting influence?
Well, that's a really good question, right? Is that you don't know. So they're not directly corrupting you in the sense of like, they're not like, ooh, hey, like I'm so-and-so, and here's like, here's how I'm gonna influence you. The question I think arises with these dark money groups is because we don't know who's funding them. We don't know how much that's impacting their legislative agenda. We don't know how much that's impacting their policy initiatives. We don't know if some big funder,
if you filled out like an SF-86 and you've had the, I'm not talking about the lawmakers, something for the clearance form. Like generally when they're doing, when you're doing your SF-86 background checks and you're talking to people, it's to make sure that they don't have foreign relationships that they aren't disclosing to the government, because those can be corrupting or be used for leverage or other things, if you travel or whatever. So I don't understand like a dark money, like it's like, imagine somebody's bribing you, but it's just $10,000 shows up in your mailbox and you don't know who it comes from. I don't know how that could be disqualifying.
You'll have to take it up with him. But what he says on TikTok, and he's public and he's been answering people's questions on TikTok, so you should definitely go ask him. But what he said is that he had to prove basically that he had never received foreign money from certain places. His name, let me just get his name for you guys, because then you can you can go yourselves and
But also it wouldn't be receiving foreign money, it'd be receiving money from the 1630 fund.
Right. I was about to say that, like, to say that it's foreign money when it's not foreign money. To say that like he wouldn't be allowed to accept money from any 501c4 because it could be foreign and you don't know where the money comes from. That's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous way of stating that. That's, again, like, she's already playing with words, saying that he said that he couldn't do it because it's dark money, that it's foreign money. That's not what he said. And now Destiny's like picking up, because she's trying, again, she's wording this shit in the most like devious and odd way when she calls it foreign money, when she calls it dark money. She keeps trying to make this all sound like it's somehow just a malicious or at least not clean. It's so dishonest the way that she keeps wording this stuff. Yeah, so not just foreign adversaries, like, yeah, this is weird.
Right.
well, so but the foreign money could, and we're saying foreign, basically money that he couldn't accept could be funded there. Hold on, let me just grab it's Shane Morris.
Okay, sure.
So if you
Shane
go
Morris.
on Shane Morris, you guys can go ask him these questions.
But
now,
like, if I have a W-2 employee and I get paid and I make money from different things, like that W-2 employee, they only have to disclose that they're being paid by Destiny
No, I understand what
LLC.
you're
It
saying.
doesn't matter where my
Yeah, I
money
understand
comes
what you're
from, right?
saying.
Yeah.
Well, you should ask this to Shane, who's very public and is talking about this. I did not talk to Shane for my story, so please don't drag him, because people keep saying he's my source, and he is somebody that I saw actually after my story came out. But I think the issue is that we don't know the influence that these donors have on the 1630 Fund's agenda or policy agenda or programs. And so that's the concern with dark money. Is I personally would not feel comfortable as a journalist taking money from somebody where I don't know where that money is coming from, because I want to have a certain level of transparency, and I want to be able to communicate to my audience, hey guys, I have never taken money from XYZ. I've never taken money from Mark Andreessen, for instance, and I never would. And that is something that I feel like I can communicate confidently to my audience, because I know exactly who funds me. And I think one problem with these dark money groups is that these we don't know who funds them. And we just deserve more transparency on the political ecosystem across the board. You're right. This is a structural problem. This is not something that the creators themselves are going to solve. But we should advocate for less dark money in politics. Because one thing that the dark money groups really do, which is not even related to the course thing, is they're funding the PACs, right? And the super PACs. So PACs, of course, have to disclose, and they have to, I think you're part of one, right? You have to disclose.
I'm not part of any PAC.
Oh, you're not. Okay. Take it back. I for some reason I thought you were. Anyway, but you know what a PAC is, right? The super PACs or whatever. So what these dark money groups will do is they'll sort of spin up, there'll be a dark money fund spin up, or they'll sort of spin off like a shell sort of group. And then that will just fund the PAC. And so we still don't really have transparency because we don't know who funded that dark money group. Now it's just a black box of money.
Sure.
And that black box of money is funding the PAC that's then doing political activity.
Is he not like considered part of the Soul Strategies anymore? Or
We just want a lot more transparency.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, because I'm kind of curious, because it's hard to, I guess, like differentiate between all these organizations. So obviously, a lot of people have said I was part of some PAC because I did a couple activations, I guess, with Progressive Victory a while ago. But I've seen people attack you over the Amidia or whatever, Amidia?
I'm in a journalism fellowship right now. So,
but I'm just curious because of that, because they use that same like hybrid funding methodology to where the group that you work for, they are also funded by their 501c4.
No. So I'm funded by, I'm in an investigative journalism fellowship that one, I just should very much be very clear about, is not political. Okay. I'm not part of any political program or anything like that. This is an investigative reporting fellowship that is non-political, nonpartisan. It is just to support investigative journalism. It is funded by Pierre Omidyar, who's a billionaire. Now, Pierre Omidyar himself has donated to dark money, just the way that Lorraine Powell Jobs, for instance.
The Omidyar network is a hybrid. I think it's a 527 on one end and then a 501c4, and the 527 is able to bill about $15 million a year to the 501c4 quote unquote dark money thing. What you say about being an independent journalist, couldn't somebody just who's part of Chorus say the same thing? And then you could challenge,
because I know where 100% of the funding for my program comes from, which is directly from Pierre Omidyar. And Omidyar came out and gave a statement making this.
So yeah, we have talked about this because Destiny didn't make the claim that they're getting the money from 1630. Which is what a bunch of people have been claiming because of the Good Trouble video. And it turns out Good Trouble was wrong. It's sad L for Good Trouble. But yeah, it does turn out he was totally incorrect on this and took a fucking fat L. I don't know if he's actually taken the L, okay? I knowing Good Trouble, I don't know. I doubt that. But yeah, it turns out Good Trouble was incorrect when he posted receipts showing that she's funded by Omidyar and Omidyar took money from 1630. First off, the receipts that he show are from like 2022 or something like that. They're pretty old. And there doesn't seem to be any evidence that they've like given them money recently. Two, the fellowship that she's part of hadn't even started at that point. It didn't even exist in the year that 1630 gave Omidyar a donation. And three, the money that was given, obviously because it didn't exist at the time, but it was the part that they donated to was not part of the fellowship. And so they're all separate entities, separate things. I do believe that there's a LLC, which might be a 501c4, but Omidyar itself is a 501c3. So where she gets her money from through the fellowship, that's Omidyar Network, and that is not a 501c4. If I remember correctly, 501c3s do have to disclose where okay, Google. Do 501c3s have to disclose where all of their donations come from?
I'm not sure about the answer to your specific question,
Yes, you
but
are.
according to councilofnonprofits.org,
Yeah.
earning trust through financial transparency and accountability goes beyond what the law requires. But let's start there.
Okay.
Nonprofits are required to disclose certain financial information to the public upon request, and board members must have access to financial information in order to fulfill their fiduciary duty to.
Right. Okay, but that doesn't tell me about 501c3. So, all right.
So
Clear
you're
that
like
they have not received any
1099
other
by
funding
him
sources.
personally. You're not taking money from the entity that.
The entity that I am part of, which is which is the Reporters in Residence program.
Yeah,
The
well, now I'm
Reporters
talking
in
about the
Residence
federal
program.
taxed entity. That entity is part of a hybrid structure that does get money through through the C4.
No, they're funded by Pierre Omidyar. So Pierre Omidyar is the billionaire. So you're confusing it. So dark money doesn't fund billionaires. Billionaires fund dark money.
Sure.
So
well, just
billionaires.
to be the org you're part of, I can see their 990Fs. Like they file these things publicly. They get they bill about $15 million a year. I think it was like $14.6 million last year to their partner 501c4. You can read on the Omidyar Network website that they operate in this hybrid manner.
Right, and I'm not part of any of that. I'm only part of the Reporters in Residence program, which gets 100% of its funding from Pierre Omidyar. That's his fund. That's what he funds it for. So now Pierre Omidyar himself, you're right, has given to dark money.
Okay, so the part here that's a little confusing now is that it seems as though he does have a 501c4 that is also funding his Omidyar network. And the 501c4 may not be getting money from 1630, but it does seem as though like that's dark money. Like it does seem as though Omidyar has numerous organizations. One of them is the Omidyar Network, which has the fellowship program, and that one would be a 501c3. Whereas there's then Omidyar LLC, which I believe might be a 501c4, and that one is donating to the fellowship program. So even if she says, okay, but they get all of their money from Omidyar, maybe, but they are a 501c4, and we don't know that. We have no idea. And we do know that 1630 donated to them in the past, which means that other people could be donating to them today. Why would they only take money from 1630 back in the day, but not today? Like, why would that be the case? So, yeah, there's a lot here that's a bit more nuanced than's come out so far. But yeah, it's been kind of confusing trying to look through all of this, because Omidyar has numerous orgs under numerous names, and so it's hard to tell what exactly is going on here. Fuck you.
And does his own political things. I'm not disputing that. But I know where my money comes from, where I'm like, okay, do I feel comfortable taking this fellowship that is Pierre Omidyar's money? I personally do, because he funds The Intercept and he funds a lot of journalism programs. And it's also, I've worked for billionaires, unfortunately, my entire journalism career. I worked for The Atlantic as well, that's funded by Lorraine Powell Jobs, who I'm sure also gives money to dark money groups. Jeff Bezos.
For the chorus people that reached out to you for their paychecks, were they signed by like the 1630 fund, or were they signed by like the Chorus network?
As far as I understand, it was 1630, as far as I understand.
But you haven't seen any like deposits?
I believe it is 1630, from what I remember. I think it is.
Or check slips or anything?
I don't remember, but in the communication, they say, in the communication that we have, they say that it will say 1630 on it.
Gotcha.
And that's why I like the contracts and stuff again. And
so the 501c4 contributes to Omidyar, and legally 501c4s aren't allowed to contribute to political orgs, or that the other 501 structure It was something like that. Forgot the difference. I thought that the difference between a 501c3 and the 501c4 is that the 501c4 doesn't have to disclose their who's donating to them. If they donate to a 501c3, they do still have to disclose that. But 501c4s don't have to disclose who their donors are. But they also can't like directly engage with the with like political organizations, I believe, and like campaigns and shit like that. So I think that's what it is, that they're not allowed to directly engage with politicians and campaigns. I'm pretty sure that's the difference.
I'm not saying that like these creators are evil for accepting this money. I think they're like what liberals will have, many people, and Anna clarifies this in the video that I made as well. Like what many of them will say is like, look, I don't like the system either, right? Like I don't like this system either. I think that this is bad. I think the Koch network is evil, but until we change these laws, I think we should leverage it, and I feel comfortable taking this money, whatever. What I would say to them is that's totally your decision, right? Like you've made that. I personally, I'm a journalist. I hold myself to different standards, but you're a political activist. Maybe you feel totally fine.
I understand what you're saying, but your thing,
disclose.
your checks are not signed by that PR guy. Your checks are signed by, I'm guessing it says the Omidyar network or whatever, right?
I actually don't know because I haven't gotten paid, but I would imagine that it says the reporters in residence, yeah, the LLC they're paid for. It's an LLC. So
Yeah, but the LLC is that's the other hybrid
it's
section.
100%. No, it's not hybrid. That's 100% funded by Pierre Omidyar. And
It
if
is
you want
absolutely not.
It definitely is a hybrid. It 100% is funded by like Omidyar LLC, crap like that. She is just incorrect here. She is definitely incorrect here. I'm positive on this. Let me see if I can. Okay, let's see. Okay, so yes, the Omidyar Network Fund, also known as Omidyar Network Fund, Inc., is a 501c3 foundation that functions as Omidyar Network's primary philanthropic vehicle. Omidyar Network also operates as limited liability company alongside its 501c3 foundation, using both support for profit and non-profit ventures aimed at positive social impact. To make grants to nonprofit organizations for research, journalism, and other activities to improve lives. Incorporation, 501c3 entity incorporated in the state of Delaware. Funding, it receives funds from the Omidyar Group, which includes the LLC and the 501c3 foundation. How the 501c3 works with the LLC, dual structure. Omidyar uses a hybrid model that combines for profit LLC and nonprofit. So yes, then the LLC allows for investments in for-profit companies and social welfare organizations, 501c4s, while the 501c3 focuses on grants to public charities and nonprofits. So he is just correct. Destiny is correct that this is a hybrid, and it does have LLCs with 501c3s and 501c4s. So
you can read their filings. It's just not.
You can, but you you might be confused by their filings, but here, if you click on this Omidyar network support approach.
Okay, what did he prove wrong that she claimed? I will play it again.
But I would imagine that it says the reporters in residence, yeah, the LLC they're paid for. It's an LLC. So
Yeah,
yeah.
but the LLC is that's the other hybrid
It's
section.
100%. No, it's not hybrid. That's 100% fund.
She just said it's not a hybrid. It is 100% funded by Omidyar. I mean, from the article. Oh. I don't think anybody said anything about that. Okay.
Funded by Pierre Omidyar. And
It
if
is
you want
absolutely not. It's not. You can read their filings. It's just not.
You can, but you might be confused by their filings, but here, if you click on this Omidyar network support approach to funding journalism, they issued a statement right here.
I see the statement at the end. It says the work is supported entirely via our foundation and LLC. That foundation is the hybrid foundation that includes the 501c4. Their 990F
I understand what you're saying,
public.
but
Yeah.
when it comes to the reporters in residence program, we do know where the funding comes from. So I'm with you, Stephen. I know that they also do political stuff and all of that in the foundation.
She keeps doing this where she's like, I'm with you. And then she says that she agrees with a bunch of like random tangential stuff around the edges, but doesn't actually. It's like Destiny saying like 2 + 2 is 4. And she's like, no, 2 + 2 is not 4. And he's like, no, it is. Like, I promise you, you can look it up. 2 + 2 is 4. Just add it up on your fingers. And she's like, no. Listen, Stephen, you're just confused. Okay, that's not how math works. Like, I can promise you that's just not how it works. And he's like, no, it is how math works. Like, we can go use a calculator. We can like Google it. We can go get a mathematician. She's like, no, look, I agree with you. Like, there are 2s sometimes. There's other 2s in other places. Sometimes those can be added together. And so we're on the same page here. I agree with what you're saying. Okay. It's not 5. It's not 4, but like we're in alliance on this one. No, we're not. It's still, you're still saying it doesn't add up to 4. What the fuck? Like, this is what she keeps doing over and over.
Itself is completely separate. That was something that I was like, obviously we're all aware of, but I know personally where my money comes from. And the issue that some people feel that they have a problem with dark money is that they don't necessarily know where that money comes from.
Sure.
And so that is the argument that I think remains to be made. And again, some of them are fine. They might say, like these reproductive justice activists, right, that also take money from 1630. They're like, yeah, okay, I don't know where all the money comes. Maybe it is from an evil billionaire that I completely disagree with, but I'm going to take that money anyway, and I'm going to use it for a good cause. I think that you can make that argument, and I'm not shaming anyone, for that. But what I think that we can all
Okay, tone police all you want. The article has not been disproven. Okay, argue against something that nobody's claimed all you want. But the claims that we've made have not been disproven, so if anything, they've been corroborated.
agree with is disclosure. As you noted, this program that I'm in sent out a press release the day. There's all the information that you can find is public, and the reason that you're able to find those documents.
Like none of the contracts have been published for those creators that are there, right?
Well, right, because it's not public. Their contracts are not public. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, well, I'm saying, but there's not transparency there, right? Well, I don't know I don't know what your contract looks like. I don't know, like none of what they put on this website is legally binding. They're just writing a thing and they're saying it's supported entirely via the foundation and LLC. But I can't look at the specific funding mechanisms that are routed through.
Well,
the
and there's no
right,
and if you found like evidence or something, like what I would say is that if somebody reported on that program and was able to find evidence that the network had lied or had not disclosed and there was a secret funder, that would be an amazing article that somebody could write, right? Like just the way that the chorus, it's like, oh, wow, 1630 fund is behind them. Actually, that's confusing, whatever. What I would say is, again, Pierre Omidyar is a billionaire. So billionaires fund dark money groups. Dark money groups they don't just go around giving billionaires money. Billionaires are the funders. So I have made the decision, unfortunately, that I have taken money from billionaires ultimately working for either doing an investigative journalism fellowship or working at these billionaire-owned media companies. I don't love it. It's part of the reason I went independent, but at least I'm comfortable with the people that I'm taking money from. There are billionaires that I would never take money from. For instance, Mark Andreessen and others. And so I think that that's a conversation that we need to have, but I'm comfortable with the level that I've had of disclosure. And I think that that's what we need to focus on, is the lack of disclosure in the political space. Because that's enough.
That's what they need. That's what you need to focus on, Destiny. Okay. She's here to guide you on what this conversation should be about. Okay. Just pay attention. Pay attention. You're confused.
Other thing that's different, right? I'm not in a political program. I'm in an investigative journalism fellowship. I'm not doing political activism.
Well,
I'm
Chorus
not
is also
involved
not
in...
supposed to be in a political program as well, right? Like, I think it's...
No, Chorus is political. Chorus is the whole reason that Chorus exists is to fix the Democrats' internet content creator problem.
Sure, but isn't the stated mission, the stated goal is like basically just informing people on democracy and stuff like that? Like, I think that it's expressly supposed to be.
I don't know what they have, but I'll tell you how Brian Tyler Cohen described its mission. Let's see. This is how Brian Tyler Cohen described it in the New York Times. He said, here's how he's talking about launching Chorus. We have an obligation to do it, to launch Chorus, because the Democratic Party has been so slow in adapting to the media environment we're in right now. And so what the goal is, according to this article, which is the launch article that Ken Bensinger wrote, is their goal is to help the Democrats. Again,
well,
that's not a secret.
Sure. I think that's a way that you could read that. But I mean, you could also just say that like the values and things that I aligned with the Democratic Party on, the other things that I imagine the 1630 Fund supports, the Democrats have done a poor job at that messaging. So they want to reach out and educate creators and everything in order to, I guess, like advocate more
To help
strongly
the Democrats. Yeah, to help the
not
Democrats.
help the Democrats, but to like support things like ballot initiatives related to abortion or legalization of marijuana. I don't know, whatever the 1630
Yeah,
Fund
democratic
says.
policies that
Well,
Democrats
they're not.
support.
These are they're policies that they support.
This is kind of dumb from Destiny, because obviously they're not gonna. I don't know of any Republicans that they have on their on Chorus. I don't know of any like MAGA people that they have on Chorus. So it seems pretty obviously that like parts of their goals are political. They are a nonpartisan 501c4, but they have like parts of their goals are what we would call colloquially political.
But they're not necessarily helping the Democrats, right? Like there's no formal connection to the DNC or anything, right?
I don't think that Republicans are getting into these programs. I don't
Right.
think that, I mean, yeah, you're right. I guess the 1630 Fund has funded, they funded RFK, I believe. They had some sort of weird funding thing with RFK. So I guess, yeah, maybe. But what I would say is I don't think it's a secret that Chorus is meant, the whole nature of Chorus is to help Democrats, fix and get back in power. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my issue with Chorus and the center of my article is disclosure, and it doesn't sound like we disagree on that. And I think that you can litigate a lot, and you can say all this stuff about.
Sure, I don't understand the difference. What core?
So she fucking shit, dude. She keeps doing this. Where like even like Rocco in chat keeps doing this. Like well the article hasn't been disproven. It's like that's not the issue. The issue is like the way that the article is framed, the way that this stuff is put out, the claims that are being made through it to like act as though these are furthering some sort of point that they're not furthering, and she just like kind of ignores the fact that a lot of this is very oddly worded and borderline slanderous, and she just implies so many other things in the way that it's written, but doesn't want to actually be held accountable for those things. She doesn't actually want to stand behind those things that she's obviously saying. That it's written in just the snarkiest fucking way. Like, you can't act as though this isn't a hit piece on this, or on Chorus. You can't act as though you're sitting there trying to write a nice article about how great these sorts of programs are, and that you just wish that they would put out more disclosures and shit like that. Like, that's obviously just not the case. She complains about the fact that like there's a lot of gatekeeping in this, that this is like ultra pro DNC, that like there's so many other things involved in this article that for her to keep just like ignoring all of that is so ridiculous.
Difference between like Chorus and the Omidyar network is it feels like the same, like the Reporters in Residence program is a program that's funded via the C4 that the Omidyar network runs, in the same way that Chorus is funded by the C4 part of the 1630 fund.
No, I think you're confused. So again, my investigative journalism fellowship is not a political program.
It doesn't matter if it's a political program. It's funded by a dark money foundation.
No, it's not. It's no, because it's just not. It's just not true that the Reporters in Residence program is funded by dark money. It's funded by Pierre Omidyar.
It's not.
Your
paychecks are not. So you're a 1099.
I have actually not even received. You know what, Stephen? I have not received
saying this,
a paycheck.
but you're not getting paid by him personally, right? If I pay an employee something through my company, that's not me personally giving.
So again, a dark money organization is a 501c4. That's what it is. So when she keeps saying I'm not getting funded by dark money, yet Omidyar is a hybrid org with a 501c4 that does not have to disclose where its money comes from. But then the 501c4 can donate to the 501c3 that does disclose these things. And so now all they have to do is just disclose that their own organization that's a 501c4 donated to their 501c3. Everyone just donates to the 501c4. So you could literally have Russia donating to the fucking 501c4. And then once they donate to the 501c4, that 501c4 just donates to the 501c3. And this is, as I said, it's a hybrid organization. Like, they use funding between different organizations. So for her to have this big complaint about this crap and then say that, like, this is all gross, that they're taking money, dark money, yet she's taking dark money, that is the point, is that she's holding a standard that nobody holds. And it's ridiculous. It is a ridiculous standard. And so to keep, you guys haven't debunked the article, right? Well, no, this kind of is part of like debunking the standard that she's acting is as though it's held in the article, is that this is just a normal thing. Like, oh yeah, obviously, normally we just want everybody to disclose all the places that their money comes from. No, this is not normal. And it's being proven by showing that she takes dark money as well and doesn't disclose it and doesn't think she needs to, and blah blah blah. And that she keeps trying to find ways to like make it sound as though what she's getting isn't dark money, but this is, even though they're both 501c4s. It's ridiculous.
No, but there's a level of transparency that I know where the money came from, and that is.
But that's not publicly disclosed to any of us.
So she does take dark money, essentially, yes. So what she's saying is that Chorus is funded by 1630, and 1630 is dark money. So she's not saying Chorus is dark money, but she's saying 1630 is dark money. And so because they're funded by 1630, this makes this whole thing shady because it's dark money. Omidyar, the Omidyar network is not dark money, but the Omidyar group is dark money, and the Omidyar group funds the Omidyar network. So in exactly the same way that she's upset with Chorus being funded by dark money, it is the same exact thing here. What's the sit rep? The what? About the debate tonight? Wait, what does that mean? The sit rep? What does sit rep mean? Oh wait, is my screen blocked off? Oh no, it's not. Okay. I thought maybe I'm only seeing like the end of that word or something. The situation. Crap. Did I not? I can't remember if I thought I DM'd you. We ended up like we ended up filling up the entire panel. And kind of initially we were gonna cancel it, and then somebody else came and pretty much had like everything scheduled for me, and they were like, hey, can we, because we had like tons of like liberals on the panel. It was going to be like hard to get conservatives on it, and so yeah, somebody else messaged me and they were like, hey, like, you want to just do this? And I was like, oh yeah, sure, that fucking works. So the scheduling part of the other one was the issue, and I thought that I was going to cancel the whole thing because I thought that I might be going on Tim Pool. I was asked to go on, but I just haven't heard back from them to where now I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to lose out on doing the last panel because of them, and then them just not message me back. So yeah.
Which is the transparency that you're asking for, right?
They publicly disclose it in this they publicly disclose it right here.
If this counts as public disclosure with no tax forms published, then Brian Tyler Cohen counts as public disclosure when he refutes parts of the contract, right? Why would he be demanded to publish the contract, but Omidyar Network can just be taken at face value for
Omidyar Network is not a political group. I don't know what you're trying.
They're not, but it functions as a super PAC. It functions as
It's a 501c4. Again, that's what dark money is. Like, I don't know why she's playing so coy with this. That's what dark money is. It's a 501c4.
It's not a super PAC either. Stephen, I think you're very confused. So part of, and I encourage you to read Anna's work, and maybe you could have Anna on your stream actually to talk about this, because Anna covers dark money and she can go into all of this detail where she can explain to you the nuances that might really help you understand. Part of what makes a money or group a dark money group is the political nature of the group. So it's not just any like, you know, group. And this is why people were thinking like, oh, the NAACP is a dark money org. Like that's something people on Threads.
But she, like, is Omidyar funding a bunch of Republican journalists as well? Or like, what are they, when she keeps saying they're not political, okay, well, neither is Chorus or 1630 by that standard.
They're saying you have to be doing sort of specific political activities as far as she worked at Open Secrets, which I would say is sort of like the default description of it. There is that political nature to it. So I think that I don't know, you know, I can't answer these specific like tax questions of you know, that you're having about certain forms and things, but I know that Anna is somebody who I trust, who is one of the top reporters in the country on dark money. She does explain the difference between the stuff in the video on my channel. I personally did not work at Open Secrets for 7 years, so I'm sorry that I can't like litigate all those little things, but I do feel confident in saying that.
I don't like the way, like, it's your article. Like, if you're gonna say like, oh, somebody else told me that this is a good word to use, but I'm not gonna defend the word or why I used it. I'm just telling you somebody else told me this. Like, fucking shit, dude. I keep feeling something like rubbing up against my hand, but there's nothing there every fucking time. I don't know if I'm going crazy or what. I think I'm losing my fucking mind. All right.
That I know where every dollar that I receive came from and who's paying the bills.
Sure. So
I'm
just curious. So for the Omidyar Network, because I read their site, they operate a dual 501c3 and an LLC structure. Do you know every dollar that goes into the LLC?
Yes, I asked about this when I accepted this fellowship. And
Well, but
I
I mean,
know
like,
that
have you
it's
seen,
from
like, they've
Pierre
given you like a
Omidyar.
profit and loss? They've given you some kind of tax filing, a 1040, 1120S. I
They
don't know what
gave
would
me
file for
enough
this.
information that I completely trust them. Yeah,
But then,
I don't
but
think
then you're
they're
taking
lying.
it on word from a billionaire, right?
No, I'm
That
not taking it on word from a billionaire. I'm taking it from, I mean, they provided me evidence showing that, and I believe them. And you're
Well,
right.
okay, but to
Maybe
the
I'm
outside world,
getting
it's a dark
fleeced.
money. It's a dark money fund, right? Because we don't know what goes into
No.
the LLC. No, wait, how is it not dark money? Can they not accept
Because
an infinite amount of money from people that don't have to
an LLC,
disclose?
this is not an LLC that pays investigative journalists is not dark money. Again, you're missing the key part, Stephen, of dark money, which is that it is political in nature. The goal of these
Investigative journalism can't be political in nature.
So the program that I'm in is not a political program, and it is not for political purposes, and it is completely nonpartisan. I'm not a Democrat, and in fact, what I would say to you, Stephen, is if Omidyar is so involved in dark money and 1630 fund or whatever, me reporting critically on one of his investments shows that I am editorially independent from whoever
Yeah, but
is
what
paying
you're saying
my
is the same argument a lot of content creators and chorus use when they've said negative things about the Democratic Party. David Packman just said that, or they've said negative things about the
I
war
think
in
that
Israel.
that is. I think that they're right. Oh, the Israel stuff we should talk about too. I think that does. I agree with them. I think that is evidence of their editorial independence. And I have said from the jump. And if you read our story again, our story doesn't say that they were given talking points, especially about Israel and all of that stuff. So I do
Well,
think
I
that
think
when
didn't it say that if they didn't carry the toe
Stephen,
the
you
content
keep
line?
interrupting me.
Because you keep.
It does kind of imply that when she says that she gives like a list of things saying like that they give them classes on like what to say and crap like that. That is definitely what it sounds like.
Pivoting. I think you said
I'm
that
not
they.
pivoting.
It sounded
I'm
like they had a
answering
lot
your
of
question.
They had a lot of content.
This is very unproductive. Ultimately,
It's unproductive, bro.
I don't know what to tell you
You'd
other
be
than
more
I am
productive.
not involved in a political program.
Mhm.
I'm doing an investigative journalism fellowship that is not, the goal of that program is not political. And I do think that should investigative journalists also, have more transparency around their program? Sure. But political content creators taking political money, in my opinion, should disclose and should ask a lot of questions because there's a lot of money aimed at influencing politics. Unfortunately, there's not as much money paying investigative journalists. Nobody's doing that. It's a charity, basically. Whereas there's a lot of money in the political system to influence specific political outcomes.
Sure.
That's a key difference.
My understanding when you wrote about Chorus is that, but one of the earlier lines was that they had restrictions on the political content that the content creators could make. That sounded like a part of the contract.
So one thing that the story says is that there were restrictions on the content, but we're not talking about specific, I don't know what it says in terms of like Chorus's policy agenda or whatever, but you can read the language in the article.
Sure, it
if
says
you want,
among
we
other
could go through
issues,
it.
it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. So that was like in the contract, it said you were not allowed to produce this type of like conservative content or pro Palestine
I didn't see
content,
them use, no. Well, one thing that I think, if we could move on to, that I think would be more productive, is to discuss this Israel question, because that is something that a lot of people have had questions about. And I've seen a lot of speculation about online where people have said, oh, they're paid not to talk about Israel, da, da, da. Nowhere in our article does it make that claim. Nowhere. And that is something that I think people brought up. It is something that I looked into. There are content creators in this program that have spoken about Palestine. And I think that, a lot of people have sort of taken the article, which is paywalled. And this is another problem with journalism, that it's paywalled. So I don't think a lot of people read the full article, but I just do want to make it clear that I think some of what these content creators like David Packman have refuted are actually not claims ever made in our article.
Well, but everybody else is making, does it bother you if every other like leftist creator is making these claims? If that's what the article says, like why is there so much ubiquitous, I guess, like confusion on that side? Like it all seems to be pointed in one direction.
Yeah, it's not one direction. I think people, unfortunately, once you publish something, people take a lot of, people take your stuff and make claims, and I try to debunk it as best I can. But all I can do is continue to point to the article and kind of share the information that I have. But I think that part of what's driving all of that, I mean, aside from the fact that Gaza is such a dividing issue among so many people online, in the sort of the left sphere, is that we don't know the full makeup of the Chorus program. So we still don't have a roster. This is another argument for transparency. Omidyar, like my Omidyar Reporters in Residence program, like we know everyone that's in it, right? We don't know with the with the chorus cohort. They told
Wait, to be
creators.
clear, we don't know everybody that's in it. We know the PR statement that they've put out, but we don't have like tax filings or anything. We don't see all of their payroll. We don't see all of the disbursements that the company's made, right?
On chorus? What are you talking about?
No, on the Omidio network, right? On the LLC.
They
I don't know everybody
announced-
they pay.
they
They
announced-
announced that these are just statements, right? We don't have any tax filings, we don't have any proof.
Stephen, it would be a great news story if they announced that. Why would they? Okay. First of all, they announced the public roster saying, hey guys, here's who are the newest members of our reporting fellowship. Now, if you think that there are secret journalists that are also part of the reporting fellowship that they didn't announce, I really encourage anyone to find that story. That would be a crazy story. I've been on the Zoom calls. I've never seen anybody that was not announced as part of the program on our Zoom meetups. That would be very silly. And there is no reason to hide who's in an investigative journalism fellowship. With the chorus program, we know who some creators.
Yeah, I think there was something about it. I don't remember exactly, but I thought there was something making it sound like they couldn't talk about. They couldn't call like what was happening in Gaza a genocide or some shit.
Creators are in the program, but we don't know the full 90. And so what you're seeing a lot of creators on the left say is, hey, we don't know who's in this program. We just know out of this cohort, XYZ amount of creators haven't spoken sufficiently about Gaza, about XYZ. And so they're sort of extrapolating a lot. What I would say to them is, hey guys, before you make a lot of those claims, let's encourage Chorus to publish the full roster. Let's encourage more creators to come forward themselves and talk about it if they're able to, so that we have a better picture of the ideological makeup. Because I just don't think we have enough information to know the true ideological makeup of this cohort without knowing people who are in it. I was able to confirm a couple dozen creators, but 90 creators, we just don't know. You know, we could have a lot.
Sure, but like, what does that even mean? The ideological makeup? Is this off of a singular issue, off of Israel-Palestine? And then now, if all of these people have been harassed who have been like named in the story, then doesn't that just mean? So then we're not actually looking for transparency at all. We're just looking to make sure that they're, you know, in alignment on this particular issue.
Well, some people, the people who care about that issue. So, for instance, with Gaza, right, Stephen, you would agree. A lot of people online care about this issue.
Yeah.
So
I think
they want
to
to
Glenn
know.
Greenwald about it. Even I think, yeah.
I know who hates me and finally
a lot of people. We both agree that a lot of people care about Israel Gaza, so we're on the same page.
On his show after shitting on me for years and years. You know, for people who care a lot about Gaza and they really want to know who in this program is pro-Palestine, who in this program has said what. They want that level of transparency. Right now, we just don't have that level of transparency. And so I think one thing that would be helpful for this program and any programs in the future is to have more transparency. So people can look and say, hey, 50% of creators in this program haven't spoken up about abortion, haven't spoken up about Gaza, have said this, but haven't said this. Maybe support rolling back Section 230, whereas 50% support fighting Section 230. I don't know. I just think these are tech policy things that I care about. But like, I think that the more transparency, the better, and the less there are going to be this sort of like speculation. Because
right, so
I think
is the issue is the scary thing that people are being funded through nefarious means, or that they just don't align politically enough with the people that want to witch hunt them? Because this just sounds like now we just want to see the full list of people to make sure that they are aligned on like the monoculture issue.
I think that personally, I don't really care where these people want to stand on whatever issue. About $10 million of its own money and pitching donors on the rest, according to its president. I also got leaked were frustrated that they were included on the page and used to solicit small dollar donations without their consent. Progressive YouTuber and former Media Matters staffer Kat Abugazaya, who's running for Congress in Illinois, was pictured on Chorus's website and included in fundraising decks without her approval. She asked that her image and name be removed and no longer used for fundraising and marketing purposes. When I asked Chorus about this back in April, Chorus's co-founder, Brian Tyler Cohen, issued a statement through his comms director saying, quote, Chorus came 2024 Morning Consult poll, 2/3 of Gen Z voters, that's 67%, said that Biden's decision to back the TikTok ban, support the genocide in Gaza, lie about COVID being over, approve new oil and gas drilling projects, among a slew of other issues, made them unlikely to support him and left a sour taste in their mouths about Democrats. When Kamala Harris became the nominee after Biden dropped out in late July, things didn't improve much. The Harris campaign's influencer strategy was totally backwards. Rather than capitalize on the momentum that she had initially amassed from progressives online, creators that are getting invited are the creators who are very pro-Biden and just parroting talking points or sharing photo ops of them smiling with the president, not the creators who have been critical. Green said that he hadn't been invited to the White House since he criticized the administration over the TikTok ban and genocide in Gaza. Annie Wu Henry, a political influencer and digital strategist who has worked on Democratic campaigns, told me that while the Biden White House once treated creators as independent media, after influencers began questioning Biden on things like Gaza, the administration began playing favorites. She told me, quote, Biden's team is trying to say that they're handling influencers like the press. But the thing is, the press briefing room has consent for a genocide against the Palestinians. And some of the less pro-establishment creators featured in the deck. Some agents balked at their clients being included in a fundraising deck without their prior knowledge, and other anti-establishment or pro-Palestine creators who had never signed up to be part of Chorus were confused and angered that their images were being used to raise potentially millions of dollars without their consent. In addition to the fundraising deck,
yeah, I mean, that's everything that says Palestine, Gaza in the video.
Issue that they want to stand on.
Well, yeah, but you're
totally
publishing these
them.
articles that are being used by other people as basically
No.
other people,
Those
right?
people,
And it sounds like
those people, well, they can take my article and use it however they want. Those people that are very focused on sole issues, right? They're going to take any announcement of any program. I've reported on other programs, by the way, that they've done the same thing too, right? Where they're like, well, where is this program on XYZ issue? And a lot of people care about, I mean, we saw this in the lead up to Harris's election. We saw a lot about Gaza, but we also saw this exact same thing happen on other issues. Like, I mean, look at Gen Z for Change. Remember that back in 2020, or sorry, TikTok for Biden? There were so many conversations around like, well, who out of this cohort is for what? Like, that's just something that people want to know. And so I am saying, in the interest of transparency, it would behoove any of these organizations to be clear about their roster, because clearly there are activists online who care about specific issues, who want to know where these different cohorts stand, or who maybe want to reach out across the aisle and say, look, I've noticed that 70% of your creators haven't spoken about reproductive justice. So I'd like to reach out and educate you guys on this issue. Just more transparency is better across the board for no matter what. It alleviates all of this sort of speculation, and it just provides more opportunities, I think, for everyone to sort of build that trust with their audience.
Sure. I mean, as you've gone around like making the rounds on some of these shows, on a lot of these leftist shows, have you corrected anybody who is running with that?
I have tried to correct people, and I actually asked somebody to change a title on something, and I'm doing a TV hit tomorrow like a television hit, and they literally reached out to me about with like misleading framing, and I was like, hey, before I hop on, I just want to make sure that you've read what the actual article says. And I even just sent an email to another podcast last night trying to debunk, like, I don't think they had even read the article and they were going to cover it. So
sure, but
I get it.
with
It's paywalled,
particularly
but-
with because I'm pretty sure you told Glenn Greenwald that you'd felt that the Democratic establishment had chosen neoliberal content creators based on their position on whether or not it was a genocide in the Gaza Strip. Like, it was one of the things I think you said to Glenn Greenwald. So it seems like that's feeding like really heavily.
No. I think that traditionally during the campaign, maybe is that what you're thinking of? I was talking about during the campaign.
But it's in an interview while you're talking about your article, and this is the assumption that every other person who's read your piece is running with it.
I
These
think
people
we
are
were
being paid
very.
not to talk about Gaza,
I think
right?
we were very explicitly talking about during the DNC, but yeah, I've tried to correct it. I'm in the TikTok comments. If you see me in the TikTok comments, I'm saying, hey guys, just wanted to fact check this, and I just shared a video on Instagram. I literally just reposted a guy, like, I think I reposted or I commented, I can't remember, but
Sure.
saying, hey guys, here's
Okay.
what's true, here's what's not true. And I when I have time, I will make a more thorough video. Sometimes I try to do like a TikTok where I'm like, hey guys, here's the 10 craziest claims about my article. Like, let me share, kind of like debunk some of that. But
So you would say that, like, as it stands right now, based on what you've seen from Chorus, there's no evidence that they were guiding or telling content creators that were part of Chorus what type of content they could make or what political positions they had to have.
So they didn't give people explicit talking points. They didn't, they have these daily messaging check-ins, and obviously they are sort of letting creators into a cohort based on their own guidelines. We don't know their guidelines. Like, we don't know what criteria they were using to select the creators in their program. Again, more transparency would be great. But as far as I've seen, and you can see this even in the article itself, Stephen, is that we don't make the claim that they were like given talking points, or, again, we had creators reach out to us saying like, hey, I was actually concerned about the Gaza stuff because like maybe it would, whatever. But I looked into it, and I did not find any evidence that they were preventing people from saying the word Israel or AIPAC or something that some people were claiming. So it does a lot of disservice to the journalism, I think, when you have these content creators come, like David Packman, come on and refute claims that were never made in the article without making it clear.
Well, Hassan Piker also repeated that like these people were basically blocked from talking about Israel-Palestine, or I think Emma Vigilant, I think, also was saying as much, that like, oh, they're only allowing people to say good things about Israel. This is why I think a lot of those content creators maybe weren't responding to your article, but how well the leftists had ran with the article.
But I think it's important to respond to, I think it's important when you're debunking an article, especially if you care about building trust in journalism instead of dismantling trust in journalism. I think it's helpful to say, hey, these claims have not been made in the article, which actually bolsters their point. But of course, they spent so much time trying to discredit the article. But I think it would be helpful for them to say, hey, this claim wasn't made in the article, but let me debunk it. Because again, this is a very hot button issue, and I think it's worth, I know Current Affairs had a piece on this in a while. The Democratic Party does not have a great track record in this area, which I think is also what has, like, I'm talking specifically about the campaign trail and kind of what they did at the DNC. I think that has made a lot of people sort of question all of this stuff. But I think what they should do is counter that with more transparency. And another thing I could just debunk really quickly, since you're giving me the opportunity, is that we did not mention the DNC in the article, aside from just mentioning that this girl has a pro DNC meme page. But a lot of people, I think, are conflating this liberal dark money group with the DNC. And I saw poor Shelby at the DNC sort of trying to fact check that. And I think I get that the DNC is a stand-in for things.
Well, it's because you bring up the Democrats a lot, right? Like when you say
but
fierce Democrats that struggle to work with.
The DNC is a specific organization, and I just want to make it clear that we don't mention that specific organization. The DNC is used as slang for the establishment in a way that I'm sympathetic to, and I totally have done that myself. But we don't mention the DNC, and I've seen a lot of these creators tweet, for instance, a meme account that was tweeting about the Democrats. They quote tweeted it and said, oh, look, you're paid by the DNC. You're part of the same thing. That account was paid by the DNC, actually totally separately, but not part of this program. So the DNC has done tons of creator stuff. They have that new guy in place who maybe you should talk to, who's, their new head of influencer. I think his name is Tim or something, partnerships. But they were not, like, we didn't even reach out to the DNC about this story because they're not
Sure. So I guess when we say that, like, because the I don't know what you call the second title on the article, but
That was really hot, dude. That was so fucking spicy. My nose.
The subhead?
Yeah. So an initiative aimed at boosting Democrats online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line, and then all they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. And then you mentioned later on in the article about the Democrats and Joe Biden and campaigns. Like, that feels like a pretty official establishment to your
Sure. Oh,
take.
they're
That would be-
definitely in with the establishment. For
Well, like
sure.
not
I mean,
just,
they're
but like
definitely
the
with
White House and Joe Biden, and I mean, it feels pretty easy to rope. Like, I would understand why anybody would rope the DNC into that, right? If you're talking about literally the party and pushing the party line, and Joe Biden and the White House, right?
I mean, we don't mention that. We mention Joe Biden so they can loop that in and establishment and sure, but like, I mean, sure. But I don't think those people actually read the article, Stephen, based off a lot of what people have been saying. I just don't think people made it past the paywall, because if they made it past the paywall, the people, at least that I've interacted with, that are confused about the article, when I send them the text of the article or I send them the remove paywall link, it usually has cleared things up. So.
Okay. I feel like if I wrote an article and this many people had this big of a misunderstanding, I would be very bothered. But
well, that's why I'm here helping you understand it, because I think that there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And I do want to be accountable to people. I pride myself on engaging with lots of people, even if they disagree with me on so many issues. I will always talk to them, hear out their point, hear their feedback. That's how I become a better journalist. If I only talk to people that agree with me or never have criticism of me, I would not become a better journalist. So I appreciate your feedback, and especially your feedback about, the ability to post more source material online. That's
like we watched numerous people yesterday who were leftists who were saying that she said this as well. So the stuff about Gaza, the stuff about the DNC, all of it.
Certainly something, again, that I have advocated throughout my career and will continue to advocate for. But I like to hear feedback. What I don't like is people doing stupid personal attacks or saying, oh, you're a secret Republican or whatever. Like, that is just so stupid and
doing personal attacks. He doesn't like personal attacks, guys. Let's see. This here. Taylor Lorenz's Twitter. Oh wait, actually, I think I have a screenshot of it instead. Yeah, here we go. All right. The lady who doesn't like personal attacks, dude. Let's keep it productive. Posted a thing about Destiny being a pedophile. She retweeted this 2 days ago. Let's keep it productive, though. All of these little things on Destiny's face here, these are supposed to be like markers for people who were on the sex registry. I think the red ones are all like child molesters. I think that was the productive thing to do.
unproductive and
productive.
Like, not, that doesn't like do anything to you know what I mean? It's just very silly. Not that you did that, but I just, in terms of like why I block people online and stuff like that, it's because I have to know that you're actually coming in good faith.
Okay. All right. Is there any other thing you want to go over related to this, or?
I think that's it. I hope that people can read it, and I hope that they can keep an open mind. I think that a lot of people reflexively might hate the article, right? Because they want the Democrats to win, and they don't want to support any article that they feel like is critical, right? They're like, why are you bashing? Why are you doing a hit piece? What I would say is that I also want the Democrats to win. Obviously, I don't want Trump in power. Of course not. He's a fascist. It's terrible. I don't support the MAGA movement. I'm not a Republican. I want them to have a more effective strategy. And I think before you attack me, look at people like Tina Wynn or Miyasato or some of these other journalists that have written so smartly. McKenna Kelly also writes about politics really well on the internet. Like, a lot of people have made similar points that I've made in this story about these broader sort of issues with the Democrats and the Democrats all over, from the DNC to the lawmakers to these groups and stuff, about their sort of media strategy. And I think that we can all agree that the Democrats do need a better media strategy and a better set of policies, I would argue, to reach more people. And so when you read an article like mine, before you get so mad or before you start fighting, on the internet or whatever, please understand that, like, it would be great if I wish the Democrats would run a more transparent, more effective program. I've written those pieces, by the way, announcing more transparent programs, or promoted those pieces when I see them in the news and then, wow, that's really great. I have no problem with an effective influencer program. I have no problem if they just say, you know what, guys, we're only doing a neoliberal influencer program. I don't think that's all they should do, but maybe they want to cater to those people online for a while. I don't know. They've been doing that for years, but who cares? That's their prerogative. I think that the issue is transparency. And what we should ask for in this space is more transparency across the board, because the less transparency, the more advantage the far right has, because they have more money. If you start to play the dark money game, like, they're going to win every time. So we want more transparency in the space. We want more transparency from the.
Wait, I thought he was sick.
Never in all 9 days, I never would have thought I would see Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert ever go against Trump on anything. I mean, I guess when you make it Epstein, it's pretty easy, but Jesus.
He told me he was sick. He said he couldn't make the debate tomorrow because he's sick. Oh no. He's too sick to go and stream, guys. He can't do it. He's too sick. He's a liar. He lied. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. He's in with the fucking DNC, bro. He must be getting paid some fucking dark money. To be fucking lying like that. Wow.
Our political media, so we know who we can trust. And yeah, that's all. But you don't have to I'm not a secret Republican, or I think that it's not that controversial.
Sure. I mean, I agree with I agree with what you're saying. I don't think that was hardly anywhere in the article. I feel like the only prescription I saw from the article was the quote from the one person, which basically says
I didn't put prescriptions in it. Yeah, you're right.
Well, you didn't. There was a prescription in it, which was that the middleman is bad, basically. That there shouldn't be, that people should just give money directly to content creators. So
well, yes, that dark money is bad. That is definitely the prescription that's put in there. Dark money is bad. Not disclosing is bad. Trying to take control of people, like small content creators, channels and stuff, is bad. There were definitely a lot of prescriptions in there. Just maybe not in the way that she means it in that sense.
That we're supposed to fund the entire Democratic messaging apparatus with super chats and Medium or Substack subscriptions, I guess.
I don't know about that.
So
but I do think less top-down control is good. I mean, if you look at Turning Point as a version of success, right? They have, of course, some organizational structure, but it's pretty open and collaborative.
Charlie Kirk literally has phone calls with Donald Trump. That is one of the most top-down, heavy, organized things. Charlie Kirk visited over 300
in terms
plus.
of sure in terms of their messaging, but I'm saying it's a big sprawling organization.
Yeah, the top-down structure. They raise a ton of money from people that pay money into them. They all take direction and organizational stuff from Charlie Kirk, who communicates with President Donald Trump. Yeah.
Sure, top down in terms of messaging. I guess maybe top down is the wrong word. Why don't I rephrase it so that you're not confused?
Stop being confused.
I'm not confused. I'm just saying that you're advocating for some type of
stop
structure,
being confused.
There seems to be some confusion between what I'm trying to communicate and how you're receiving it.
I understand.
So let me rephrase it in a way.
Go ahead. Make me understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase it in a way so that my message is clear.
Yes.
Okay. And that is not an indictment of you. I am just trying to explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I think that more transparency is good, because the more open these programs are, the more people will want to get involved, the more grassroots the movement becomes, and the less bad faith attacks can be levied. You know what I mean? And I think that is just something that across the board is helpful. I understand the purpose of middlemen. I think there's all these different sort of things that they can serve and not serve. I don't think it helps the Democratic Party to only rely on middlemen. But look at iShowSpeed, who did a great live stream from the Capitol the other day, got, helped the Democrats, whatever. Adam Faze coordinated that. That was great, right? Like things like that are fine. It's great.
Has there
I'm
been
not
another
against.
organization, like you said, Chorus had 90 content creators. Is there any organization of this size that has existed?
Yeah, it's actually, I think Kai Cenat and iShowSpeed stopped talking to, I forget the kid's name. Who was the kid who was like hanging out with Sneeko, calling Destiny the F slur over and over a little while ago, and he interviewed Trump. Aiden Ross, yeah, I think they all fucked off from Aiden Ross. Like they don't talk to him anymore. Yeah. They do not like him now. Which is nice because a lot of like the big content creators on Twitch and Kick all kind of became these like right-wing simps. And so yeah, it's nice that like some of the actual bigger guys like Speed and Kai are totally not cool with that shit, and yeah, have been a bit outspoken about it. Like I remember, what was I forget who it was, but somebody at like a show one time where Kai Cenat was just sitting down hanging out. Some guy, like older like actor guy, walked up to him behind him and started like talking to him and was saying something like, "Hey man, like, I forget what was it. I think he's like, hey, you should give Kanye's song a try, man." And he's like, all right, bro. And he's like, nah, for real, man. Like, he's not a racist, bro. You should listen to him. Like, he's not a bad guy. And he's got a strong message or something. And Kai's like, all right, bro, go. Get on. Get somewhere. Get the fuck away from me. I forget who it was, but at first he was just like trying to be nice. I think it might have been, now that I think about it, we reviewed a debate on, what was it? On Piers Morgan a little while ago with like the old Superman guy, and I didn't know who he was at the time, but now thinking back on this, I'm starting to think that might have been Superman. Yeah, this.
Kite and I was just trying to enjoy the vibes at the AMA. When some random dude popped out of nowhere on full conspiracy mode. Man walked up like he had a press conference to give, rambling about Kanye and freedom of speech like he was on Drink Champs. It was given, this ain't the time or place, but he kept going like Kai was his therapist. What made it even weirder? He pulled the, I'm just here with my daughter card. Like, sir, don't use your kid as a ploy for your controversial agenda. Kai kept it classy and hit him with a quick message.
Hi. How you doing? This guy in here. Hey, where's Kanye? We want to say we love Ye. We love Ye for being outspoken regardless, because it's America, and I think it's a great thing to live in a free country. Don't you? I think it's a free country.
So you really have to my screen. No
on my influence.
Yeah.
So come on here and say that.
I think he's a great guy that at the end of the day, you have a dialogue with him.
And that's what I'm going to say. I think I want to protect my energy.
Yeah. Well, I think you letting them talk is a good thing.
Look, I'm going to politely ask you, get out of here, guys.
Well, we think it's good to have free opinion.
I get it, but I don't want that. Whatever you got going on, you deal with that. Thank you for your service.
He's a boy scout.
You take
a photo? Your work. Great work, man.
Crazy. Hey, really? Nah. Thank you so much.
Hey, I appreciate you. Hey, I love the content, bro. Love the content, bro.
Thank you so much.
Can I get a photo?
Grown ass man really try to come on my screen and try to do that. That's weird, bro.
Thought it was a rando. Maybe it was. I mean, it's somebody at the fucking AMA, so I don't know. I thought it was an actor. I could have sworn other stuff said it was an actor, but yeah, Kaisenak can't believe this celebrity just disrespected him and mentioned Kanye West at the AMA red carpet. Like, I think it's, let's see, who played Clark Kent on, what was the old show called? Clark and what was the name of the fucking show? Dean Cain? Oh yeah, maybe that is his name. Dean Cain. Okay, yeah. I guess it's not. It doesn't look like it was him. Okay.
So far?
They're the big one. There's a few other, I mean, Vocal Media has done some stuff. There's a Teddy Schleifer actually in the New York Times wrote a really good piece, which might be good for you to review with your audience on a lot of these different efforts.
Lois and Clark, yeah. Yeah, that was it.
There's I think it's called Project Bullhorn. There's Project Zero. They all have sort of different goals of some of them are funding creators directly, some are funding editors. They all sort of have different structures and things. I think Channel Zero, is that the one that Rob Flaherty is doing?
The members, the things that you just are listed, are all of those people public with every person that they're paying and where all of their funding sources are from? Because it sounded earlier you said people would be more excited to join these programs, but Chorus seems like the largest one of them.
Yeah, well, Chorus was the first out of the gate. So a lot of those other programs haven't launched yet, and they're launching.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Smallville. Smallville was the other guy, but this is Lois and Clark was a TV show that was on back in the day when a lot of us were younger. Lois and Clark. And so, yeah, that's the Dean Cain guy. This chick went on to be on, Desperate Housewives or something like that, right?
Now, and so that's why we want to get these discussions going
and
say, hey
Have
guys,
night,
look, Chorus is first mover in the space. They're definitely the biggest and the most notable. They got that splashy New York Times profile 10 days after the election. But now that all the donors are so invested in investing in media, why don't you listen to some of these creators themselves and do it in a little bit more of an open and transparent way. I don't think it's going to hurt them the way that they think that it will. I think it'll actually help them. And if you listen to that great piece on The Verge between Tina and Mia, I think that they make a very compelling argument for transparency.
Okay. I hope that transparency is a thing we can all push for, especially in the media environment. I think it's one of the most damaging things right now in the United States is not having that transparency. So, yeah.
And if people want to learn more about dark money, go watch the video that I made with Anna on my YouTube channel. I think she answers a lot of questions. And she also herself is very open to receiving questions and feedback. And if you have further questions, I know she would love to hear.
She had just put that video out, like, right when she went on here. Like, literally, the video had just fucking come out. Right when she got on there. This is it. The shocking truth about dark money, 17 hours ago. I guess, yeah, I guess maybe it'd come out like 4 hours before that. Okay.
Hear from people.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. Well, hey, listen, thanks. I know I'm here to kind of bully you and shout at you, so I appreciate the conversation
That's
for
okay.
like an hour and a half. So yeah, thanks a lot.
Happy to chat. Always happy to chat about my reporting. Thank you guys so much for reading and engaging with my work. And if you have a story that you want me to cover, just reach out.
Cool. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
So you had to go ask for help in her Twitter debate with Taylor. Okay. I didn't see it, so I know you sent me a DM about it. I'll have to. See, what's strange is that you defending TPUSA after you literally just wrote a hit piece, a hit piece article on a Democratic nonprofit organization for being funded by dark money. Do you realize that Charlie Kirk raised $85 million just last year through a nonprofit, right? Strange that you still haven't answered my question. Have you ever written an article about TPUSA? I didn't like this, that yeah, like Z did keep doing this. Like, you went after a Democrat organization, but did you ever call out TPUSA? I did think that that's a little odd, because it's obviously, I think that we would hold like Democrats to a higher standard and to a different standard, and so just saying like, because I believe she in the video, I believe she mentions that like Republican organizations have tons of dark money and they are way more unethical, and that they've been doing this shit since like the early 2000s. So it's only right now that Democrats are all of a sudden getting involved in this. But her doing this, saying at Grok, does Taylor Lorenz book mention TPUSA in detail? She doesn't have to read the book for that. What do you mean? What? She's just asking if it mentions TPUSA. Why would she go read the book for that? Grok cannot scrape my book, Z. But I read about Gamergate and the origins of the right-wing influencer movement. I realize you're new to this space and just now learning about it, but I encourage you to read up a little bit and familiarize yourself with things like Gamergate. Agree to disagree? No, bro, she's not making a claim about her entire book. You're making it sound like she has to read the entirety of her book. She doesn't need to read the entirety of her book in order to know whether or not Taylor mentions TPUSA. That's not an agree to disagree thing. It's just a fact. Like, in order to know whether or not TPUSA is talked about in the book, and whether or not she talks about like dark money and shit like that, she doesn't need to read the whole fucking book. That would be ridiculous, to go fucking buy a book and then read the whole thing just to find out if they mention TPUSA. That would be insane. That is no fucking way, dude. No way. What did Grok say? Based on previews, indexes, and reviews of Taylor Lorenz's extremely online, there are no mentions of TPUSA or Turning Point USA. The book covers broader online influence in right-wing media ecosystems, but not TPUSA specifically. So does Taylor say that? You can read some of what I've written about Turning Point recently here, and my book reports on the origins of the right-wing influencer movement. You can also listen to me talk about Turning Point in many podcast episodes. Yeah, I don't think this is a good argument to even be like, did you talk about TPUSA? Did you talk about Turning Point? I don't think it's a good argument, but Grok explain this. She didn't say explain this. That's not what she said though. Like, explain something is different. Whereas, like I said, it would be insane to expect her to go buy the fucking book just to find out if she mentioned one thing for a fucking Twitter argument, right? Like, how insane would that be if Taylor's like, I said this in my book, and then 5 days later, Z comes back and is like, nah, I just read your whole book, and it's not in there. Like, 5 days fucking later, what are you doing? You're a little late, Z. What do you expect? You expect her to have to go, like, now, anytime somebody makes any sort of claim about anything, I'm just going to tell them it's in my book. That's what I'm going to do from now on. And just anytime I'm in a fight with somebody, I'm going to be like, well, if you read my book on it, you would know. I'll be like, well, can I get an excerpt? Nope. You got to go to Amazon.com, buy the book, get it delivered, read it, get back to me in a couple weeks. Quick Tom read a book. You don't know that I haven't read the book. You have no idea. I have tons of papers that all of the biggest all of the biggest professors and all of the biggest colleges use. The greatest papers of all time. Yeah. Yeah, you better watch out. You better watch yourself.
What triggered Operation Rising Lion? Was it self-defense? Was it something more calculated? What are the stakes for America? Is this the start of peace in the Middle East, or is it the opening act of another trillion-dollar war that has a heavy cost to America, including lives? So, Anna, I'm going to let you start us out here. Go ahead.
Sure.
Put on my flag.
All right. Well, on Thursday of this week, Israel carried out strikes in Iran, essentially beginning.
Grok, like a subscribe. Yeah. Always like a subscribe, dude.
What is now referred to as a war. The strikes were carried out right before Donald Trump, the president of the United States, of course.
Yeah, if you guys weren't here earlier, this debate gets heated, dude. This debate is wild. They get fucking crunk in this debate. So this is gonna get a little crazy.
Was supposed to have another round, I believe the 6th round of diplomatic negotiations with Iran to get a nuclear deal, a new nuclear deal, because in 2018, Trump ripped up the original nuclear deal, which prevented Iran from enriching enough uranium to build nuclear weapons. That brings us to today, where you have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, for literally decades, trying to push the United States to go to war in Iran on Israel's behalf. He decides to carry out this strike. There's now evidence indicating that Trump did give him his blessing to do this. And so what's the argument? Well, of course, Israel is making the self-defense argument. And I'll give you a little taste of what Netanyahu had to say when he was on Fox News being interviewed by Brett Baer just yesterday. Take a look. No, first video that I sent you.
Yeah, you fucking idiot.
1 second.
Anna just wanted more screen time, so just excuse me 1 second. There it was right there. Natalia's doing a good job pulling this up. But Brett Baer landed that interview. Congratulations. Brett Baer is a G.
Did you see him rapping on stage? Brett Baer is amazing.
Brett Baer can rap?
Oh my God, yeah, he's great.
Okay. He's probably the best person they have on Fox. Shout out to you, Brett.
Brett Baer? Who is that? This guy?
Hip, hip, a hop, you don't stop, a rocket to the bang, bang, boogie, so up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Skiddly bop, Scooby-Doo, that's right, America, we love you, and we rock and roll to the summer sun, can rock to 101 years old. I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but I like hot butter on my breakfast toast.
It can go.
It can go for a while.
It can go, and it does go. It is unbelievable.
It can go.
I'm telling you, and I don't usually speak for the entire black community, but Brett Baer, you get a pass. You're in the game. That is one of the hardest songs to ever do. And Brett Baer, he slays that like he wrote it himself. It's phenomenal.
Hip, hip, a hop, you don't stop, a rocket to the bang, bang, boogie, so up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Scooby-Doo, that's right, America, we love you, and we rock and roll to the summer sun. We can rock to 101 years old. I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but I like hot butter on my breakfast toast.
Yeah, it's so hard, dude. Hooey. That is one of the roughest ones, dude. Wow. The skill level it takes to be able to rap that song. Sheesh. You know, with the flow change ups and the beat all over the place. Woo! The speed. No shot.
I just
Do it, Tom? Oh, I can't. Couldn't possibly. No way.
Liked it in the text exchange, so you'll know which video I'm talking about. And I'm going to go in that order, so you guys know how I'm going to present this.
I am impressed that he knows the fucking words, okay? I'm impressed that he knows all the words. I'll give him that. Like, the other guy saying that that's, like, super hard song to do, that's fucking stupid. But I'm definitely impressed that he knows the lyrics.
While she's pulling it up, give a quick summary of what the central thesis is that you want to talk about.
Okay, so, all right. Let's just forget the videos, I guess. So basically,
thank God a man was there. Thank fucking God there was a man there. Otherwise, they all just would have sat there quietly, just looking at each other.
Pull it up.
Yeah. So Netanyahu argues, we have intelligence indicating that Iran is on the precipice of developing nuclear weapons, and that poses a threat to Israel. At the same time, though, we have Tulsi Gabbard. Can we pull up that video, Tulsi Gabbard? In March, Tulsi Gabbard gave a briefing. She is the Secretary of the Department of National Intelligence. And so she's talking about the threat.
I was about to say, what the fuck is Allie talking about, dude? Tom just says, I covered it in my streams a few days ago. Okay, motherfucker. Give me a fucking break. It's like the fact that like I can like go and take hours to like cover shit and go over it, and then like the next day or 2 days later somebody comes in and they're like, what is that about? Can you explain that? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And I like give them like a little bit of it. And they're like, well, what about this? What about that? I'm saying, okay, I'm not going over the same thing that I already covered in like full length just like 2 days ago, that making everybody sit and watch the same exact thing again. Like, I can't do it.
That Iran poses, she's specifically addressing them allegedly building nuclear weapons. Now, this is in March of this year. Take a look.
Okay, so just to be clear, they did, like, Iran did seem to have facilities where they were getting ready to build nuclear weapons, okay? The IAEA even said that they looked like they might be building a weapon. They said that the government said they said they have no evidence of a plan to build a weapon, but that the government admitted that they have all the puzzle pieces. They just have to put it together. That they're the only country in the world with that much military grade uranium just sitting there. They said that like they had they gave so much fucking evidence to where, yeah, if you think that Iran just didn't have anything, you're just wrong. Now, does that mean that we should have bombed them? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that like the United States needed to get involved. I understand the argument about bunker busters and everything, but I don't think we needed to get involved. I think that we could have just left it and left it alone, but let Israel take care of it. But yeah, for some reason, us getting involved, that just seemed like a little bit too much. But yeah, Anna will act like there was just no reason for anybody to think that that was the case. There was no reason to believe that they were likely to build a bomb, and that's just stupid.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not
turn it
building
up,
a
Matt.
nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons.
So without nuclear weapons, they're not building a nuclear bomb. That's what she clearly states during this hearing back in March. Then you have Netanyahu making it appear as though, oh my God, they're about to drop the nuke on Israel. There's no evidence of that. There's no indication that they're building a nuclear weapon. And more importantly,
I don't think Netanyahu said they're about to drop the nuke on Israel. I don't think he said. He never even said that they had a nuke. What is she talking about?
now you can go to the last video I sent you, because
he did say that like them having a nuke was a threat to Israel. He did say that. That's obviously just true. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with believing that if Iran had a nuke, like, this would be a threat to Israel. And it's, to be clear, a lot of people always argue, well, why do you think that just because they got a nuke that they're all of a sudden going to start bombing people? I don't think that. I don't think that they're going to bomb anybody. I think that the whole point in having a nuke is so that others can't fuck with you anymore. The whole idea that right now the United States can't get involved with the Russia-Ukraine war is because Russia has a fucking nuke. That's the whole thing, right? We can't go to war with Russia because they have a nuke. We can't even like put boots on the ground because they have a nuke. And over the last 10 years, we've bombed Iranians numerous times. And that none of that would have happened if they had a nuke. If Soleimani would not have been bombed out of nowhere at an airport if Iran had a fucking nuke. Like the Israel would not be going and bombing their scientists and shit if they had a fucking nuke. Like that is the reason. That's why we don't want them to have a nuke, is because we don't want them to become another untouchable country that is able to just do whatever the fuck they want because they have a nuke. We don't want that.
This is a video from 2002. And I should also note, dating all the way back to the 1990s, Netanyahu was saying that Iran is about to obtain a nuclear weapon. This has been a narrative by Netanyahu for literally decades.
She always does this. She always does this where she keeps quoting what Netanyahu says over and over. It doesn't matter what Netanyahu said. Like, read what the fucking IAEA said. Read what they said. Why do you keep quoting what Netanyahu said? Why do we care what Netanyahu said? This is ridiculous. But that's because, like, yeah, if I said that to her, she would say, well, Netanyahu's in charge of our country, right? What do you mean? Netanyahu's the president, right? Israel runs America, so of course, like, it matters what he says more than anybody else.
Here's what he had to say back in 2002. Obviously, this was after 9/11, But before the United States did the preemptive war in Iraq, Israel was trying to goad the U.S. to invade Iraq, even though Iraq had nothing to do with 9/11. Nonetheless, here's what Netanyahu said.
And this is a tyrant who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. And today, the United States must destroy the same regime because a nuclear-armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk. It is simply not reflecting the reality to assume that Saddam isn't feverishly working to develop nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you.
Bro, the fucking Iraq-Iran comparisons are just too much. It's so ridiculous. These aren't comparable. They're not the same fucking thing. They're not the same thing, okay? They're not. In this case, we had like very tiny little bits of evidence with Iraq that we ran with that was not enough evidence. Whereas in the case of Iran, everybody fucking agreed. Everybody agreed on what was there. In this case, we had the whole fucking world agree. Even Iran, they didn't disagree. Even Iran didn't dispute any of the facts that we used to say, hey, looks like they're gonna build a fucking nuke. Like they didn't, Iran never even disputed any of this. So none of this is comparable. It's so ridiculous.
That it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location. The 3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in Iraq will make the third victory that much easier, less than dismantling his regime will do.
Okay. So whether you're talking about Iran, whether you're talking about Iraq, whether you're talking about Libya, whether you're talking about Afghanistan, there has been this orchestrated effort, specifically by Netanyahu. He's been kind of like the mouthpiece for it. But the government of Israel has been trying to get the United States to fight its wars for Israel to the detriment of Americans. We went into Iraq. 4,000 of our soldiers died based on a complete lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. There was no indication that they were developing nuclear weapons. It was a lie. And I believe that right now what's happening is Israel does the strike. Okay, I think Trump made a huge mistake by giving that strike or giving these current strikes that Israel is doing his blessing. I think he was under the assumption that that would bring Iran to the negotiating table and give the United States more leverage. But that is not what's going to happen. Now Iran is in full-blown war with Israel to the point where Israel is trying to get the United States to fight offensively, not to just defend Israel, but to fight offensively. So I give you that because people are going to die. People are already dying. On the Iranian side, as we speak right now, upward of 220 Iranians dead. On the Israeli side, it's now in the dozens of innocent people dead. And I think this is really part of what's known as the Greater Israel Project, right? They want to have dominance in that region, and they want to install puppet governments. And so in the case of Iran, Netanyahu can barely contain himself when it comes to wanting regime change. But it is always a bad idea when you have a third party or a foreign government carry out...
Okay, this is from 2 months ago. But it's only a short video, so I want to see part of this because we saw a clip earlier where it got a little wild.
Or orchestrate regime change in your own country. We have seen how that works out. It destabilizes countries. Look at Libya. That's a perfect example. Libya gave up their nuclear program. And you know what they got in return? American boots on the ground to do regime change war. So my issue here is that we're being lied to, and we're being lied to the detriment of Americans and to, I guess, to the benefit of Israel, and I don't think that's okay.
Adam, do you want to? I actually have some thoughts, but I know you're far more well versed than me.
Well, I mean, I'm an American first. So, respectfully, what's your point?
My point is the United States should not be backing Israel in this war of aggression against Iran. Iran is not a threat to our national security. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
I don't think that's true, Anna.
Based on what?
Okay, based on the fact that she just said they have a huge amount of enriched uranium.
They
We know
do.
They have 6 to 10 bombs worth. So let's start with that.
You want to know who has nuclear weapons? Israel.
I know, but Israel.
And
hold on.
No, not allegedly.
Hold on.
Not allegedly.
Hold on. There's a difference. Israel is not chanting death to America. They are not ideologically captured. On top of that, they just got detonators, which makes them more dangerous. What is the proof that they're doing this? They have nuclear sites that both
Jill, this is the
Okay, to say that Israel's not ideologically captured is kind of a stupid fucking statement to make, but it is it's not relevant to say that they have nukes. Like, if you want to talk about like doing stuff that's America first, if you want to talk about crap that's like gonna put America's safety first, obviously we're not going to care as much about Israel having a nuke as we are about Iran having a nuke. Obviously we're going to do what's best for our country and try to make sure that we're safe first. And when we're talking about Iran having a nuke and Israel having a nuke, these two are, it's just not, they're just not comparable. It's not relevant. It doesn't matter if Israel has a nuke. Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck.
Same Iraq narrative. How are we falling for it again?
I agree with you that I don't
Has nothing to do with Iraq.
want Iraq ever again. But I see.
But we're
vast
driving toward that. We're totally driving toward
Just
that.
because you're right on something doesn't mean you're right on everything.
I'm right on everything
Can
when
I
it comes
also
to
say
this.
one
So
more
that's where you made a problem.
Yeah.
Is that you just
Okay, tell me where I'm wrong.
yourself
Tell me where I'm wrong.
that you're right
Tell me
on
where I'm wrong.
everything.
Weapons, though.
Tell me where I'm
I just
wrong.
want to finish this one.
Well, 2 months later, we can say that you're wrong because you kept acting like this was the next Iraq. And it's not. But I guess you can pull a Jordan Peterson and say because you made a big deal about it, because you guys all threw fits about this shit, now you can take credit for it and say, see, we stopped it from happening. You're welcome.
Okay,
Are you going to go fight?
Question?
Are you going to enlist and go fight on behalf of Israel?
I have family. I have friends that are in the IDF.
Okay,
How many
they're
family
in the
and friends
IDF.
do you have
They're
in
in
Hamas?
Israel. If you're
If we're
American,
gonna have a discussion,
you should not be
don't
calling
talk
for
when I'm
American
talking.
soldiers
That's what
to
I'm
fight
saying.
Israel's war.
You
I'm
just
sorry.
ranted,
Okay, hold
and
on.
I'm going to talk
Hold on.
now.
All right.
I'm going to ask you one question.
Go ahead.
Okay, Adam, go.
But if we're going to talk, and then let me talk, then
Let
you
me just
talk.
say one thing, real quick.
So I don't get to talk. You kept going.
You do.
Hannah, welcome to your show. Go ahead, sweetheart.
The country that is currently carrying out a genocide in Gaza has nuclear weapons, and they have the audacity to talk about how other countries in the region are a threat to their national security. Okay, go ahead.
Well, let me just say one
Yeah, go
thing.
ahead.
Here's the thing. I appreciate that Netanyahu is a
Terrible
deeply
person.
flawed person.
Yep.
Okay. And I appreciate that nobody wants to see Iraq again. But on top of the fact that I do think there is some legitimate concern at this moment with regard to nuclear weapons, there's also intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Every country has that. Are we going to invade every country because they have missiles?
Death to America. They're the top funders of terror. The Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Shia militias. They have assassination plots against our president. There's cyber
There's
attacks.
no evidence of that either, by the way.
Where does that said that?
The CIA loves to provoke the United States into
I
war.
want to understand your central thesis. Here's my question.
You literally, she just quoted Tulsi Gabbard a minute ago. You literally just fucking quoted Tulsi Gabbard, and now they're like, well, the CIA says this. Oh, we're going to believe the CIA. Oh, okay.
What is your central thesis?
That Iran is not
A threat to America. Iran is not a threat to America. There's no evidence that Iran is a threat to America.
Developing nuclear weapons?
They are part of...
Are they developing nuclear weapons or not?
They are not developing nuclear weapens. There is no evidence of that.
There's
Yes.
so why are they having nuclear peace talks?
Why do they have
Because they
detonators
think
and enriched
because they think it's fun. What are you talking
Because
about?
okay.
If we can't live in reality, they're having nuclear peace
Yes,
talks.
well, yes, exactly. Why would they refuse to agree to nuclear peace talks if they don't have nuclear weapons? Why do they have so much uranium at like 60% if they don't want nuclear weapons? Like, if there's no evidence of this, if there's no reason, like, this is the thing that I hate about this, is that when we're going through the IAEA report and we're looking at all of the things that it says, like the 60% uranium, the fact that they refuse to allow the IAEA to come in and do their inspections, the fact that they had a bunch of facilities that they weren't reporting to the IAEA anymore. The fact that because they still had like an agreement with the UN for the IAEA to come in and do inspections, but they stopped allowing those. I do agree that a lot of this is Trump's fault. 100%. I totally agree. A lot of this is Trump's fault. The fact that he took them out of the agreement, the Iran agreement, that is the reason that we're dealing with this now. That is why we got stuck with this fucking mess, was because they took them out of the Iran deal. But it's when you look at all of the shit, the uranium grade, the stockpiles of it, the facilities that aren't being reported, the not allowing the audits to happen, like the fact that they say they have all the pieces, they just have to put them together. There's so much fucking evidence there. And then they look at that and they say, well, there's no evidence that they're going to build a bomb. That is the fucking evidence. What do you mean? That's the evidence. If we agree all of that exists, why would you say afterwards, there's no evidence they're going to build a bomb? There's no evidence of that.
Let me answer your
question. To do what? To talk about the nuclear weapons that they're not developing?
Okay.
That makes no sense to me.
First of all,
like, imagine going to somebody's house and there's some far right, like, neo-Nazi, and they find like all of these parts to build a fucking bomb in their room. And then afterwards, Anna Kasparian's like, yes, but there was no evidence that they were going to build that bomb. There was no evidence that they were ever going to build that bomb. And you know what? Okay, there's other people who have bombs. There's other houses that have like pipe bombs and shit like that. So if you want to make a big deal about this guy having a fucking bomb, like, okay, but some people have bombs sometimes.
I would not be surprised if they geared up enriching uranium
Israel
as a result of the fact that Trump pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal in 2018.
The Iran nuclear deal.
Hold on.
Let me make developing nuclear weapons.
Hold on.
It's okay. Iran is part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Do you know what that is?
Go ahead, explain.
Non-Proliferation Treaty allows the international community to do checks on Iran to ensure that they are not developing nuclear weapons.
And they don't let them in. They haven't let them in since 2019. They haven't allowed them to do those fucking audits. What do you mean? Yes, they are part of the Non-Proliferation Agreement. That's what I was talking about with the UN. They don't allow them in. They don't allow, and they have not been reporting their facilities to them.
The country that does have nuclear weapons is Israel. They are not.
Why does she keep doing this?
Part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. They don't even acknowledge the fact that they have nuclear weapons. The idea that Israel, that has the backing of the top military superpower in this world, and that's the United States, the country that has nuclear weapons, is crying about how Iran is such a threat to Israel. It's ridiculous.
But didn't they just pull? Hold on. I am not educated enough.
See, this is the frustrating part: is when they say that it's a threat. It is true that, like, Bibi Netanyahu will say they're gonna bomb us, they're gonna nuke us. It is true that he says that, but in reality, that no real person is talking about whether or not Iran is gonna bomb Israel. Nobody actually thinks they're gonna do that. It's just about the fact that they'll have that defensive measure to where, like, they will be a nuclear power.
To fully go in, but what I did see everyone post this morning is that Iran is pulling out of that treaty.
Yeah, I did see that.
They
broke the treaty as well.
So what are the implications? What does the treaty ensure in breaking it? What are the implications of that?
The treaty ensures that they're not developing nuclear weapons. Here's the problem. Iran played by the rules, and they got fucked anyway. Why
do you think so let me understand one thing. Are you a defender of Iran? Is that
no,
who you
I'm
are?
not a defender of Iran. I'm a defender of the United States of America and our soldiers.
Sounds like you're defending Iran now.
You know what? I think Israel needs to fight its own wars. Why do they keep pulling the United States into their wars?
America is not on the ground in Israel. I'm America first. There's zero
You're not America
Americans.
first. Don't say that.
You don't.
When you're egging
I'm
on this
America
war,
first.
you're not America first. We
I'm
have
not-
soldiers in that region right now, tens of thousands of
they're
them
not
who are now
fighting.
a target as a result of
So
this.
are you just like, do you hate Israel blindly that you can't address the facts? Or
I
like, what is
hate
it?
what the current Israeli government, not just the current Israeli government, what the Israeli government over the last several decades has done in lying to Americans and the American government in order to get us to fight their wars for them.
So
That's what I have a problem
blaming
with.
all the wars, and I agree we shouldn't have.
Oh shit! I was just about to say
Okay. The DOD.
Destiny messaged me a little bit ago, and he was like, "What are the exact terms of the debate?" And now he's on here doing research for the debate.
I think at most this warrants asking other people's involvement about their perspective. It isn't evidence. Well, yeah, but
Damn, dude. This speeds up to 4 now? That's fucking wild. I didn't expect that.
On Rob Noor's channel now. This debate on your channel will be good. Looking like he's expecting it to be 2v1 you and Destiny v him.
I've never done that before. He said that last time I think I hosted a debate too. Is that like he was afraid that I was going to be like biased against him, and then at the end he was like, okay, like you weren't biased. You might have been a little bit more biased in my favor. Yeah, I can't think of a debate I've ever hosted where anybody ever accused me of actually being biased, like unfairly biased in the way that I moderate. Well, except for Zonia. But
regardless of where you come from, we'll go from. Okay. Give me the I want the newly released Tulsi Gabbard leaks or material, I guess. Conspiracy to subvert President Trump's 2016 victory and presidency. And public perceptions of the 2016 presidential election, and I am concerned.
Started a job with the Crucible. I ain't asking them for shit, right? So the idea that people ask me, can you reach out and have Andrew or someone at the Crucible get you in touch with? No, I can't, right? Because I'm not doing that for myself. Because for me, that's like, no, maybe.
Destiny is on Tom Foolery's show now, prepping for the debate. He's not on my show. Wait, he's not on my fucking show. What are you doing, Capmere? He's not on my show. What is this?
I bust my ass for 2 years working for.
Andrew, I meant like when you have the larger your audience is, the easier it is to get people.
What the
It's
fuck?
just a thing, and it's not even like, oh, these people are all clout chasers or whatever. It's just you're more likely to get noticed. Like these people, like a lot of the interviews and stuff people want you to get, they have hundreds of fucking DMs to go through. And if they have no idea who you are, they're not going to spend 6 hours a day going through their DMs, reading all these paragraphs of people, hoping to fucking get them on their show. But I mean, it's happened. I'm working, you know. I'm got my autoimmune disease under control recently, and so my health.
What the fuck was that?
I've done what we did in Afghanistan, Iraq, and all that.
Yeah.
True just said he was contacting you. DW, it's clipped. Wait, I sent both him and Destiny the exact wording of the debate at the same exact time. Like, I can literally show timestamps on my DMs to both of them saying, this is the exact wording of the debate. So when Destiny messaged me, he said, hey, what's the prompt? I said, this is the prompt. He goes, no, but what is the exact wording of the debate? And I said, oh, it's this. And then I copied and pasted that and sent it to Rob Noor as well and said, hey, this is the exact wording of the debate, just FYI. So saying I contacted, or that he contacted me is just asking what the fucking topic was so that he could go prep for it.
In 10 years, you'll say the same about Iran.
Our entire presidential, congressional, and military apparatus, all of that is based on Bibi Netanyahu's opinion?
Not
Is that
just
what
his
you're
opinion.
saying?
the Israeli government
So you're saying that
wants to be the dominant force in that region.
I went in and corrected Katmir. Okay. There you go. Katmir is lying. There you go.
A lot different. So I have more energy to invest.
That are Christian nationalists, right? You should be listening to alternative points of views, even if to fucking get you and are scumbags that are like, so you should be listening to other perspectives. So
yeah, right. Like
and
if my political ideology wins, you know, we'll do not use the government
much, and hopefully we'll talk soon.
All right, peace.
Take it easy. It was fun, man. It was a lot of fun. Now, I got a lot.
What the fuck?
Why is the Western
newsflash?
video?
They are. They've just taken out
Katmir,
all their
what the
enemies.
fuck are you doing, dude?
So I don't understand. Like, are you defending?
Lying? I got it clipped. That's you said that Destiny is on my show prepping for the debate with me. That's what you said. That's not what was happening. That's not at all what was happening. I'd show you, but as you know, I'm banned from Discord because I'm a right-winger. That's not what I said. The clip is of me saying Destiny asked me for the debate, and I sent him the message saying what it is. As I said, I can literally show that I copied and pasted and sent the exact same DM to Rob Noor. So I have no fucking idea what you think you heard, but if you have it clipped, you should send it, because I'm sure he's gonna watch the clip and be like, what the fuck? How the hell did you come to that conclusion?
I want Lindy's been
Are you defending terrorism? I don't get it.
I'm not defending terrorists.
I don't know what
no
you're
other
doing.
country expects the United States to fight their wars for them other than Israel. Why is that?
Well, Ukraine's doing a pretty good fucking job. How about that? So you're dead wrong on that.
In the case
and
of
there's
Ukraine,
also other countries that we get involved in.
Yeah,
and I
we
don't see
shouldn't.
American troops on the ground.
Well, yeah, with Ukraine, there's tons of countries that are fighting this.
In Israel, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in any of these. Okay. So what you're doing is yapping and lying. Here's my problem with you. You could be loud.
Yeah.
And you can be wrong.
You don't
Pick
have any.
one.
You don't have
when
any
you're loud
actual
and wrong,
substantive
that's
points.
when you get in trouble. Okay.
Okay.
When
just
we
because-
invaded Iraq,
Lindy.
I've been trying to speak this entire. It's like 20 minutes in. I haven't said a single word.
Go ahead, Lindy.
please.
Go crazy. Go nuts.
Go
I
ahead.
don't want to be like.
Just go.
Well,
Lindy,
anyway,
just
so
go.
I don't want to be nuts like you, Anna.
I just want to say, just because you're yelling doesn't mean that you're correct, but that's not
Correct.
my main point. My main point is this. I'm not even pro the Netanyahu regime, but let's get our facts correct. Iran is completely desecrating all agreements that it's previously made. In fact,
it's not. They
yes.
are,
Can
Anna,
I
they
finish?
are. They're not.
Just 2 weeks ago, they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their infrastructure, into their facilities. That is a clear violation of previous agreements. To say that that's not happening is completely dishonest and disingenuous. And I'm not even pro Netanyahu. I just want to lay out the facts here. This is what's happening. They are violating agreements.
Well, let me ask you something. If you play by the rules for years, you literally play by the rules, you're part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, you're allowing IAEA inspectors to come into your country, and you still see that Israel is successful in goading the United States to fight this war, they're still lying about what Iran is up to. Wouldn't you just say, you know what, F it. Why am I even part of this? Why are we allowing the international community to come in and check
So you're saying
what's
Iran
happening?
is playing by the rules?
Yeah, Iran
Is that what you're saying?
absolutely playing by
Well,
the
then
rules.
now I know who you are. You believe Iran. Respect.
I don't believe Iran.
So
I
just
believe
how- just how people
international
are-
inspectors,
Okay.
and I believe the United States as they, by the way, if you don't want Iran to develop nuclear weapons, best way to do that is to remain in the Iran nuclear deal. But Netanyahu hated the
Trump
Iran
pulled
nuclear
out of the Iran
He
nuclear
did.
deal.
Trump pulled out of it, but why?
So what are we relitigating?
They did. That's
Anna,
not
you
true,
just moved
Jillian.
the
That's
goalpost.
not
You
true.
just moved the goalpost.
Yeah,
First you said,
I literally
wait,
don't
hold on.
understand your
Guys,
argument.
Let's
I don't
lay this
understand
out
anything you're
clearly
saying.
here. Anna first said Iran is playing by all the rules. That's what you said
Yes,
about
they were
5
playing
minutes
by
ago.
all the rules,
I
yes.
just told you that they refused to let nuclear inspectors into their facilities just 2 weeks ago. So now you moved the goalpost and you're saying, oh, but it's not their fault because they didn't play. They played by the rules. Now they can not play by the rules because Israel isn't. Do you understand what I mean?
No.
Like you're changing.
Okay, let me calmly try to explain it so you guys understand what I'm saying. For years, Iran played by the rules because they don't want war. Okay, they allowed the international community to come in. They did abide by the Iran nuclear deal, even after Trump pulled out.
LMAO, Rob saw your super chat over here, Catmere, and said you're wrong. The fuck?
For few
Catmere trying to stir the pot.
years after that, they were not enriching uranium because they wanted to re-enter the deal. By the way, Biden comes into power.
He said Thomas Fair.
Now, someone, I just happened to check over to Catmere. Like, what is Catmere? Thank you so much for the donations, but I checked Tom Foolery's channel and you donated over there and you said on Rob North's channel now, this debate in your channel will be good. Looking like he's expecting it to be a 2v1, you and Destiny versus him. Where did I say that? I didn't say that. I think the opposite. Or I said the opposite. I feel like last time Tom moderated a debate for me was very fair. So I think Tom's probably going to be aware. I think Tom's smart enough to know that he doesn't want to burn a bridge, not with me. I don't think he would give a shit about that, but that he wants to be seen as an impartial moderator. And I think that that'll be the case. Anything could happen. My guess is that Tom will be on the side of Destiny. He'll want Destiny to win. But I don't think it'll be, I'm expecting it to be a fairly moderated debate. So I hope that Tom doesn't get the wrong impression. I'm going to go to the restroom and fill up my water, and then we're going to go back and we're going to bullshit. I do have a hard out at 2 a.m. So you'll have to forgive me for that, but I can stick around till then. How we doing on our goal? 51%. We'll do all right. We'll try to get to the goal here. All right. Is for him to come over here. And you can tell he put a lot of work into that presentations. And so please, even if you don't think you'll ever listen to Fabian, please head over there. And I know that my audience probably isn't as interested because a lot of you are ANCAPs and a lot of you maybe dots that would if I was doing a debate or something like that. But I hope you appreciate, I like to mix it up here and there. So super RG. Yesterday they here. Yeah, I'll tear into him if it gets to that point. Catmere again, $10 says, also, can you get Mr.
Biden promised on the campaign trail that he was going to re-enter the Iran nuclear deal. He didn't do that. So Democrats are a problem in this scenario as well. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
So you see how I allow you to talk?
So I need to ask you something, Adam.
Go ahead.
Do you think Tulsi Gabbard was lying to the American people when she said that Iran was not building?
I don't think she was lying. I think she's fucking stupid. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's that she's lying or that she's stupid, honestly. Because the amount that she simps for Russia and the fact that like Russia would obviously be much happier if she acts as though Iran doesn't have any sort of nuclear program, that would definitely be beneficial to Iran and their allies. So I wouldn't say that she's lying, but she did flip on that pretty quickly. She did change her position on that. And again, we all saw the IAEA report. We read the IAEA report. So again, I'm not defending Trump going and bombing Iran, but I am saying that just what she said just turned out to not be true based on the IAEA report.
Building a nuclear weapon. Was she lying?
I don't know what information she's looking at, but I'm pretty sure Iran is working on a nuclear weapon. Question for you.
Sure, based on what?
Question for you.
Based on what?
Here's the
How
question.
are you sure?
She said they have enough enriched uranium.
She says that they have accelerated.
And if they're not working on nuclear weapons, why do they have detonators?
Okay, so what do you
why
think is
do they
going to
have
happen?
scientists there?
How
Why
do you
they
feel
have
about the Islamic regime of Iran?
How do you feel about
Ayatollahs?
a country that's doing a genocide right now having a nuclear weapon? Do you have any problems with that?
But let's say
Can you
on track
address
here.
the nuclear weapons that Israel
we're
has, or are you going to
talking about
deny
Iran.
that they have?
We're talking about Iran, right?
Okay. Well, we're talking about Israel and Iran.
Okay. But
Israel
let's
is
stay on Iran
a
right now.
military superpower because of the United States. They have nuclear weapons. They're carrying out the mass slaughter of innocent people in Gaza and the West Bank, which had nothing to do with October 7th. It's not. It's all related. We're pretending as if Israel is the devil here, and they're not.
I've learned my lesson. Don't try to convince someone who's completely off left field.
Someone who's actually
keep doing your
educated on the
thing.
matter, yeah.
So here's my question for you. How do you feel about the Islamic regime in Iran? Are they good people?
No, they're terrible people.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
Saudis. So are a bunch of other countries we do trade with. That we have relations
violations
of the proliferation agreement
as
right
bad
here.
as the Ayatollah. Why are people in Iran cheering for Israel? Why is
that's not true?
Yeah, no.
There's videos left and right.
Of Armenians actually detest
Iranians
the
are
regime.
rooting for Israel. If there's one country that Israel has the highest approval ratings, it's within Iran.
Iranians?
Why is Reza Pahlavi getting on TV, doing an interview, pull it up, saying, please, Iranians, now's the time
he's going
to
be
revolt
the
against the
puppet
regime.
that's installed by Israel.
So I don't understand what you're doing, respectfully.
Yeah.
You're defending Iran?
I'm defending
what
the United States.
What a horrible position to be
Yeah, I'm defending
in.
the United States.
The country that yells death to America.
Right.
A United
I don't want our
States
soldiers
that
fighting
Israel's,
this war. I don't want our soldiers fighting this war.
Neither
I don't
do
want American
Neither do I.
taxpayers.
You're using a straw man argument because our soldiers are not fighting this war.
But
They're
they
going
could be.
to.
It's like they could be any minute, and that's
No,
to
they're
me-
not.
No,
they're not. They're not in Iran.
Well, what makes you say
That's
that?
what
Because this
Netanyahu's
whole thing
calling
is
for.
already so suspicious. The
So,
way that
so the argument is we don't want them could be, but they're not now.
Okay,
So let's live in reality.
Well, Trump initially denied involvement, correct? And then he later went on and said he actually had full knowledge of everything going down the entire time.
Of course he did. Thank you so much for watching Her Take. If you like the show, can you
welcome.
help us out by subscribing?
You're welcome. Oh, check this out, dude.
Bitch ass nigga.
These dogs can fucking talk, dude.
Say bitch ass nigga. Say it. Say it. Say it. You can say it.
I was gonna tell on y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all dad.
Who did this mess?
This is fucking great, dude.
Cody,
That's
did you make this
fucking
mess?
wild.
Going for a walk.
He's so fucked up. They're mad. He's snitching, dude. He's like, what the fuck? Why are you snitching, bro?
Yes.
Going for a walk.
Dodge, can you spot a dumbass bitch?
Maybe if you didn't pee on the floor right when I opened the door and went downstairs to take you to go potty, and you stood there and didn't go potty, and then walked back in and pissed on the floor, maybe I'd help you on the bed.
Stop it!
Stop! You wanna go pee pee? What about poo poo?
Does he still?
Bro, look at that nod, bro.
Does he still like the word murder?
Oh no. This is my new carpet. It's new! Come on, man!
And then she tried to do it again, and I was like, are you dumb? Because that just doesn't make sense. Like, it just wasn't getting through to her.
Don't huff and puff at me.
Jay, thank you very much.
Ass, get up out my face. You just licked your own ass.
Say, I need you to put the cat down. Please. Ask him nicely.
Bro, I'm so hungry I could eat a damn dog.
I swear to God, if you step on my hair one time, I'm gonna yeet you down that hallway.
Shut up.
Do you cry when mommy goes bye-bye? Do you cry? Daddy told me that you cried.
Oh.
Did you just call me a bitch? Did you call me a bitch? Yeah. Why?
Here you go, Rocky. I know how much you like.
So, yeah. You just call me a bitch? Yeah.
Here you go, Rocky.
Why? Did you just call me a bitch? Did you call me a bitch? Yeah. Why?
Here you go, Rocky. I know how much you like wieners.
So good, dude. That's some good shit.
Did Pod Save America take dark money? Oh my god, I hate that this story is like still. I'll be honest, I'm fucking annoyed that like the whole Wired magazine article has like the Wired magazine article was not like as big of a explosive bombshell as like how annoying the backlash has been to just regular ass normal ass journalism from liberals. It's been incredibly disappointing.
Bro, there's like one person just spamming the shit out of his fucking chat here. Holy moly, bro. Do you see that? They're just posting a link over and over like this entire fucking time. They are spamming his entire chat there.
How annoying the backlash has
just
been
one person
to just regular.
Wait, is that him? It is Hassan Abi. That is him. What the fuck?
Regular ass, normal ass journalism from liberals. It's been incredibly disappointing to watch a bunch of people just like actively attack the person who wrote the article rather than like the actual information that's in the article. Like people have figured out that you don't have to say fake news to Wired magazine, which you like, right? If you're a liberal, you like Wired magazine, you respect their reporting, but instead of like attacking Wired magazine or coming across like you're saying fake news in the same way that like MAGA does when there's an
Bro, it's just fucking spamming the chat. What is happening?
Article that they don't appreciate, you can just simply say, well, the journalist is bad. And it's just like the major flaws here.
And then it's just done.
And even in my community, there's been like people that are yelling at me on TikTok too to be like, this is the
There you Rob and Andrew got the same donos from me today. Tomorrow better be fired, Fooker.
Got you. You're the one who told me to do the fucking 24-hour stream. So I made sure it was it's a good 24 hours. The only way I don't end up doing 24 hours is if by chance Tim Pool ends up calling tomorrow and I end up going on the show on Friday, so we'll see. The thing though is that they're probably going to call me in the morning. I'm going to be asleep. That's probably what's going to happen. They're going to call me in the fucking morning and I'm going to be asleep. I was thinking I'd dono 825 donos. But what do you think is a good idea? Well, why would you do 825 donos? OMG, do Tim Pool 100% fuck. Well, no. I'm still going to do all the panels. I'm still going to do all the panels and all the debates. I just won't end up doing 24-hour stream. That'll be the difference. So like, yeah, if they end up calling, then I'll have to fly out way too quickly to where I wouldn't even be able to do a 24-hour stream at that point. I don't have time to do the maths right now. That's $200. 8 times 25, 4 times 25 is 100. So if you do 2 of them, 200. But then once YouTube takes a third out of it, then it's less. I don't know.
Debunked, and it's like it's not. None of the debunking. Like, see, there's still people saying it's been debunked. It's not fucking debunked, man. I don't think you guys understand what words mean. It's.
Thank you, Nico, for the $4. Let's see. I should have added the other ones up. I did say earlier. I'm sorry. I did say I should have mentioned this before. I do have to get off, so I've said a couple of times earlier that I'm not doing the last round. So I just realized you guys might be donating because you want me to finish the round. But yeah, that's why I didn't put it up at 50, is because you know I love you. You just pissed me off. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Nico.
It's been deeply frustrating because I feel like a failure that I haven't been able to educate people on like media literacy at all. You can't just like say an article is debunked and then be done with it.
There was another clip of him. Shit. I don't think I have it. Yeah, shit. I don't think I have it. I think it was on Yeet. I believe he's the one who put it out. Destiny and Taylor go back and forth over a Midiar network. Okay. Oh yeah, did you guys see this?
Not only was he doing these baseless accusations, he doxed us. He doxed us. He doxed. It's like prominently featured on his screen.
So, the other day we watched a video that talked about Hutch, and it was I think it. I can't remember who it was that played it. Maybe it was it the Cavernacle that played the video? But I think Cavernacle played a video about Bad Empanada, or sorry, from Bad Empanada about Hutch, and in the video they literally say Hutch's full name, and I thought, I wonder if that's public. I don't know if that's fucking public, but now I'm wondering, watching this, if that's what he's talking about, and that Hassan watched the Bad Empanada video as well, and in that clip, Bad Empanada just doxes him. Is that what they're talking about?
Like, hello? Hello? Are we, like, I don't know what to say, man. I mean, like, I reported the VOD. The VOD is still up, you know? Like, you can find the VOD on his channel. I reported the VOD. I sent an email to, like, Twitch support. I added them. Like, if there's no consequence for this, like, I don't know what there's just no rules. Like, I don't understand. It's a blatant violation of Twitch's doxing policy. Like, if you go to their policy, this is what it says about doxing. Doxing of any kind is prohibited by Twitch's community guidelines, even if the perpetrators only expose information available via the public record. If your personally identifiable information is released on Twitch without your consent, you can file a report and we will investigate and enforce against the doxer if appropriate. What Hassan did is a blatant violation of their doxing TOS, just blatant. And I think it kind of reveals like what an actual piece of shit he is. Not only.
So yeah, does anybody know what the dox was? Was it what I said, or? Oh, Hunter Avalon. Less than 2 years ago, someone tried to murder me with a shotgun. Today, Hassan doxed me in front of over 30,000 live viewers. Really quite despicable stuff. I always knew Hassan was a piece of shit. This proves it. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. He literally just pulled up Bad Empanada's... He literally just pulled up Bad Empanada's stream. Or Twitter. Where they have their fucking doxes on the screen. Holy shit. Yes, Tom, he doxed like 4 PV members. But it was Bad Empanada who did it. And he just pulled up Bad Empanada stuff. He literally let Bad Empanada read their full name up. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fucking shit, dude.
There is this attitude that a lot of people have that is very frustrating. I know more about this back end than he does, okay? So shut the fuck up. The attitude that a lot of people have in this community about Bad Empanada being like a prophetic figure when it comes to like political discourse is actually starting to fucking annoy me. And I'm sure it annoys him as well when people behave in this like incredibly parasocial way. There is this attitude that a lot of people have that is very frustrating.
Trying to find the Dean Withers clip. Bad Empanada responds after Hassan said he would ban him in his fans. In his fan mentions. Says Piker doing anything he can to avoid the substance in his criticisms. Rather than address the fact, guy he's watching approvingly in a U.S. military mass murderer just complaints that I hate the way that he does this shit sometimes because he like it doesn't make sense the way that he types it up, and sometimes it's literally leaving out some of like the substance. Hassan will do anything to avoid dealing with the substance of my criticisms in this clip rather than addressing the fact that the guy he's watching approvingly is a U.S. military mass murderer. He just complains that I talk about the fact without rebutting it. Yeah, see, I didn't get any of that from what he said up top.
Like, we actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
We don't need gravity, dude.
What if it was never invented?
Invented by who?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Enjoy, Mark.
Like, we actually don't need it.
What do you mean that we don't need gravity?
It's true. Yeah, dude, everybody's making a big deal about the fact that The Rock is like looking old, dude. He looks very different. I feel like he's been in the media like all the time. I feel like I see him all the time still in commercials. I still see him all over YouTube. I still see him all over the place. I feel like he's in movies all the time. And then all of a sudden I see him here and I'm like, holy shit, how long has it been since I've seen the fucking Rock, dude? What the hell? It's like, it's mainly his face. His face just looks different. I don't know if he got work done or something, but he just looks, he looks very old and just kind of thin. Camir with the 5 gifted memberships. Let's go, boy. Let's go. W. Kittymere. True.
Why do people keep saying Superman Hassan superhero W? I keep seeing that in the chat.
Maybe it's because of your thing.
What?
Because it looks like you like have a little cape tied around you. I have no idea.
You said nobody said that. I sometimes, because Yeet has this like laughing face here, it throws me off because I think it's part of the message. I always think like the message starts with a laughing face and then has text after it. And sometimes he'll like report on really serious stuff and the message will be like, you know, ex streamer girl just accused ex streamer guy of raping her at a party. And I'm like, why the fuck do you have that laughing face at the beginning of that, dude? What is wrong with you, bro? That's fucking unhinged. And then oh, that's your fucking profile picture. Shit.
Only party right now that to me seems America first is the Democrat Socialist Party.
Yep.
Oh, fuck you, dude. Okay, I think this is it. Oh no, this isn't it.
Honestly,
what I do. I think there's this weird I always say you don't have to like what I do. I think there's this weird misconception that every artist has to check every box for everyone to like everything about them. It's never been that way. Yeah. It's never going to be. So I'm okay if Tommy from Arkansas doesn't like what I do. Yeah. I always
But not Tom from Georgia. She cares about that one. Alright. I'm about to give up on this shit. I thought it was like something super recent, so. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay. There it is.
What is this? This just popped up on my. Oh, this is the reason why Dean sent me a text message this morning. Dean Withers hints that he will likely not be doing Charlie Kirk debate prep with Hassan anymore. Thanks for sending me the resource on Hassan. I appreciate it. I probably won't end up making it out there for a handful of reasons, including the resource shared by y'all. Oh, no.
So Dean apparently put out a message saying that he like a bunch of people sent him a bunch of like videos of Hassan. They sent him a bunch of clips. They sent him a bunch of like, you know, a bunch of like tweets from him and it's, you know, connections to Bad Empanada and shit like that. And so Dean said, he was like, I appreciate you guys sending me that stuff. Hassan has been reaching out to me offering to help me with debate prep. And so I think I'm probably going to pass on that from now on. Because and then yeah, they were supposed to like meet up soon to go over debate prep and crap. And he said that he was canceling that. And so this is like, this clip just seems like the copious cope.
What is this? This just popped up on my. Oh, this is the reason why Dean sent me a text message this morning. Dean Withers hints that he will likely not be doing Charlie Kirk debate prep with Hassan anymore. Thanks for sending me the resource on Hassan. I appreciate it. I probably won't end up making it out there for a handful of reasons, including the resource shared by y'all. Oh, no. No, I don't think that that's what's going to happen, but I don't think that this is going to be a reason why Dean and I don't collab. No, everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. This is not. Hutch was bragging about this post, Lamau. First of all, where do I begin? We will most likely still do this collaboration. But it is pretty funny to think that like this is a major setback. Like even if even if this collab didn't happen, like a major setback has taken place. Hassan doesn't like D&D. Will plays all the time. I'm not the best at D&D. Dean's still collaborating with Hassan, knowing he's a rape apologist who's also engaged in revenge porn is so funny. Thanks for sending me the resource on Hassan. I appreciate it. Probably won't end up making it out there for a handful of reasons, including the resources shared by y'all. Dude, chill. No, I'm tired of Hassan being nice to these people. No, I think everyone needs to calm down. He's young. He's got, you know, he's
just young, guys.
He's learning the space.
He's learning the space. He's figuring out how dumb Hassan is. He just doesn't know yet. So it's you got to give him time to really figure out who Hassan is. Wait. Oh. Okay, so here's the Dean posted this in Discord. He said, it says Dean Withers is now reconsidering his previously canceled Hassan debate prep collab. And Dean posted in Discord, meaning that I want to put more contemplation into everything, probably chat with Hassan, get his take, see what's real, what's not, and evaluate what my goals as a creator/person are, and if prepping him for a debate against Kirk, considering all facts do or do not align with them. Oh, he's helping Hassan prep. Ha, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll be back on tomorrow.
Hey, how are you? This town full.
Hey, how are you? So yeah, I've got the stream already up and scheduled for tomorrow with a thumbnail on it. So you guys should be able to find that on my channel as soon as I end stream. So I'll be back on tomorrow around 3 p.m. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Hey, how are you? This tomfoolery guy, this tomfoolery clown at the bottom, he jumps from conservative live to conservative live. He live streams you on YouTube right now. Like right now, you're live on.
I told her I was live streaming at the beginning.
Wait, he's a horrible
thank
debater.
Thank you for disclosing that, because I don't think it's okay to stream people without their consent.
Wow, I didn't know you were doing that.
Yeah.
Why are you doing that when we've been just
Ma'am,
so kind to you and it's been respectful and everything? Why are you doing
Ma'am,
that?
I'm not doing any of those things. I am a debater on YouTube. I play video games and I debate people.
I think it's okay to stream people without
Why
their
are you
consent.
running
Hold
I
on.
think there's privacy laws for
I
that
said
in
when
some
I came
states,
on
and you
here
just
that I was streaming. I said, I promise you can rewind my own live and watch when I came in, and I said, I am
but we
streaming
took
on
that as
YouTube.
you were a streaming gamer.
Yeah.
I don't know who your subscribers are. I don't know where you're streaming this. I don't know how people are watching. I don't know who you are.
I'm sorry, but you're giving the left a bad name because it's a typical leftist piece of shit.
You're on a public
stream right now, so I could still do it even if I wasn't on here, and you would have less of a chance of knowing. But I did come on here, and I did tell them that I was streaming. So
No,
it isn't.
you did not. Stop saying that.
It's
Stop
on my
saying that,
stream.
Tom.
I can
All you
show
said,
it.
all you said
I'll tell you
was,
what, Tom. Stop your streaming, pull up your recording, and tell us that you did that.
what's
He's
going
got a live stream running right now.
That's what I said. Why do you
Vanguard,
guys keep repeating it? Like, yes, I've said the whole time, I am streaming. Yes, I've said over and
No,
over.
you did
I'm
not.
streaming.
You did not. You did not, and I don't appreciate it.
I never heard it
whatsoever.
once.
To the walls. It seems like
Yeah, make you aware of what was going on in case you weren't.
Yeah,
And go from there. So
I can hop
that's
off
why I
if
wanted
you
to-
guys want me to show you that I said it first. I'm happy
Bye.
to do that, but
I'm actually blocking
This
you.
is-
Bye.
this is
Not
it is allowed on
cool.
TikTok. Just it's fucking weirdos, dude. I don't understand this shit, dude.
Okay. Hey, Tom. Welcome to the panel. How old are you, and who'd you vote for?
Yeah, I'm 36. I voted for Kamala.
Okay, cool. What brings you up?
Just streaming on YouTube. Just streaming on YouTube. Just streaming on YouTube. I generally go looking for people to talk to on TikTok sometimes.